Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox Online channel, Sega Forever here. Brand new Wrecking Crew video. I'm doing it at a kind of an off time, just because of situations. But anyway, as the podcast goes on and people want to jump in, I'm more than happy to add them to the podcast. I'm going to talk about one topic in particular, but the way the podcast goes, we'll probably jump all over the place. Um, but if you guys join me, thank you guys, and we'll see how all this stuff goes. Again, I'll take this time to just kind of ramble on a little bit and continue to set things up. Which seems to be the formula that works here. Just for the simple fact that it gives people time to come into the chat and also gives people time to see that the podcast is going on. I really should. I would like to project the times and stuff like that to be a little bit more, give people opportunities and stuff to know when it's going to happen. But the way my schedule is, it's just not possible for me. But I do appreciate everybody that comes and checks out the video. But hold on 1 second. Let me go to my channel, see what's playing. Oh, I see it. Yeah, here we go. We're good. We're good. And then now that I'm streaming, I can actually go to. Have to see if anybody can jump in. But I haven't had a chance to talk about this. I've been extremely busy. The only reason I'm doing this now is because I got some time to be able to do it, which is pretty hard. I'm pretty sure you guys are just like me. We talk about gaming stuff and we're involved with the industry. But if you're if you're a gamer, and especially on the Microsoft side, and if you have Game Pass, and with 2023 being a pretty stacked year with games in general, you guys are probably having a hard time finding the time to actually play games and also stay involved in the industry. That's what I'm dealing with right now. And to be perfectly honest with you guys, there's enough people that I follow that are doing videos and keep up with this stuff. But also on the flip side, man, it's just too much stuff to play. And if I had a choice between playing my games and doing this, um, I would definitely be playing my games, especially since we have so many games, man. The narrative, and we'll talk about this kind of stuff. The narratives that are out there about Xbox not having any games, Xbox is going to be a third-party developer, the Xbox is going to go away, which eventually might happen. The way that digital and stuff is taking over. I'm not saying that's not the part, but in the sense of Microsoft cannot sustain Xbox anymore, even though we all know that they're a $3 trillion company. And like I said on previous videos, and I say this all the time, the only people that will decide if Xbox isn't worthy of doing is Microsoft themselves. They hold the key to that kingdom. So if you're an Xbox guy, that's the only thing you have to worry about, right? All the stuff that people are saying online, people that are supposed to be insiders, people in the gaming media, even people in the industry that talk about this kind of stuff, they don't know any more than you do. You could make the same type of prediction that these people do. Some of them might have actual insiders, but if you look at their track record and how wrong these people are, like if these dudes were analysts that work for the government or analysts that works for Fortune 500 companies, they would get fired. That's how bad they are, right? Because the data and the information they provide is always wrong, or would say 99.9% wrong. And then the other flip side of that is the information that they get that could help them avoid being wrong. They don't know how to disseminate it, and they don't know how to break it down in layman's terms, right? They're always wrong, and the reason why a lot of these guys are wrong is because they have an innate bias when it comes to video games. It's so much so to the point of and it's more than just groupthink. It's a culture. It's a cultural thing, right? Because a lot of the people, because of their ages and the time that they grew up gaming, like I say this all the time on my channel, I'm a little bit more on the older side. So when it comes to video games and stuff like that, guys, I've been around this industry for a long time, and so my bias, even though I have a bias, I can recognize my bias. Number one, because I'm not totally, I don't drink the Kool-Aid when it comes to Microsoft or Xbox, because that's not how I grew up playing video games, right? And then, and I would say, even though you guys know my gamer tag is Sega Forever, that's what I rock out with. That's where my actual heart belongs to, right? Is with Sega, and growing up being a Sega gamer. It actually started off in the arcades as well. So I'm old enough to say that I was their ground floor when video games was first hit the ground. Now I have a friend, a really good friend of mine, who's several years older than me, and he can go back to the times when gaming was just being born. When I talk about gaming in my era, it was like when the arcades was coming into fruition. Like that foundation was being set, but there was gaming even before that. So, I mean, not through only through my experience, but through the people that I know that are gamers, have a better understanding, foundational knowledge of how this industry actually started and why gaming is the way it is at its base level. Right now, the industry has changed over time. Most definitely, it's a $1 billion industry, right? It makes a lot of money. It's a Big Ten industry now, like other forms of pop media, pop culture, pop culture genres, right? A lot of people partake in it now that never did before, and that's another reason why gaming is the way it is today, both good and bad. Um, but yeah, I mean, listening to these people, man, it's just an exercise in frustration. But now in 2023, we finally see all of this stuff finally changing. As he bought the world's most powerful gamer, what I was talking about, perspective. I like to say narrative a lot. It's beginning to change, right? Because, like I said, a lot of people who are in the industry now that are supposed influencers and are in the gaming media and are actually running in the industry, man, they grew up in a time where they only know PlayStation. Like for me, I can go back as far as the Atari, the arcade, the Atari. Um, when Nintendo first hit the scene, when Sega hit the scene, when PlayStation first came on board, a lot of the stuff that's going on with PlayStation now was born of when they came into the industry. It's in their origin of how that company came to be, right? And I've told you guys this because a lot of people criticize me for being an Xbox fanboy, which I don't care. Um, because whether you're a fanboy or not, whether you're drinking the Kool Aid of a certain company or not, as long as you keep a solid perspective and you approach things honestly and truthfully. And that's the problem with the media nowadays. I'm talking across the board, mainstream media, gaming media. If you guys didn't realize this about the gaming media, they are just as bad as the mainstream media. When I talk about mainstream media, it's like the regular news. Okay. If you guys haven't picked up on the fact that that media in general is just one big echo chamber. So when I was growing up, I remember we only had three channels, right? You got your news from three sources. But on the flip side of that kind of the way the news worked back then, you had a lot of people that are on the ground that used to actually go and actually search for the truth, or search the story. And I'm not saying they couldn't be wrong, or they had their own biases back then, but at least you got a better idea of what was really going on, and then you can make your own decisions. Right? The media, as it is today, whether it's mainstream or gaming, right? They have their own opinions, and they are not able to filter that out when they present information to people. This is why the controversy that's going on with what's it called, funny games or whatever they are. I forgot the name of their podcast, but kind of funny games. Um, that's why you see them in the situation they are now, because they just don't have the wherewithal to understand their own bias, right? And people are putting them on blast and using their own words and their own videos against them. It's almost as if they don't understand how the internet works. And instead of just admitting they were wrong or dealing with their own biases, they don't do that. They double down. And then they try and give their reasoning, and their reasoning is askew, big time, which only makes it worse for them. But they're never going to change, right? Because they've lived in a gaming industry with a gaming media that has a particular slant. And they don't realize that slant. That's the problem, because they grew up in that, right? A lot of the people that you listen to in gaming right now grew up with PlayStations. And I can speak of that from experience because, like I said, I was there, and a lot of the guys in the group that we hang out with, Hebot, Sega Man, right, E-Rock, a lot of us older guys remember this stuff, right? Mr. 100, but I think Mr. 100 is a little bit younger than us. Um, but a lot of us actually grew up. Um, hey, what's up, T? Yeah, yeah. 1 second, brother. I'm actually in the. I'm giving my little monologue here, but I'm actually trying to get my Twitter to go. Yeah, and it's got your message. Sorry I didn't respond back, man. I know. I figured something happened. That you retired, because I know it's dude. I'm in the same boat, man. I make these plans, and then like last night, I was so I went to my therapy yesterday, and it was brutal. I wasn't expecting my therapy to be as bad as it was, and it was brutal. And so, um, they went. I started going back to my therapist, man, and they went. The first when I went back, I felt kind of good because it wasn't really bad. When I went back the second time, I guess what they were doing was because they have new people at the clinic I go to. They were just basically looking at me and like, okay, we kind of gauge how this guy is. And when I came back yesterday, dude, they went full blast on me. No mercy, like square one. I went back to square one. And then the interesting thing is, after they did it, I felt really good. But as soon as the session was over and I was going downstairs and I got in my car and I sat down, I could feel it. I could feel the pain starting to set in. And when I got home last night, dude, I just passed out. I slept for like, I think 7 hours straight, got up for 2 hours, had to go back, and it was a rough night. It was a rough night for me. So that's why I'm doing this stream now, because I actually have to sit in this chair that I own. Um, and I didn't buy this chair for any type of thing for my back or anything, man. But what it is that it has this natural lumbar support, and when my lower back is hurting, I sit in it. It helps. It makes it feel better. The only thing missing from this chair is if it was heated. If it was heated, then I'd be like in really good shape. Um, but yeah, that's so I totally understand, dude. You know how our situation is, or at least my situation is, bro. I mean, it's par for the course. I'm trying to get send links to everybody. Oh, I see you, brother. Here. Hey, what's up,
Thank
T?
you. Hey, what up?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about. I didn't get a chance to talk about all the drama that was going on with the. Like it's funny now. Like these guys are beginning to realize stuff that we've been saying for. I know I've been talking about since 2015. Um, and it took like an AKB acquisition with court case documents to be exposed, as well as hackers hacking a PlayStation, and then all of this news is leaked, about the current state of AAA games. And again, anybody who, and I'm not saying like I'm a savant or anything like that, but anybody who truly games or have been in the game or follows the industry like we do, definitely understands that this is something that's been going on for years, man.
Well, I actually watched a video today that actually did a kind of a skit of PlayStation has no games, and I was like, "Are you
That's
kidding?
funny.
Are you? Yeah, that's a 180 right there." I was like, "Yo, that's insane!" But that the guy actually did it, and it was actually kind of funny and it made sense. But at the same time, he was using it as a kind of like a pin towards Xbox. I didn't really like that very much,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah.
but but the rest of the video was fine. So I gave it a like, but it was just like, but I told the guy, I was like, yeah, bro, I spent enough hours on my Xbox alone, so I don't really think it matters.
Well, that's why I find it funny, because even when they admit it, they can't completely admit things. They always have Xbox there too. Because I saw somebody share. I forgot the. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at that. I need to get better. But on Twitter, somebody I follow, I think it was Peter Oval. Um, he shared a clip of a conversation from Twitter where these guys are admitting about PlayStation, not the AAA issue that they're in, but then they go right around and blame Xbox later on in the tweet because Xbox is
Yeah,
buying
you shouldn't
everybody.
blame the better succeeding company. That's not really sportsmanlike.
It's funny. It's almost like what is that? 12 steps. The first thing you need to do is admit you have a problem. and these guys,
Yeah, yeah.
and these guys will not do it, man. They're gonna be forced kicking and screaming until all the way until like either Sony fails or the industry shifts so much that they have no choice. Right? Because it's shifting right now. Everything is like quicksand right now when it comes to video games.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew this was going to happen just for the simple fact that I follow like just news in general. And so when the economy is going bad, and then when tech companies were struggling, right? Like you read the stories about how these people that are coming to like they become accustomed to working at these big tech conglomerates and getting a lot of the perks, like working from home, or when they come in, they get their free breakfasts and stuff like that. And then the economy started going bad, where it even affected some of these big tech companies, and then they would come in and you know they were losing a lot of that stuff, and it was just the height of entitlement. That's what I look at when I see a lot of the Sony guys. They're so used to the media being on their side. They're so used to being protected. That the common knowledge is that PlayStation is synonymous with video games, and there is nothing else, right? Even though there's Xbox and Switch. Um, so I'm gonna enjoy every minute of this. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I think that's why. I'm just gonna be honest, man. Erock said something that was really sage a couple of years ago. He said, "Let them sleep." You know, and he was talking about the PlayStation guys because they were constantly, you know, patting themselves on the back, and they were constantly like putting down other companies, not just Xbox. Whoever got in their way, they would just target. And it's funny to see it come back and bite them in the ass, you know, because they attacked Nintendo, they attacked PC, which I thought was nuts, right? Which is probably why they got hacked. So, and then you know, of course, Xbox has been their favorite punching bag.
Yeah.
But now those times are changing, dude. So, and it's good to see. Yeah, but go ahead, T. I'm trying to send this stuff out.
Nothing. I've just been really tired recently, so I've been asleep mostly.
Yeah, no worries, man. I figured something was like either you had to go somewhere or because what ended up happening is I went did my stuff.
My friend Slayer was supposed to play with me last night at 8:30, but then he decided not to play, so I just decided to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So I was just like, yeah, I'll go to bed then.
That's one of the most difficult thing about gaming now. You know, it's just keeping a schedule, dude. This is why when the narrative of Xbox has no games or that 2022 was slow. I just when people tell me that kind of stuff, and I've been like this for the last 5 years, when people start throwing those statements at me, I just can't help myself. Dude, I just look at them and I'm like, dude, you guys aren't gamers. That's the first thing that pops to my mind that they're not gamers. Because a gamer would find something to play, and there's so many games that are out there across the board, man. Whether it's a single player, whether it's multiplayer, but especially multiplayer. Um, you can find things to do within that game. Now, if you don't like the game, that's another story, right? But to sit there and say that there are no games because you don't like the games that are being presented to you, that says more about, to me, that says more something about you than it does the actual the gaming industry. And that's one of the biggest problems I've had with so-called gamers, quote unquote. That's why, like about 3 years ago, no, I'll say 4 or 5 years ago, I was kind of like that too. I was like, yeah, there are no gamers anymore. I kind of knew it, but I just in my mind, it's the realization hit me really hard, especially when you're on social media. You see it, firsthand in real time. So, I mean, to me, it's kind of like if you can't, if especially the way I grew up, dude, if gamers find games and gamers play games, regardless of what it is. You might not like the game, maybe the game didn't hit the way you wanted to, but on the flip side, you could find something that you wouldn't think you would have liked and enjoyed it. You know what I mean? This is what it means to be part of gaming culture. And it's something that is lost because a lot of these people are not in the gaming culture. Dude, every time I do this now, no matter what time, there's always going to be noise. So, did you see the kind of funny thing? Their little Greg Miller's little epic rant there.
No, I did not.
Oh, dude, it's funny. It's funny because the videos and people shared it. That's how I see it. And so I clicked on it and I'm watching it, and you see it like just unveil right before your eyes, just the complete bias of the gaming media to the point where I'm listening to him and I was like, okay, if this is not a skit or they're trying to be funny, like I guess their title is kind of funny games, maybe that's a skit. But he was serious, man, and I just was like the absolute tone deafness of him talking about this stuff when they've been doing it for I know this year they've been nonstop on everything when it comes to leaks, right? And then to get exposed and then double down and try and make excuses for something that everybody can see is absolute bias. At that point in time, you should take a look at yourself. What they should have done, because it's coming from all sides, not just Xbox guys, it's coming from everywhere because people can see the blatant hypocrisy, right? So it would have been in their best interest to just look at that, actually read people's comments, right? Actually take a while to let it swirl in their head, think about it a little bit, like seriously, maybe for like half a day, and then become to realize that, yeah, they're part of the problem because they are. Because how you can sit there and try and justify defending Sony, which is what it is, and we know why. We've known why for a while. The media's been like this for a while. The fact that some people are look, I'll take it, I guess, but the fact that people are finally opening up with their eyes, especially big YouTubers, what of an influence on in the gaming narrative, is good. I'll take it, right? But I mean, this has been going on for 10 years. When Xbox got destroyed with the Xbox One, that was the first indicator right there. And instead of people, realizing it back then, because people aren't gamers anymore, they jumped in. It was like a blood fest, man. It's just blood was in the water, and it was just a feeding frenzy at that point, right? But unfortunately, it took all these years, 10 to be precise, and then people getting exposed through legal documents, man. It took legal actions for all of this stuff to come out, which is sad. Um, I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, we really need to move on in this gaming industry, and for me, that means Sony just needs not to exist. I know people think that's harsh, but I mean, these guys have been keeping us back for like 10 years, dude. For the last 10 years, man, they set the tone for the gaming media and the industry, and in some aspects, right? Because they play the console number thing, which I can't wait for that to get exposed. I don't believe anything they say, dude. I think they're pulling stuff like it's sold like secondhand. I wouldn't be surprised if Sony's like saying, "Well, these guys pawned their PlayStation 5s and then somebody else bought it, so that's a sale." Like, I'm waiting for that shoe to fall. So, but yeah, dude, go ahead, man. Whatever your thoughts are on it, dude. But if you haven't seen it, I recommend you go watch it because it's
Yeah, I'll have to watch it.
it's another narrative that's getting destroyed right now. Okay, let's see. I think I sent it to Heba. Yeah. I don't know if anybody can join, man. I'm doing it at an off time, but at least give everybody the opportunity to jump in if they want to, since it's a wrecking crew. This stuff is so. Yeah, but you know what I did, T? I was playing. I'm playing. What is it? Arcade Paradise? Paradise Arcade or Arcade Paradise?
No.
And and the reason why I did that is because of my stats. Because I was a little bit upset with myself. Because I kind of put myself out there like I love sim games, which I do, and my rating was so small, dude. I was really embarrassed. So I'm making it a point to like because I had my kids this week, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna make it a point to actually play. I don't know if E-Rock can join us, man. I'll send one to E-Rock. I know he's a busy man. Hopefully, Sega Man can join us. Gee, I know what you're like in your 30s, right?
I'm 34 now. My
Yeah,
birthday was on Friday.
yeah, I know you're a bit of a youngin. So try to bring some of these old heads in here, man. So I'm not the only one, ranting to the heavens. Um, yeah, this is crazy, dude. But yeah, so bear with us, guys. I'm just sending the stuff out, and again, I know this is Good a Friday too, man. Christmas right around the corner. Did you get all your shopping done?
I got most of my shopping done. I still have to go one more day of shopping, and that's on Sunday.
Yeah, my friend, I was trying to get him a copy of Baldur's Gate 3, and I couldn't get it for him.
Yeah, I got my buddy a copy of Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, so I guess Baldur's Gate 3 is Game of the Year, right? Because I can't find it.
Yeah.
Well, I live in Hawaii too. Like what I think is the same thing with Sonic. I had to actually order it from Amazon. But Amazon's just been so bad for me, maybe because where I live and stuff like that. But they're shipping. Like I ordered some clothes to try on, dude, and it took them. I didn't get it in. It took 2 months for it to get here. Um, Now they do a pretty good job of keeping you up to date with it, but it was irritating to me because I was like, dude, I mean, I'm a Prime member too, and some things, and they're just slipping to me. It's one of the reasons why I do it is because of the Prime membership. But I find myself sometimes if it's available where I am, I'll just go buy it there. So it's not really that membership is not really paying off for me the way that I like, and a lot of things are like that too. So I had somebody say to me like, "Oh, you use the music in the service." I'm like, "Not really, dude. Their music app is okay." And I don't really watch. There's TV shows. There's a couple stuff they put out there that was pretty good. And another thing too, because their service, when you have Netflix, to me that's the gold standard. Because I don't really have problems with Netflix as far as
Yeah,
streaming.
Netflix is gonna make an Assassin's Creed show.
Oh, are they?
Yep, it's in the works right now.
Dude, they're making everything. This
Yep.
is why I want Microsoft to follow that format, and I think they are. I mean, I think the bad news for people if you're on the Sony side and you refuse to see the writing on the wall is that Microsoft is not stopping. They are not. I believe they've absolutely run the numbers when it comes to Game Pass and why they created Game Pass. Um, and the current narrative that's been dominating the news for the last 2 weeks, especially, is Sony's troubles with their AAA titles. But sorry guys, sorry about the noise. That's the garbage truck coming by. If you guys didn't know where I live, they went green for some reason. So they have pickups for recycling and stuff like that, which I think is funny. Because a lot of people here in Hawaii, they would recycle their own stuff and get the money back, for like the cans and stuff. And so they were like, "Oh no, we'll do it. We'll do it, and then we'll add it to your garbage thing," which everybody would prefer the double garbage pickup that we used to get. And then a lot of these places that recycle, they all went out of business. So now you only get a few, right? Because people are getting conditioned to like use the city system. But people got to make money somehow. So yeah, but yeah, so that's the narrative that's been dominating the news cycle, which is good to see. Like I said, man, I mean, when 2013 hit, dude, and I've talked about this on the channel. When 2013 hit and Xbox One was released, I was all in just for the simple fact that I wanted it to be my media hub. Right. This is what I would use the PlayStation for, honestly. The PlayStation, I always used it because they had pretty unique games. They had indie games at the time, but basically that was I liked Sony's electronics the most, and I liked them as an entertainment company. So if you guys didn't realize this, Sony in the '90s dominated every facet of entertainment, and the only one that they didn't was gaming, and they came into that at the height of when Nintendo and Sega was big. And kudos to them, man. I mean, and they brought in the thing that helped them the most was their electronics helped sell their gaming unit. And it's ironic because I see Microsoft doing that now, dude. Microsoft is gonna use their Game Pass to sell their units to get more people into their ecosystem. That's kind of how Sony built theirs, right? Because a lot of people, we talk about this all the time, that I knew were not gamers, but they gravitated to Sony, and it was something as simple as having CDs. They had Sony electronics. Most of the people I knew, like myself, right? So they naturally gravitated. Then Sony made it kind of cool because when you were a gamer back then, it wasn't cool to be a gamer, right? When people use the terms geeks and nerds, it wasn't in a flattering way like it is now. People can put that on their resume and get cred. It wasn't like that back then. Right? And I know we've talked about this ad nauseum, but just to give people background. But that's how it was back then, dude. And Sony found its way into the market, and that's why I find it ironic that the Sony fanboys are complaining, basically bitching and moaning about what Xbox is doing when Sony, I mean, Sony does that to this day, but Sony, that's how they got into the industry, right? And I know a lot of these PlayStation guys are younger too, so they don't know the history of their own company, which I think is even sad because they talk the most trash in the gaming community. This is why people cannot stand them. This is one of the reasons I don't like them at all. And this is why I don't care if they go away. I think gaming would, because you have people now, it's like, oh, we need the competition, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, dude. Atari went away. Sega went away, right, to make space for Sony. So Sony can go away and somebody else will fill that shoes. It'll be Microsoft. Right. And I think under Microsoft, with Microsoft leading the industry, a lot of like Nintendo will be fine, PC gaming will be fine, all of that stuff will be fine, unless they do stuff that's, well, and at least in the sense of Nintendo, do something stupid. right? Or have a bad year, maybe that's not good for them. But to me, Nintendo's kind of like the Disney of gaming. They have a built-in audience, right? They have a built-in mindset with their consumer base, right? They have a built-in mindset with parents, right? Like I said, that's why I make the theory Disney correlation, right? This is why Nintendo goes out of their way to protect their customers because they know that parents are pretty much their lifeblood. Hey, what's up, Tom, man? Welcome to the podcast, man. I know, as always, right? Just out random out of the some weird time. Pretty sure people are working right now. Um, but that's basically what Sony did. So now Microsoft is just doing to them what they did to Sega, and I love it. I love every minute of it. Dude. That's why it was great to see that trailer from Sega saying we're back and we have these games that we everybody's been asking for. But yeah, dude, it's good times, dude. Good times. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's only upside from here, man. 2024, I think is going to be absolutely huge for Xbox, and I don't think they're going to stop, dude. Like you heard about E3, of course. Everybody talks about E3 being gone. I don't think Microsoft's going to miss a beat because they carry 2023, and they get no credit for it. You know, Microsoft gets no credit for carrying 2023, both in gaming, as far as content, as well as representation. And by representation, I mean like industry standards of showcases, right? Um, Setting trends, um, tech, pushing the industry forward. And then PlayStation has been stuck on stupid, and nobody called them out until now because you can't look. And I'm not going to give these guys 100% credit. They have no choice now, right? All the stuff that's happening to PlayStation right now has been happening for years, man. Just people didn't want to look at it honestly. They didn't want to, it's like the king has no clothes or the emperor has no clothes. Right? If you had any bit of common sense and you weren't a biased hack, a piece of trash, shilling for Sony, right? And you looked at things honestly, right? You could see what was going on. Yeah. And I'm gonna be waiting, T. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be waiting for all these videos that should be pouring in of these people admitting that they were wrong in 2013. Right? I'm gonna wait for those videos. I'm gonna be waiting for the videos for all these people that said that Microsoft needs to, and these are pony bots. All you pony bots out there. I'm tempted to name you guys. I'm gonna try and be nice today because it's almost Christmas, right? And I know a lot of us know who these guys are, right? That used to rep Xbox and then they went to the other side, right? For whatever reasons. A lot of it just so that they could build a channel, or they couldn't stand the heat of the console war, so they switched sides. They're basically Benedict Arnolds, right? And so I'm waiting for those videos because these are the same clowns that sat there and said, well, the problem with my Xbox is we don't have AAA bangers. We need our God of War. Well, obviously with all the news coming out, right? You didn't need a God of War. Right? Some of their
I
biggest
always have something to play,
yes.
so I don't want to hear that. I
Yeah.
always have something to play.
Well, that's just how you knew. And a lot of these guys, they associate with Sony guys. A lot of them have PlayStations, which is fine, dude. If you can have a PlayStation, I don't care. You have a PlayStation. But if you're supposedly rep Xbox and you want Xbox to be PlayStation, then just go play PlayStation. Right? Just cut your losses. I have no problem with people doing that at all. Dude, I don't even care. Honestly, man, I say this all the time. I don't even care what the PlayStation people do or what's going on the PlayStation side. I've made my choice. But again, dude, we constantly get drilled by these dudes. And then when it's happening on your own side, on top of that, these people are like, well, we need a Spider Man. Like some of these dudes celebrated when we got Blade, right? They had the Blade trailer and they're like, see, I told you guys we need a superhero game. I wrote them right back. I said, the only reason you're getting that superhero game is because of Game Pass. Don't get it twisted. If there was no Game Pass, because Microsoft, they run the numbers. They know. They knew that AAA. This is why you never got AAA games, man. They would have put themselves in the same situation Sony was in, right? They needed something to give them a reason to do this kind of stuff, right? And if you look at what Microsoft has now, there is absolutely no reason for you not to be gaming on your Xbox. I played something stupid called like Dodo's Donuts, right? And I don't mean stupid in the sense of it's a bad game. I actually got addicted. I ended up playing this game for almost 2 hours. And all it is a simple indie game. It's on the summer Winterfest thing. I saw somebody play it on the I Did Xbox showcase, and it looked fun because it was like a throwback, like an old school. So it's a combination of like Burger Time, Popeye, Donkey Kong. You can tell whoever made this game was like grew up back in that generation of arcades. And it's fun, dude. It's fun. It's addictive. It has that addictiveness, as in it's not addictive as in like you're going through different levels and all this kind of stuff. It's an addictive in the old school arcade way of when you used to try and beat the high score. Or if you die because of something dumb, you're like, oh man, why am I dying? I could do better. Like it takes you back to that time. And then an hour and a half passes by, and then I'm like, dude, I gotta stop playing this game because there's other stuff I need to play. And 2 hours passed by, and then I just turned it off. I was like, okay. But guess what? When it becomes available to buy, I'm gonna pick it up. And that's what Microsoft was doing. While people were kissing Sony's ass, saying how great they are, saying they're awesome, they're the industry leaders, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? That they're all of this and that. And all Microsoft did was sit back, take the criticism, learn from it, listen to the gamers. And then at some point in time, they realized that these people aren't gamers, that they're full of crap. Especially when you have somebody who's a gamer and Phil Spencer that runs Xbox now, that understands what gaming is and actually games according to his stats. And congratulations to you, you outgamed him. So that was impressive. You outgamed the head of Xbox.
Yeah, I did. I beat Phil. I'm
Yeah,
happy.
you beat Phil. But
Off
his
game and actual time, so that's good. Don't
dude,
care whether you were playing Starfield the entire time, boss. Just that still beat you.
you know what I was gonna do? I saw that my numbers went up. I said, "Oh, I should repost my stats." I was like, "No, no." But again, right? It's when you have somebody like that at the helm, it's always.
I want to know if I beat Crap Gamer, yo. I really do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. That's why he doesn't show.
I would love to know if I beat Freddy, yo. I would love to know that. Just I saw him gaming online just this afternoon, and I'm like, no, I want to know that. I want to know that so bad.
Dude, I bet you beat him on Xbox and PlayStation.
Yeah, that'd be funny if my Xbox time beat both his times in both PlayStation and Xbox.
Dude, he puts out so many videos. There's no way that he can.
Yeah,
That he
nah.
could be like have a higher time in gaming. He talks more about it than he actually games.
He's more neutral now, and I appreciate that. But it's just it's not something that I was kind of keen on knowing. I was like, no, I know I beat Phil. I know I beat everybody else. I just wanted to. I even beat Dustin. I want to know if I beat Crap Gamer.
You know the sad part about that is if he just would have held on, it would have been all good.
I don't even care if I beat Randall Thor or not. I the guy with the million. I don't know if I would even beat him, but nah, I would definitely want to know if I beat Crap. Just for
According to a lot of these guys, right? Oh, sorry. Let me change this real quick. According to a lot of these guys, man, they there's nothing to play on Xbox.
yeah, that's what the guy was. That's what the guy's narrative was. I didn't appreciate that. I always have something to play.
Yeah.
And I'm always playing something, so I don't want to hear that there's no games because I have plenty of games to play. I even bought Dead Island 2. I'm just waiting to play it with my friend.
Yeah, that's probably the next game I'll get my daughter because she liked the first. Oh no, not Dead Island. No, I did buy her the second one. That other, it's that Dying Light. She loved Dying Light, so. And then she beat Dying Light too. Dude, she beat it so fast. I was like, dude, I gotta step my game up. Dude, that's what I'm looking at right now. I was like, dude, I do these.
Yo, shout out to Sega Man though, because his daughter passed her driver's test.
Oh, did she?
Yep.
Oh, is that good? Is that good news?
Yeah, it's good news.
So Sega Man are gonna have to give up that car.
Yeah.
That's funny. Dude. No, that's good. Yeah, congratulations, Sega Man. I sent them a link, dude. Hopefully, he can jump in here. And he bought. Did I send one to Unlimited? I think Unlimited is working today, though. Everybody has to get that last day of work in. Hold on. Man, it's like I live in an avian, man. Just all these birds drive me nuts. And I like birds. But what's going on in Hawaii, man, is they used to like streamline the type of invasive species and stuff. And I don't know. I guess we got budget cuts, and so that ain't happening anymore, dude. There's like all kind of weird insects, and we got chickens all over the place. We got like feral chickens now, infesting Hawaii. And that it doesn't bother me, right? Especially when I sleep, dude. I guess that's the biggest problem because a lot of the people who are moving here, they're so loud, and it's like they moved from the city to the country, and they're kind of like these they're a menace, and a lot of people here is like, no, don't touch them. Yeah, people kind of say like that. They were here before you, so don't touch them. Don't mess with the chicken. For me personally, you know how I roll, dude. It's like if dying light actually happens, or what are you playing? You said zombie. No, what did you say? Island, Dead Island. If Dead Island actually happens, dude, we need a food source. So just leave those chickens alone. Okay, I sent one to unlimited as well. Did I miss anybody? Dude, I can't keep up with this list. Did you make any progress on COD?
I'm 65 now.
Wow. Yeah, I was hoping to play this week, but then I gotta play Stargate.
Yeah, they added a new mode, uh, snow fight,
Yeah.
and it's just us throwing snowballs at each other. But it's a round based, and you only get one life per round, and I think that's really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have an infected mode for the holiday, and you get unlimited lives. But every time you start off with a shotgun, and once you die, you get a knife. So while the other team is zombies.
Oh, that's cool. So it's like they're yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then they had shipments where they had different maps for the for the Christmas concept, and I was like, okay.
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. It's just constantly adding content. And these people don't want to think about it in these terms, man. Which is why another reason why the AAA narrative needs to blow up, right? And I'm not saying I'm against AAA narratives, man, or that Microsoft can't do them or shouldn't do them, right? But they should do it with the caveat of what they're doing it perfectly, in my opinion, right? People can say like all they want to about how they play games, but the numbers don't lie. And the numbers that are coming back on the new Spider-Man game. And granted, look, I'll say this too: it's like I know the economy's bad, and when economies are bad, stuff like this gets put on the back burner, right? Because people got to eat, people got to pay for a place to live, people got to keep the lights on, and it's good to have water as well. So this is actually one of the negatives that Xbox has to deal with. The positive is that they're an affordable way to get gaming for some people. The negative is that a lot of people's disposable cash is not there anymore. So I always try and keep that into consideration. But still, right when it comes to Sony, man, this is the pony that they bet on. Right, this is the way that they wanted to run this race, man. This is the game plan they had from the beginning of their season, and they ran with it. And the problem with their game plan is it's hard for them to adjust, and it shows that they can't adjust. That it's near impossible for them to adjust because number one, it's their mindset is one thing, but number two, it's just like a big tanker, man. You just can't turn it all around. You can't turn it on a dime. They're going to have to be a lot of growing pains for them to go through in order to get to any type of level that Xbox is at. The only thing that they have going for them right now, and I'm going to be honest, dude, it's a powerful, it's a good superpower to have. Is that their brand is recognizable as strong. Some of the stuff that, some of the invincibility that their brand gives them, um, is nothing to scoff at. I've never taken them not seriously. I just didn't like believing all the BS when it came to stuff that Sony, people said about Sony all the time. Because a lot of those people aren't speaking from experience; they're just parroting what other people are saying. Right? And that's another thing. Hey, Tool Man, thanks, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas, bro. I hope you. I hope you get everything you want, man.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too, man. I'll add you on Twitter. You just gotta tell me what it is.
Yeah, dude. Christmas. I love Christmas. Christmas and Thanksgiving, man. It's like a one-two punch.
Yeah, I'm gonna get everything paid for this year, so I'm happy.
Oh man, that's a good thing.
But in the new year, I want the Skull and Bones. I want to watch the Halo season 2. I want to watch Aquaman on Saturday.
Oh, you're gonna go see it? I know a lot of my friends, man, they kind of checked out on superhero movies in general. And again, it's for various reasons, man. I like me. See, I wanted to go watch the Godzilla, but I couldn't get anybody like my kids and stuff like that. I think that's a little bit too old school for them, and they're busy too, man. They got stuff to do, um, which is fine. So I was trying to get my mom to go, but there's stuff going on with my grandmother as well. So yeah, but let me know if you want to talk about it on a podcast. We can. I heard that but it's not doing too well in the theaters.
It
But I
got
think,
a 6. I'm
oh,
happy with that.
okay. I think like anything else, man, we put too much into stuff like this. Right? I mean, I'm a fan, but I'm also part of the culture. So when I talk about these things, I talk it from that perspective. But if you're just a regular person that just wants to go watch a movie, just go watch the movie. Right? Because a lot of people are just on media right now. It's just like with video games, man. A lot of people, these influencers and stuff like that. I'm not saying nobody can have an opinion, but a lot of people, because their channels become so important to them and they're looking at the numbers and stuff, man, they do stuff that's not really in the best interest of everybody. That's like if somebody doesn't check out a video and a review, if you're gonna have a bias, you should spit that out right from the jet or right from the get go. Hey, what's up, brother? If you can join, I sent you a link on Twitter. I sent to E-Rock and said, man, because dude, we need to take a victory lap, man. Like you're saying, the perspective changing. For me, it's the narrative, right? These guys have been lying for over 10 years, and now it's finally catching up with them. The truth is being exposed. These guys are being put on blast. I will be more than happy to help with that process to facilitate that turnover. Because there's like big names now talking about it that never touched it. They might have danced around it, right? Um, and of course, like I was telling T, bro, I mean, are we going to get an apology from these dudes that's been talking about what Microsoft should or shouldn't do, especially when it comes to, these guys that just basically wanted Xbox to be PlayStation 2.0, that will get support from people on the pony side, the people that they hang out with, right? Or the people that they want to be accepted by, because they can't handle the heat of being an Xbox, like being 100% Xbox all in bleed green. These guys were never that strong. Which is fine with me, dude. If you want to be just a general gamer, then just be a general gamer, dude. Take that Xbox out.
Yeah, but I want to see it too. I'm kind of curious how they're gonna do the Mantis and the actual brother and brother bond. I want to see that, so I'm gonna go see it next Saturday.
Well, they introduced the kid, right? He has a kid with
The father had a kid. Yeah,
the father.
yeah, the father.
Oh, I thought it was Aquaman that had a kid.
No,
Oh,
no,
oh, with the because he got back together with his mom.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, that's why they said bloodline. I thought bloodline because it was him, his kid. Because they did that in the comic book, right?
Yeah. And then I got 200 from my father's for my birthday, so I spent it on Spartacus finally, and then
Oh,
I spent it
okay.
on Underworld Evolution.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You were talking about that last time. You got to pick those up. Yeah, Heba, if you can, jump in, dude. Then you can go on your rant. You deserve it. Of all the people I know, man, you've been talking about this stuff the longest. I know you won't get any credit for it, except from guys like us. But I think I've known Hebot since 2013. No, when did we talk, man? 2014, right? 2015, around that time frame. So all the stuff that's going on with Sony right now, me and him used to talk about. And then Hebot, especially, man, he got put through the burnt, man. He got the stuff that the ponies did to him, man, and even Xbox guys did to him. It's unforgivable. So take your victory lap, dude. In fact, you should do a video and take a bow. That's what you should name your video. Take a bow, and then you can just pat yourself on the back, dude. Because these guys won't admit that they're wrong. We'll never see Mooch come out with a video talking about how he was wrong, or Crap Gamer throwing himself on his sword. I know he's trying to come back over, like T said. I've seen his videos just because they for some reason they still pop up on my stuff. Um, but he's basically more, yeah, like you said, T, right? He's more middle of the road now. Which to me, I think he should have been from the jump, man. If he couldn't handle the Xbox heat, because he got a lot of it as well. Right. But to me, that the things that you do actually tell me more about you than what you say, what you tell me, with your words. I actually look at your actions. That's just the way I am. That's why I never fall into the trap of following people that you think are Xbox and then they turn out to be undercover ponies. Or nor am I hurt or offended when people betray you, because I tend to think when I look at certain people, I tend to think, okay. That's why I always was never had a problem with you, T. You're very direct and honest.
Yeah, my honesty is what gets me crippled sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Eh,
Yeah,
but I'm not, and I know that, so that's fine.
yeah. Well, for what it's worth, I appreciate it. So
Yeah. No, I'm just waiting for Sony to fold. That's just what it's waiting for. I'm just waiting for them to fold.
yeah, it's
They
sad, man.
will fold eventually, especially if you keep getting hacked.
Yeah, well, okay, that's what I meant to ask you. I'm sorry, I got kind of sidetracked, but when I sent you the invitation, I was like, oh, there's something I want to ask you because I know you're more about it than I am. Is this targeted? That's happening to them? Is there people doing this for?
That's what some people are saying. They say it's PC people doing it to them
But why? Why would they do that?
because they badmouth PC.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
So you can badmouth the Xbox guys all you want to because we don't have the time. But man, when they started doing that to PC,
yeah.
dude, that's. I mean, in my mind, I was thinking that, but like I said, like when I was talking to Dea and you and
That
Dea,
makes sense too. I'm sorry, it does.
well, when you're number one, right? That's what they always say. The Sony guys, we're number one. I said, well,
Yeah,
with all the with to the king comes all the spoils, but then out comes all the problems, dude. So here you go. Take your number one, and we'll see how you do. I felt bad. I wanted to send like the cybersecurity training because I work for the government, so we have to have cybersecurity training all the time. So I was like, here's some cybersecurity training, Sony. Maybe you try some of these steps and see how it works out for you. Just a couple of things you could do, like not leave your password on the desk, maybe. Yeah, but these hackers, man, I'm not gonna lie, dude. They smell kind of scary, dude. I mean, I know Sony probably doesn't have the best security. I mean, they don't put the effort in it like other companies do, which is a shame, right? Because how many times have they gotten exposed?
yeah.
I mean, constantly, dude. I learned my lesson the hard way with them, man. My information got exposed, but what happened was I had already gone through um, with the bank that I had, dude, and that one was an inside job. They found out, dude. Federal got involved with that because they're a federal credit union, and then the FBI and all of the federal police, all those guys were in on it. I mean, that had to get into the investigation, and it came to find out that the bank I was using, man, that the people that were responsible for their security was the ones that hacked it. They tried to go outside and do a third party thing, but when you do something like that and there's too many people involved, there's too many hands in the cookie jar, it's eventually going to get exposed, and they were able to trace the trail. It was on the news, man. It was huge. It was a big ring, and so yeah, dude, lost all the money in my account. Got it all back because it's a credit union, but that bank that I was with, they ended up shutting down. They shut that bank down because they had to pay everybody back. But some of the people in that bank are retirees, right? And they have a lot of money there. So, but that's not even the case of Sony, man. Sony's just like it's just leaving the front door unlocked, and people are just coming in. And not taking away from the skills of the hackers, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? For a long time, these incidents have shown that they need to step up their game, and I don't think they're going to do that at all. I mean, I'm just being realistic. So, I mean, if they, what they might end up doing, man, they might actually just they'll go recluse, go back into being just a Japanese company and leaving the international market, or at least contributing or participating in the overall gaming industry on a wide scale, but doing it from Japan, from the Japanese perspective. Right. And I think if they did that, they could like clamp down a little bit. But I mean, I would be happy to go out of business. Just being honest. But maybe that's what they have to do to manage themselves, because I think they're too big, and they're just they're losing in every area, man. Like electronics, they're done. All that stuff. They're not the same company anymore. So, but yeah, dude, that's why sometimes, man, you just gotta watch. You gotta know your enemy, man, and stop talking trash, dude. Be a little bit humble, man. But these ponies, they just can't do it. They talk so much trash online.
Hmm.
Like they feel themselves too much too, man. They just attack everybody and not thinking that there are going to be consequences. Yeah, I agree with you, T. That's what I was thinking about. Because I saw people saying, "Oh, it's Microsoft that's doing that," or Microsoft is paying people. I'm like, why would Microsoft do that? They could just destroy them when they want to. Microsoft. It's like the way that people talk about Microsoft being this big evil corporation, but not giving them the respect that a big evil corporation would get. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, dude, even in Star Wars, the rebels knew they hated the Empire, but they knew that the Death Star was a real threat. People gave their lives for that plan, for those plans, right? And that doesn't. I don't know, man. I don't know there's no reasoning in the pony stables, man. These guys, the way that they think is just they're in their own little world. It's kind of sad. Do you think that they'll ever fix it, T? Their PC problems?
Probably not.
Yeah. You know, way back in the day, we had a Vio, and I bought it because it was kind of it was a brand thing and stuff like that. And it was a cool little laptop, right? And of course, aesthetically, it was awesome. But yeah, over time, man, it just didn't run well, you know. And even though they're bulkier laptops, so one of the reasons I bought it was just because of the compact size, you know, it's easy to carry. But over time, you just realize why the people who make laptops still have laptops the size of like like a small monitor, you know. It's just like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you got to put in there and it got to run properly. So aesthetically, it looked good overall. Then it wasn't that great. And then eventually that brand would die too. People don't really realize how many L's Sony's taken over the years. And I know for a fact, because my friend was he was worse than me when it came to Sony. He'd buy everything they had, and they have a lot more failures than they do successes. But they had the money and the clout back in the day to actually do that kind of stuff. And it's basically advanced R&D, so you could take those risks. But even if you take risk and you pushing the industry forward, you got to be realistic about what you're doing. I think that's where Microsoft set itself apart, or at least with Xbox going forward. I mean, they might not get all the accolades, and they might not be like the first one to do certain things. As far as aesthetically pleasing to people and setting the trends in the way that the general population wants, but I like the way that they look at everything through the lens of what's profitable, what's successful, why or why not something might work. Is something sustainable? Are these people really buying games? Social media would suggest one thing, but the stats say something else. Again, this is why you have Game Pass, in my opinion. Game Pass was the ultimate nullifier to find a happy solution between people that like to play all kind of games and keep it affordable and benefit both the consumer and the developers and the publishers and Microsoft themselves. That happy medium, that's the best medium they can find. This is why I always push it and I want it to be successful because I think that would be good for everybody. That's just not me sitting here trying to put up Game Pass for my own selfish purposes, which I do enjoy it. Because Game Pass has issues too, man. It does. I think I don't worry about it too much because I'm pretty sure Microsoft knows what they are, and they are constantly asking for input, and I'm more than happy to share my input with them. Like T, do you think there's anything Microsoft really has a problem when it comes to Game Pass, or what do you think?
Putting them out in a timely manner.
Like in which way? Like the games that they have?
Yeah.
Do you think that they have too many games?
No, not yet.
What would be your ideal then?
Make sure the games come out on release.
But what would you think would be too many games, like an overall number?
Well, I have 634, so
So like for me, I'll just say this. For me, when I look at Game Pass, like if it's healthy, it'll have 1,000 games in inventory at one time across the genre. That's how I look at it. If 1,000 games in Game Pass is sustainable, like profitable, manageable, all of that, to me that would signify significant growth. Because Microsoft doesn't share the numbers, but one thing I notice is every year they keep on adding to the number of games that are in Game Pass. We're way beyond the 100. Like when they first started off with 100 games, they're way beyond that. Through whatever third party deals they do, the day and date, right? First party stuff they put in there. The stuff that they work out like with EA. I know a lot of people wanted what was it? Ubisoft, right? No, was it Ubisoft that did their own? But you have to pay for that subscription separately, as opposed to it being included with Xbox. I know people are looking at that. But if I'm being honest, that would be my litmus test for um, if them being unstoppable. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is just because that would indicate that more than just people that like to, it'll there's people that are in the system that are playing the variety of games um, at that level, at that number count. Which to me would bode well for Xbox, because it would tell me that their subscription numbers are definitely higher than what people are giving them credit for. Oh wow, they finally sent me my letter. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here. So anything else you think they can do?
No.
I think some of the issues that Microsoft will deal with when it comes to Game Pass is outside of their hands. Because a lot of it will have to do with sorry, I gotta really open this, guys. A lot of it will have to do with the gamers themselves. Again, this is a worry for me, right? Because when I'm looking at the whole thing with the active or the leaks with Spider-Man or Wolverine, but the actual leaks of Spider-Man and how much people actually bought the game, right? All of that stuff is concerning to me in the sense of I don't care if that affects Sony, to be honest with you. But what is an indicator of is that people, I think we have the issue of people overestimating how many people play games, how many people are actually gamers, because it's people who play games and gamers that sustain the industry. Now, a lot of it could be transitioning, right? You have a younger generation becoming older generation. Um, that's why I think Nintendo's able to stick around a lot of times because Nintendo has a built-in audience with kids and parents on top of their hardcore people that play the game. But like I said, they're like Disney in that sense. I'm not saying that they're unstoppable. What is that? They can't be that they can't go like bankrupt or anything like that. I'm not saying they will either, but I'm just saying nobody's impervious, right? But they have a pretty good formula there if they maintain the status quo, especially, right? Like I don't have animosity towards Nintendo, but I'm just being realistic when I look at them, right? Because I've experienced that firsthand because my kids have transitioned away from Nintendo. Where my daughter used to play Pokemon, now she's playing Bethesda games because she's older now. But what ends up happening with Nintendo, they tend to come back and they tend to be able to replenish that audience because there's always going to be kids. And there's always going to have parents having kids, and there's always going to be kids. So the parents want something that's safe, something that's, that kids can learn and not to run into problems with. They don't want to be having to fix stuff, right? Nintendo fits that. Fits that job perfectly, which is good, right, for them. But my main concern is like for people that like myself who are gamers and we like to game, like we're into the culture of gaming, right? It's like we are the ones that drive the industry, and I don't see our numbers getting replenished. You know what I mean, T?
Yeah.
Is that like for you? What do you think? Do you think? Because I think it's a real problem, honestly. after seeing these Spider-Man numbers, because supposedly Spider-Man is the best game ever made. Sony is the best console ever made. They keep on telling us that. Did you know that PlayStation 5 sold 50 million consoles? Did you know that?
Yep, I knew that.
Yeah, I don't even follow PlayStation, but I know that. You know why I know that? Because they constantly tell us this. Right?
Yeah.
But the fact that you sold 50 million consoles and that it looks like Spider-Man didn't even break 2 million, right? That's the rumors coming out. That's what people are saying now, right? Because now what's happening is now they're starting to put Sony under their microscope, right? So a lot of the stuff we already knew about the way their AAA games sell and the influence of AAA bangers, right? That the Ponybots wants Microsoft to have, right, is not sustainable. So the only concern I have about that, again, I don't care about Sony, but the way that gaming is in general. You see what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean? Do people actually play video games? Because you have an Xbox right now, a service that they're providing that's very cheap. It's so cheap that people still make the mistake of saying that free games you're getting this month. And this is the gaming media, by the way, that I'm talking about, which blows my mind. Not only are they wrong on the negative stuff towards Xbox, they're also wrong on the positive stuff towards Xbox. It's mind blowing how bad they are. Um, but they make this mistake of saying every month that, oh, this are your free games for December, this is your free games for November. September has an awesome month because all these free games you're getting, they're not free. You're paying a subscription service, right? And the reason why I push that is because if Microsoft decides to raise the cost of it, then people will realize it's not free, right? And then you're caught in that little back and forth. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's put everything on the table. Let it put everything up front, right? But the kicker is, are you getting your money's worth from that service? And I've learned to ignore the outliers that people tell me it's a horrible system. The only people I'll listen to when they talk about Game Pass and Game Pass being not being their cup of tea is usually people that don't have time to play video games. Because they open up their Game Pass, there's so many games they're trying to play a game, but they're not going to get the value because value to them is like when how they that's the sets Netflix apart from Game Pass. Is Netflix is usually an hour or 2 hours. Very rarely it's several hours or a series, right? But you can break into, but you can knock those out. Where video games, like one video game alone in Game Pass, could occupy your whole time. Case in point, Warhammer Dark Tide 40, Warhammer 40K Dark Tide. That is a multiplayer game with a built-in ecosystem within the game, with people that can play it constantly, to the point where it would behoove me just to buy the game because I constantly play it. And there's stuff designed in the game to keep you attached to it. So when you're playing Dark Tide Warhammer, when you're playing Warhammer 40K Dark Tide, right? Your time is being occupied by that, so you're not playing that indie game that you might have been interested that just released, or that AAA title from Microsoft that just released, or whatever deal Microsoft might have did with a third party to drag them in, or bringing Grand Theft Auto back in. Right? It's so much content that they're putting in there, right? But there's only so much time. Because that's one of the first things a good friend of mine told me, and he's a PlayStation guy, but he doesn't go into the console war stuff. He just plays games. He just likes the games on PlayStation. But the one thing I learned from him is that he likes PlayStation. You know why?
Why?
Because he doesn't have to invest a lot of time in PlayStation.
Yeah.
Right? You could beat God of War. This is why that narrative was so true. And I've seen it for real time. And it's not him hating on Xbox. Like he has an Xbox too, but he prefers to play games like God of War. But because he's really busy, man, this dude works and he has a business on the side, and he has kids, right? He has young kids, so he doesn't have a lot of time to play video games. So, being able to fire up a PlayStation game and knock it out over the weekend, right? And that's when he told me that, and that because I know he loves to play games, but he's not as hardcore as he used to be. So Game Pass would have been right up his alley because he doesn't buy into the which one is better. He just likes playing games. But because his life dictates his time and how he spends his time, and he gravitates to games that he can finish quickly, and he's not a big indie game guy. Because at some point in time, PlayStation had indie games that we talk about. He goes, I don't really play those. So that's all I know. This was years ago. I've known this guy for a long time. So he's kind of my litmus test when it comes to PlayStation. That's a scary thought to me because That means if a lot of people are like that, whether life has changed their circumstances or people just don't game like how we do, right? That could be a negative. That could definitely be a negative. When I see those numbers, I'm like, yeah, because people are not gamers. And if we're being honest, you can disagree with me if you want. Game Pass is geared towards people who are gamers. It's geared for everybody, but it's especially people that are gamers because in order to get your money's worth, right? That's the difference with where you can tell a person's a gamer by how they talk about the Game Pass subscription service on social media. Like for me, it's awesome. It's always awesome. But when I hear a person says, "Well, I don't think this, and this," and then you look at all you have to do is look at their profile. They're usually a PlayStation gamer, and they only play or they only play Madden or COD, which is fine. I'm not hating on them for that. But if you only play one game, right? Why would you have Game Pass? Now, to your point, T, I do agree with you though that putting COD into Game Pass will change a lot. That will be that will be huge.
That's next year.
That's next year, which I think Microsoft looked at and that's why they did. Like Microsoft been looking at this stuff up, down, left, and right. They do that too, and it came to the consensus that yeah, putting COD into Game Pass would be a boon for a lot of different reasons. Of which, if I say some of them, people will get totally pissed off because they don't want a certain company to go away. Of which I don't care because I think they need to go away. Honestly, right? I'm just being honest, dude. But that's the thing that I see. With all the gaming media and the industry getting exposed the way that they do, we can actually have honest conversations of which way the industry is going to go. And I think that would be the best for everybody involved because it would allow us to look at things clearly, right? And then to plan accordingly. And I think Microsoft has already done that. It also helps that they have a lot of money. Again, you guys, I know these Sony ponies don't like to hear me say this stuff, but this is what Sony did back in the day. When they were the big, when they were the bully on the block, and they came in rampaging like what they say, like a rhinoceros through a china shop. And that's what they did. They just came in running roughshod over everybody, right? And as we can see, making those deals even back then that they make now, that was their bread and butter. That was their game plan. And then Microsoft decided to get involved, right? Microsoft's like, okay, we'll support Xbox now. And that was the scary part, right? Because they couldn't put the final nail in Xbox coffin when it was just up and up, right? Now, Daddy Microsoft got involved, right? And that they did it not because they know anything about, not because they care about the console or gaming culture, right? I'm pretty sure Microsoft looked at Phil, asked Phil, Phil told them what it's up, and then they saw a way to make profit and to grow the brand. That's what it boils down to. And if you guys don't believe me, in the last at that Game Awards thing, you look at the trailers now. They do the Xbox logo, and what comes right after? Did you notice that, T? On the
What?
trailers, it's the Microsoft logo now. Comes right after.
Yeah.
Yep. That's and nobody picked up on that. I'm like, dude, did you guys see that? And they're like, oh, what are you talking about? Like, dude, the Microsoft logo is now on there. And people are like, oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I wonder what that means. I'm like, that, dude. They pay the bills, man. This is why for a couple months now, I don't say Xbox, I say Microsoft, and then there's like ponies that are like, yo, well, it's Xbox. I'm like, no, dude, Microsoft writes the checks. That's who you're dealing with right now. You're not dealing with Xbox anymore. You're dealing with Microsoft. It's basically like, and they can't get that through their brain because they're still stuck on Xbox. But I'm like, yeah, like if Amazon got involved, you wouldn't say that it was what's Amazon service? I forgot whatever service Amazon has. Or Google had, whatever when they came into the market, Stadia, whoever does Stadia, right? You guys didn't look at it as Stadia, you looked at the parent company, right? Because that's what they're known as. This is what Microsoft is doing now. You have to change your mindset. Even the Xbox guys, right? Just like and look, I have nothing against. I love Xbox, right? I always address Xbox as Xbox, but when it comes to the business and the money and the actual changes that are happening in the industry, it will be Microsoft for me from now on because it's their bank, dude. Their bank is like I say all the time, their bank is their superpower, and they're wielding it now. But I would say that they're like Superman, right? Right now, they understand the level of the power they have, right? They're trying to be responsible, somewhat, right? I'm pretty sure even Superman has bad days, so maybe we'll catch a little bad days from Microsoft. But for the most part, they've been really, they're listening. I mean, to be honest with you, T, like, just be honest. If Microsoft wanted it, couldn't they end everything?
They have 3 trillion, so yes.
Yeah, they can. If they wanted Sony, that's why I don't. Then people are like trying to blame Microsoft, like they're hiring the hackers. I was like, they don't have to hire anybody. They just have to exert one of the all the 3 billion they have. They just have to or 3 trillion they have. They just have to exert 1 trillion, and everybody's done. I was like, dude, you guys don't understand the power that they wield. I mean, not just in money, dude, but in influence, dude. Microsoft runs on everything. Like I said, dude, I work federal. I know. I experienced it with them firsthand, dude. They won that contract, dude. Everything's with the internet. And some people aren't happy about it, right? Because they like their own. Some people like Google better than Bing, right? Bing works out for me because I'm in the ecosystem, but that's just the way it is. And the fact that Microsoft actually won that contract from Google, that was amazing. Like Google didn't help themselves, helping China. Just being honest. Operation Dragonfly. You guys can go read about it online. They got their hands in the cookie jar. And then when people are trying to say that it was some kind of conspiracy against Google, then one of the founders of their technology quit because he saw it and he was mad. Because what he founded the company for and what they are now is two different things. And Microsoft could go the same route. They could go evil. They could get that. Superman could get that red kryptonite. And start wielding their power unwieldy. But I mean, look, there's companies doing that right now. Microsoft seems to be the one to go to. That's why, honestly, guys, you guys shouldn't like worship a brand. And I know that's hypocritical coming from me as you see as my time. Like, yeah, but your name is Sega forever. And I will acknowledge that. I'm not like Greg Miller then. No, what we're trying to say is, it's just different. Yeah, because it's Sony. No, you don't understand. There's people's lives. And that are at stake here. You mean like with Capcom? No, that's solely different. You listen to them, like the only difference I see here is like one Sony, and then it's everybody else. No, we're trying to protect the consumers. Well, now you sound like the FTC and the CMA. Good job. I guess you guys missed that court case as well. These dudes are in so much trouble, bro. I'm telling you. So what do you think, T, man? What's your perspective as a PC guy? Do you even care? Like,
not really, no.
Do you think the hacks are gonna get worse?
I do, yeah.
You really got to choose your battle.
Mouth PC Master Race. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have done that.
I know. This is why I always respected PC Master Race, because the guys I know, they're totally PC Master Race, but they're kind of old school too. But they're like, yeah, you guys are. They look at you like how a rich person would look at a poor person. Like, just walk.
Yeah, they do.
It's like that scene in Loki.
One thing about it, but at the same time, I don't like poor people either. So that's the thing with me. So.
But that's the beauty of it, right? They just walk away, right? You stay in your lane.
They try to, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel, dude. I'm honestly like that. I'm like, dude, ponies, just stay in your lane. We'll stay in our lane. That's this. Never the twain shall meet. Right, is the saying. So, but now you have to go stick your hand in their eye. And they gave you ample warning. I'll be honest with you. The PC guys gave these dudes ample warning, but they're just gonna shut up because they're used to dealing with Xbox guys who are weak. No. We want to be friends. We want Spider-Man in our council. We need Spider-Man. They were used to dealing with that. But PC guys were just like, nah, this is. And then boom. Yeah, I don't know. We got to get Dea back on here, man. We haven't heard from her in a while. Pretty much, I think she might have some scoops as well. Oh, here he is. There's the man. Bro, what took you so long, man? I'm trying to keep this thing going, me and T.
Where did our love go? Where did our love go, Tony? What's going on, brother?
Come on.
Oh, go ahead, T. What'd you say?
Keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. No, I gotta come up with some other words like we did before, and then make a mockery song again. That's just too much fun.
Well, I just would like to congratulate you, Mr. The Most Popular. I finally see the powers that be in social media finally beginning to turn. Right.
Finally. To
After
come, what do you mean? Finally, getting their head out of Sony's ass and finally the coffee. That's what you mean? Yeah, I guess
yeah,
so.
yeah, because some of these
But you
dudes,
know, we've been did that.
well, for
We've
some of
been
these,
did that. I mean, even
well, no,
T Reaper, that's not hardcore. That's not hardcore console warring. Did that long ago when he PP'd on the PS4. That was great.
And that keeps
that's,
He
my
knew
soul.
he knew garbage a mile away.
That keeps my soul intact. I love it.
Yeah. He knew garbage a mile away. He's like, look, I paid for this shit. I'm gonna PP on this shit. Fuck that.
I remember people were telling me you should unfollow him. I was like, nah, I want to.
Yeah. No, I was like, no, that was epic. I would never follow T Reaper. That was too epic. He's the only one that cojones to actually do something epic like that. You crazy? That shit was amazing.
And I
Like he
took
PP'd on that
6,000
motherfucker. That was
ponies
great.
in that leak.
Huh?
I took Z's 6,000 ponies in that God of War leak when he streamed it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was epic too. Even
That
though
was
I know it was a little mean, but I know why you did it. That was
Oh
pretty
no, that
epic.
was perfect. Yeah, that was awesome. You even helped me, T, because I lost a lot of people because people were like, "Yeah, if you're gonna associate with him, then I can't associate with you." Then I was like, "Okay, bye." I'm like, "Bye." I was like, "Dude, I don't even know you, man. Like, we don't even really know each other."
Like I said, my biggest issue with fucking with next gen was that like he knows that the Xbox community had his back from day one,
Yeah,
and yet he turncoat just to cater to their stupidity, right? Obviously, because he wanted to get some clicks and views, but knowing damn well those dudes are a bunch of disrespectful assholes. They don't care. Yeah, he still turncoat after everybody had his back.
yeah. But
Hey, hey, hey. Go ahead.
when he did you wrong, that's when I was like, "Yeah," because I told you,
You know, well, I mean,
yeah,
he know he knew that he said, oh, that we don't allow this and this and that in the group. They attacked my family in the group. I showed him proof. He said he handled it, and instead of handling it, he was laughing about it
yeah.
at one point with someone else in there. So after that, I was like, nah, bro, I can't roll with this dude.
Oh, we lost it. I he'll be back. Yeah, T man. There's people that came at me that were like, and I looked at these guys and I was like, dude, if you're not willing to piss on a PlayStation, then you're not willing to die. You know what I mean? Like it surprised me. Like with some of these guys, I thought they were hardcore. That's why. And so it surprised. Like if you came to me and told me they didn't appreciate it, right? I could understand. Like with the God of War things, there was some people said, well, I don't appreciate that. That's why you shouldn't follow him. If you just would have stopped at, I don't appreciate that. I could respect that opinion. It's your opinion, whatever. But when it came to that, I was like, nah, that just told me everything I need to know about you, man. Because this is a
Yeah,
console war.
but that just proved I beat it faster than them, so I'm sorry.
No, it was good. To me, it was good. I think it helped really set that tone of like, dude, either you bleed green or you don't.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear like, because we're in the middle of like, like I told he about this, dude. Like I looked at the console war like a real war. If we're at war, like in a real war with these dudes, man, you'd have to shoot the people on our side first, because this is how untrustworthy they were. And so all that did for me was told me, okay, well, yeah, good, bye. I'll stick with these guys, and I'll stick with T, and you guys can carry on. That's the way I was, and I've looked at it no different ever since. Sorry, bro. I saw you got. I got you. But as soon as I saw that because like that's what I mean with actions, right? That says I know what you're saying, T, when you do stuff, right? I understand it. But then when I have other people that come back and try and convince me otherwise, I'm like, no, no, that's just more. What they say says more about them, right? Than what they say about you. So, and that's a rule I
Oh,
kind of live by, and it never
oh
really,
yeah,
it never really, I just never done me wrong. So,
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh
yeah,
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. No,
no, I wanted you on because, yeah, dude, I see like, and I'm talking mainstream people, right? Because you can't hide this stuff anymore, dude. It's everywhere. It's getting exposed, both legally through the court system, technically through as me and T were talking about through hacks, and also in the media, right? By their hypocrisy. You know, three strikes you're out, dude. It's over for these guys. So Take a bow, bro. I've known you for almost 10 years. We've been going through this.
Well, the worst part about it is that they how they even try to make it. They're so bad that even when it was something uh negative, right? Like for example, the leak's supposed to be something that's hurtful, right? That's negative because it's basically exposing the body of work that developers have been working on, right?
Yeah.
All this time. That means one of them got it.
Mhm.
Now, the body of work that they've been working on all this time, and then it's out there in the wild. You heard that there's some people on the PC community that supposedly they got the hands on the build, the early build of the game, and they're playing it.
Yeah.
They're actually playing it on the PC,
Mhm.
and some people modding it. So some people are modding it, right?
Mhm.
That you could even play it on the Xbox, right? So as far as that goes, I feel it's bad, right? But the funny thing is that how they're actually acting, they're almost using the leak as it's a positive thing. Like in other words, oh look, we're gonna get an X-Men game. We're gonna get a this game. You get what I'm trying to say? I don't know if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I saw it on social media. Like
Like
everybody.
the hypocrisy of making it seem like they're almost making it seem like like it's a good thing instead of a bad thing
Well, there are also people trying to.
to use it to their console war, advantage. But I'm like, bro. Well, yeah, when there was other people and they were talking about how Indiana Jones, was coming and that it was going to be exclusive, or when they showed GTA and stuff like that, it's no good because how dare Microsoft make Indiana Jones exclusive? You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, 100%.
Like the fucking level of hypocrisy and the
Entitled.
level of fucking entitlement is fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only thing you won't see them do is actually look at themselves and look at their company and put the
Mhm.
company where it deserves to be.
Like this type of leak supposed to bring an eyebrow up on people. Like, yo, damn, it's really worse than what we thought.
Well, it
You know what
started.
I'm trying to say?
It
Or
started
or
a
or
little bit.
what the fuck? Or where the fuck is Sony gonna go from here? Because it says clear as day if it doesn't work out and things don't sell for them, their contract is over for Sony as well. Like they're not going to be able to continue to make the games that they're saying that they were promised that they could make. Or on top of that, because people are not looking at the smaller fine prints either. Like they're just trying to act like, oh yes, they got it in the bag and that's it. No, it said if the games don't sell like at least 6 million or 7 million units, which is copies, that the contract goes over. Like they retreat it, and then they'll do other contracts, I guess, with other people or with them. Um, that it's not a guaranteed thing that they're the beholden, right, to the X-Men or whatever else. And then the fact that they're trying to act like that the Wolverine shit is fire when I'm like, yo, it looks and plays like God of War. It looks like a bunch of button props too when you like climb, for example, and things like that, or QT. The game, Wolverine is a agile character. He's not really a heavy character. So it doesn't look right. Like I doubted that it'll be as fun as people think because it looks like the same is going to get too repetitive, maybe as far as the combat system. And it's not going to be really robust the way that you could do it if you do it more like a Ninja Gaiden, right?
Yeah, but I
So,
think the problem with that is they'd have to think outside the box with a lot of that, and
right, right.
they don't have
Well,
the.
one of the reasons that Wolverine Origins, brother, was so good was because they did it like Ninja Gaiden style. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. It's a good.
And added other elements like some cinematic QTE moments, or some moments where you float while were on a vehicle, or things like that. You get what I mean. Uh,
Well, there's a
because
lot of things with everything that's going on that a lot of these guys won't know because they can't see past their nose, right? So, like one of the things that nobody's talking about, which they should, unless you follow like comic book news or comic news in general, like Marvel, Disney stuff and things like that, realizing how much these licenses cost, how much Disney's hurting for money. So that's another factor,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
which
yeah.
is only going to make it worse. You got a bad economy, right? Which is driving the price up of everything, right? Because to maintain talent, people are asking for more money because it's expensive. There's all kind of little things going on in this microcosm. But when you talk to a pony, right, all these like Xbox sucks and has no games. That's all you
Well,
hear.
one of the now that you brought that up, for example, and I don't mean to cut you off, my brother.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead.
One of the examples that was perfect, that you from something you just brought up.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are like, "Oh, but what the fuck? Why the hell would they even make this deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they got to pay out a bigger percentage, right?"
Yes.
And I'm like, "Well, because Disney funds the games.
Mm-hmm.
It's not them funding the game. They fund the development of the game, so they're paying Insomniac the money to make the game. What Sony funds is the marketing, where they market it to say, "Hey, it's a PS5 or PlayStation 4 exclusive," right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they put their money. Oh God, excuse me. That's where they put their money point or angle from it. Where okay, we're gonna pay for the publishing and the marketing, like as far as because marketing is part of publishing, right?
Yeah.
But publishing is also part of like paying for the value of the cost of what it's costing to make the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where the message gets confused. That's where people get lost in translation, so to speak. So they think because Sony's publishing, let's say the game, that means they own it. But if you notice, it's always Disney, Marvel, right? And
Yeah.
Sony that published the game. That means they're both putting money out. But I believe Marvel is putting out the most because they're paying for the actual funding as well. Even though they're claiming, oh, but Sony paid 315 million to make the game, right? That's all together combined with them as far as marketing and publishing for with Marvel. And then together, oh my God, excuse me. That's why they pay out a bigger percentage. And the more Disney's hurting, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
the more Disney's going to
Hebot, did you
is
watch
going
Percy
to
Jackson?
huh?
Did you watch Percy Jackson?
What, the new TV show you mean?
Yeah,
No, I didn't get a chance to yet.
you should watch it. It's really good.
Yeah, I like the movies, to be honest.
Yeah,
So
they did a
um
better job with the series, I thought, with the
yeah,
episodes
I
and
gotta check it out. On what service is it on? Disney?
Disney
Disney
Plus.
Plus. Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. To be honest, the only thing I last watched on Disney was the second season of the Star Wars animated shorts.
Yeah. That was
You know
nice.
where they show different artists um doing like shorts of Star Wars in the universe of Star Wars, but they do it in animated form. My only gripe with that, though, if you guys notice, both season 1 and 2, but season 2 more than one. It seems like every character with every story, it's just a woman. It's always a woman, a woman, a woman. Like they try to act like that it's not a man or men in the world or universe of Star Wars. They use the men as the villains now, and the Jedi's that are supposed to be the heroines or the heroes. It's always a woman in all the stories. I'm like, yo, we get it. You're trying to push the woman narrative, but that shit is overkill. We get it. Enough. That's my problem with them. Huh?
Well, that's why they're going bankrupt. They're
Yeah,
going to
well, I mean, when Kathleen Kennedy said the force is female, when we all know that it has nothing to do with female or male, it's just it started with the Skywalker fucking lineage, which Luke Skywalker came from Anakin, which was basically like the story of Jesus. He was born out of the force. His mother never had relations with a man, right? It was a force miracle that he became an actual living being. And then Anakin fell in love with Natalie's character, which is Queen of Amidala. That then they had Luke and Leia, right? It was always about two different characters. Leia was always force, she was force sensitive también, but that was never exposed until the later movies now, which that's why I kind of appreciate that they touched on that. But now with her saying, oh, it's just the force is female when Rey's character inherited the Skywalker lineage or name based on how they treated her because they embraced her and treated her like family and showed her the ways of the force and treated her with love when it came to Luke and when it came to Leia within the movie, which made sense why she wanted to inherit that, being that she came from the actual lineage of the Palpatine, which is the evil force in the universe, right? In that universe, which is ironic, right? The irony of that. But it kind of made sense. That's why I never really minded. But
Well,
to try to,
they would rather go with an evil force than the real problem is patriarchy, right? Not that patriarchy is a problem in Star Wars, but their sensitivity that these people have towards it are basically disgust of it. So that's why Star Wars is the way it is. They write around things instead of acknowledging. Yeah, that's
They
the reason.
try to write their things, but at the same token, kind of disrespecting what the actual root of the material
Oh,
is,
it's
right?
on purpose. It's on purpose
Yeah,
because
it's on purpose,
it's
right?
basically like a hate watch. It's like a hate writing. Right, because they feel like they didn't get the represent. Basically, the problem with Disney and why they won't change is they have to fire every single person that's working there in their creative sections.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
seen?
Because another problem is they made it a point to hire a bunch of people that are diverse. But the problem with these people that are diverse that are coming in particular, like let's say in the lesbian and transgender community, let's say, right? I'm using that as an example, right? These people, for some reason, think that they can come in, take somebody else's creation and material, write their version of it, and that it's okay to change it, and there's nothing wrong with that. When that is completely disrespectful, and the fan base are not going to tolerate that. You
Well,
don't supposed to say, huh?
you can have like diverse people and working for you.
Absolutely, but write your own material,
Well,
write your own thing,
but they also don't.
create your own stuff, huh?
They also don't have any bona fides, right? They have no idea of what Star Wars is, right? In some
Right.
instances,
That's what I'm trying to get at. But they have to write and create their own ideas within the Star Wars world. But they're not doing that. They're taking what already exists and changing it up and making it their own, as if they created it, but they're just putting their version of it, right, based on their ideologies, their beliefs, their sexual preferences, their lifestyle. You're not going to do that, and you're not supposed to do that and get away with it when it's something that was already established 30, 40 years ago, has a fan base that understands it for what it was and that loved it for what it was. You understand?
well, it's even more sinister than that, though, because the bottom line
Oh
is
yeah.
this: they
Oh
know
yeah.
the reason why they're doing that is number one, they actually hate it. But the most sinister thing is they understand that if they try and stand alone on their own merits, that they're going to
Hmm.
get rejected. And this is a generation of people that cannot handle rejection. And this is
Rejection.
basically
Yep. They don't know how to handle rejection. Yeah, yeah. They don't want, and they don't want to accept it either. That's
well,
the other thing.
these are
Oh,
the
we're not
people
going to
that
accept
always
this.
got
We're going to
trophies.
do what we
These are
want.
the people that grew up that basically got trophies for everything, and they were told
Hmm.
that they were so great. And this is what you did. And it's the entitlement mentality, like we were talking about in gaming, like with the ponies, right? Comes
The
with what,
same thing has been applying to gaming. Yes, sir.
and that's why all this stuff is starting to fail. This is why
Hmm.
everybody's watches anime, right? Because there's stuff in anime I watch I don't agree with, right? But what I can do is I don't have to watch it. I could turn the
Right.
channel and not watch the show. But then there's stuff
Hmm.
that they do that I'm like, oh, this is amazing, man. This reminds me of what
Hmm.
I was watching. I watched this K drama on Netflix called Castaway Diva. I've been actually putting it on my Twitter to kind of promote.
Hmm.
And the reason why I like it so much because there's an element of it that reminds me of classic Disney, man. It's a story about this girl. She wants to become a idol, and then she gets lost at sea. There's a
Mm-hmm.
whole story about an abuse. You know what the interesting thing is? This whole story about an abusive father dynamic in the show, which you
Mm-hmm.
won't see nowadays, right? Because that would be too much for people to handle in the U.S. or in the West anyway. But these guys will put that stuff in there, and it sets the catalyst for this girl. She gets lost at sea. She's on an island, and it reminds me so much of Disney because the proponent of the show is a lot of singing, right? And then a lot of the songs that are in there, even if you don't know the language, well, you can watch subtitles, of course, but if you don't like
Right.
know the language, you understand the gist of it.
was
So if you're a
crazy,
person that likes Disney musicals or like
yeah.
those big productions Disney used to make with these to highlight music within their productions, this show would be for you,
Well,
regardless.
the biggest difference, like you said, with anime is that anime knows how to cater to all different genders, genres, ideas,
Mhm.
but never just cater to one side. You get what, if that makes sense. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, I'll say this: anime has its own culture, and they stick by their culture. This is the one thing I love about Japan. This is why I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely love Japan, and for good or for bad or worse, right? Like it could be good.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I love about it, about Japan, is that they'll stay Japan, right? And
Right.
they decide whatever, especially when it comes to their own culture and the way they do things. It's one thing if they're getting introduced with a technology, they can be fluid. But when it's something that they do and that's something a part of them, it'll take like dude, it'll take an army it'll take like how we took a fleet into their harbor and basically told them to open up. And that's their mentality. And but I respect that because the guy I forgot his name, but he just came out with a statement where he said he was telling the industry because anime is under duress right now, right? There's people trying to get in there and change it. We got all these woke people trying to get in and change their sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
Basically came in and he said, and he's a patriarch of the industry, and he's like, "Look, dude, basically we Japan, we do what we want to do, and we send it out to everybody. And people that like it, they gravitate toward it. Now, if people don't like it, then they cannot gravitate towards it. They can go do something else. But we will
Right.
not change who we are for those people."
Right. In other words, they won't bend over backwards just to cater to an idea or to some people or whatever
Well,
the case may be.
and the thing about this guy is he's a true creative, and any true creative understands that once you lose your creativity, that's it. And that's what these people
Mhm.
almost like a virus, dude. They come in, they come in, they inundate the host, which is whatever genre you're in, and then they twist it in
Annie,
their
Annie
style.
Thomas. Well, look at that the whole thing that they're like, oh, that they're gonna try that the next the rebooting of X Men, they're gonna it's gonna be all female. Like what?
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Like what are you? By the very definition of the title, they're called the X Men, right?
Well, they're supposed to change it to mutants.
Right.
Yeah,
It's supposed it would be X Mutants because even though it's called X Men, right?
mhm.
There's all types of women, children. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man,
It's anytime.
it's just people with these special powers that are actually all together and working as a team to be superheroes to help the world whenever it's needed, right? Whenever there's danger or peril. That was the whole idea the entire time by Stan Lee, right?
Well,
It was never, huh?
the crux of it. Here's where the rub's going to be, right? Because the X Men was his soapbox. So you have a people. There's two reasons why he created the X Men. One, it was a great story. Stanley talked about this, right? He said he was just running out of ideas and finding ways for people to have superpowers. So if you have people that
Mhm.
were born with these powers, you don't have to worry about chemical splash, exposure to gamma radiation, any of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then the second thing about that is when you're born with powers, he understood that there's that difference and the fear that can come from it, right? And being special and all this kind of stuff. So he actually used that as his soapbox. Now, with that being said, right, that was the catalyst for what X Men is supposed to be. All that
Hmm.
being said, the thing that irritates me the most about this, I definitely do not trust current writers to respect that story, right? They're going to weaponize it, is what they're going to do.
And the idea itself, they're not going to respect the idea itself.
Because the thing about X Men that made it so popular was you were an outcast. That's what the difference
Yes.
was, right? It wasn't
The
just about
X Men were what all video game gamers were back in the 80s and 90s.
gamers,
That's what
people
the X Men were.
dragons, people that were in the chess club. You like to read
Mhm.
books instead of playing sports.
Mhm.
The X Men. Anytime you found yourself outside of the norm, or the normal group or society.
You
That
were ostracized.
yeah,
You were considered antisocial.
yes,
Some people thought you were possessed. Like even the church would embed in parents' head. Oh, that means your son's being possessed by the devil. Those are evil, demonic, cultural ideas that demons hide behind them to cesspool their mind. Like it was like people don't. That's why we get so mad when people try to say, "Oh yeah, you guys ain't gamers, or you guys don't know shit." When they have no idea that gaming wasn't even accepted. It wasn't socially accepted. It was like only the few and far between actually understood the magic that it was from from the from the form of freedom that you got, excitement, interaction, the thinking process, the fun factor process, right? All those things. The artist point of view, because it was a lot of artistically beautiful things that you saw on screen that you actually controlled in these worlds. And that's what they didn't get, right? But now, because it's for financially profitable, right? Now everybody wants to be part of it. Now it's amazing to be a gamer. Now you're cool, you're hip, yeah, boom, boom, boom. But yet they have no recollection or no knowledge or nothing of how deep the rabbit hole went, of the history, of how hard it was to get to where we are now. And that if it wasn't for people like Sega Forever or Sega Man or E Rock or Christopher Reebok, aka Hebot or Tuck Master or whoever, wasn't for guys like us that embraced this since the very beginning, they wouldn't be where they are now, right?
yeah.
But they gotta blame, but they want to blatantly disrespect us. Be like, yeah, you niggas ain't gamers. You don't play. You motherfuckers don't know shit about games. Like what? Like shut your fucking mouth.
Dude, they
You
don't
know
even
what I mean?
company.
Huh?
We're so old. For a lot of these guys, we're so old. We remember the old stuff, man. And a lot of these new guys, they don't know anything. All they know is that Sony's perfect, and they can. And we've lived through this history of with this company that was like that.
But
You
it's
know,
the same thing with the media because even the media is a bunch of young heads.
yeah. Well, they'll
You
they
know
will.
what I mean?
Yeah, I was telling that to T earlier, man. It's like we're dealing with gamers now and a media now that just knows PlayStation because they grew up in the PlayStation era.
It's like we're in between two brick walls and we gotta fend them off.
Well, I think it's going to collapse within itself. It's ironic that you mentioned how things were with gaming. I think it never really. I mean, it expanded, but it never really changed for hardcore gamers. In fact, I was talking to that about T because of all the stuff coming out. My one concern with gaming is that people, like I think the mask is off right now because all the numbers are all this information is being shared, all these leaks are coming out. That honestly, a lot of people are not gamers. At least not
Yeah.
enough to sustain a $1 billion industry. And this is why, to me, Microsoft is shifting. Like you heard about what's going to happen with Jet Set Radio.
Mm,
It's going to be open world, right?
right. But with Jet Set Radio, I think it would work. It would make sense.
Well, no. I think it will work because they're that's why they're teaming up with Microsoft. Because if you notice some of the stuff that Microsoft, even with COD, me and T talked about this the last time. When I first fired up COD, it just seemed like it was like everything about the way it was presented to me, it screamed online. Like I wouldn't be surprised when Microsoft does the next one on in Game Pass. That'll actually be it'll be an entity into itself. Like it'll be a store front. That's what it'll feel like because that's what the new COD feels like to me. Like, hey, you come
Okay.
in here. Hey, here's multiplayer. That's this section. Hey, here's zombies. It's over here. And regardless if because or Warzone, because some people don't like certain aspects of those. Like for me, I'm old. I'm old school, so I like multiplayer a lot. Right. I'm not opposed to playing anything else that I'll spend most of my time. But what I think Activision and Microsoft's going to be do is they'll build an entire game, like an entire ecosystem around just multiplayer that you can get lost in. But if you like zombies, there'll be another ecosystem, like another
Like
story
subsets. Like
subset
subsets.
then they'll stick it over there. And then it's like, oh, but we like zombies. And then because you saw what Fortnite did. Fortnite released that Lego thing, and now they got a racer thing coming out. So this is how you know that Sony is not the industry leader, that other people are the industry leader, because they're the only ones doing this stuff. They're prepping for that digital age, which we can have a discussion about that. Because like you, bro, I have my deep concerns about moving forward with that, right? But I'm just saying that's just what's going on right now. And so what I see with Sega teaming up with Xbox is they want to take that. Like, look, dude, you play something like I play something like Vermintide, and we love Golden Axe, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's going to be Golden Axe. It's going to be Sega Golden Axe Redux, but it's going to have a feel of like Vermintide, where you're just constantly connected, dropping into games and playing with people. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they put stuff out there for you to purchase, because that's how people are making their money now. Dude, this model that PlayStation got stuck in, and the media triumphantly supported them in, and they're number one because they sell 50 million PlayStation 5 consoles. This mentality is just dead. It's been dead. This is why I wanted you on, because we talked, dude. We've talked about this ever since I knew you. You were telling me about this kind of stuff. And I especially feel sorry for you because of all the guys in the Xbox community, you got the most hate. The stuff.
And I was the most on point and accurate.
Yeah, even from our own side, and through that I learned, this is why the Ponybot thing is so accurate, man. We've gotten it worse from our own side than actually, because the Sony guys I understand 100%. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, Sony guys they don't backstab each other either. That's another thing.
No. Yeah, and like if we went for war with Russia, I understand we're Russia, right? But it's like in your own country, it's like the people that be like, oh well, we have to understand their point. I'm like, no, dude, we're at war with these guys. That's how the Xbox guys are, right? It's like, no, dude, these guys would want to see this brand that you supposedly love and support die. They wouldn't shed a tear if Xbox went away. This is why they constantly talk about Xbox third party, about a console, not Xbox not having a console, Game Pass is trash. This is their narrative. It's always been. They've been consistent. Every
Well, look at the narrative they started when they talk about we want more single player games, and
yeah,
that's obvious. Those single player games are going to always have to exist because there's a big audience for it as well.
right.
But you can't deter and ignore the fact that the multiplayer part of it has become a much bigger thing because more people connect that way, more people compete that way, more people they just like for whatever reason, right? Because I'm not a big multiplayer guy, but I would love me the hell out of co-op campaigning, right?
Right.
And I love playing games multiplayer, right, with friends and have a good time. I appreciate both formats. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
Even though I still prefer the campaign experience, and it doesn't necessarily have to be single player, meaning that I have to play by myself. It could be a campaign that I play cooperatively with friends, and I enjoy it just as much. But these guys don't get it, right? And you see, as soon as they showed Hellblade, right, Hellblade 2 and said 2024, the narrative automatically became, oh, it's too late. They showed this game a long ass time ago. We don't care anymore. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, you full of shit.
yeah,
Like,
that's
you're full of shit. Because when the
well.
game comes out, people are gonna play it, huh?
The number one game right now is or one of the well, I know it's a super popular game, and T was the first one to tell me about it. Was the finals, right? So I played the finals, dude. It has that addictive nature to it, and it appeals to a large breadth of people, both young and old, across the board, right? And that's the kind of game that Sony is trying to get. Sony, this is why they went with the gas games. What Sony wants to do is they want to try and they want to strike like they want lightning to strike. Right? They want to find that golden goose, right, and put it out there like that. That's what they want to do, and the finals is a perfect example of why Sony's going like with gas games.
Actually broken.
And they're not gonna stop, dude. They're gonna go full bore because they can't ignore the market. Is what it is, right? The
Right,
only
right.
problem they have is that Microsoft is 100 ahead of them right now. Look at what Two Man put. 33 Immortals is going to be fun time with friends, in my opinion. Yeah, that's another good point out, Two Man. That's another game that's signaling what the future is going to be, and Microsoft is spearheading that right now. Dude, the fact that they own Call of Duty, right? Where a lot of people, I understand what people are saying, and I'm not disagreeing, the mobile. Like Microsoft wants to be anywhere. And if you're a single player person, you want them to succeed because this will help pay for your single player experiences. Because I'm telling you, man,
Right, right.
this is why they came up with Game Pass. Game
That's
Pass,
the other point that they don't get. That's a very valid point.
yeah.
Those single player games, since they're so expensive to do, the only
Ah, we lost him. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Sarah, when did you want to play again?
Probably not till tomorrow, dude.
Oh, okay,
But
I'm free all day tomorrow, so I'll be
maybe
around.
tonight if my back gets better. Like I can't. You know the sad thing about it, dude, is I have a sore back, so I can't. But I can't sit down like in front of a console and play. So what I do is I go walk around, then I lay down, and then I prop my legs up, right, and then I gotta turn on my stomach, and then like I'm sitting on this chair because it has a because what I can do is I can lean back and do this podcast, but it has a there's a little thing for my lower back that helps massage it and feel good. So, but yeah, that the finals, man, that thing is on fire, bro. Or no, is that
Yeah.
yeah, dude, it's unstoppable. Oh wait, Hebot's here. Let me pop him back in. So, hey, go ahead, brother. You're right on. You're on fire. Go ahead.
hey, no, like I was trying to say that was a good point that you brought up. That these single player games, right?
Hmm.
They're so expensive to make, and people, oh, why are they so expensive? Well, because one, they interconnected and intertwine entertainment with video games. We're at a point where now they're treating video games with more respect and there's more interest from even the entertainment business themselves. So, meaning actors, voice actors, things of that nature. So,
Agreed.
in order for them to have a well known actor, right, in a game,
Hmm.
whether it's voice acting, and this started even with Call of Duty because they had big actors in the past, like what's his name? That was fucking charged with the pedophilia shit or that he sexually abused. What the fuck was his name? Um, oh my god, the man that plays the villain in the Seven movie in the movie Seven. Oh my god.
Yeah, Spacey.
Yes, Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Remember that Kevin Spacey played one of the villains in one of the Call of Duties back way back when.
Oh yeah, he was
And
on
when you
fire.
right.
Amazing actor. Amazing actor. His fetish is
Oh
the
no. Sometimes you gotta separate the artist or the art from the stupidity. Unfortunately, if he made some bad decisions, he made some bad decisions. That's what makes us human. We not perfect. All of us. But some do things that are just very severe, not really acceptable than others. Right? That's the difference, right? But that doesn't negate that when he was on screen performing in any movie he was in, or in this case, a game, he did an excellent job. He was born to do it. He has the gift, and he's very good, nonetheless. But my point is to not make it too long. Just
Go ahead.
video games. I've taken.
This is your show, bro. I mean, the reason I brought you on is because I've been upset for the longest time since I've known you. That because I'm seeing all these people saying stuff that you said since I've known you, like 2014.
Well, that I said, knowing from the experience that we had through the years of playing games, I didn't need IGN to confirm something. I don't need a leak to confirm something because we've been there so long that we've seen this played out from the past. The only thing is that we didn't have access to it, right? We had to read about it and then we learned about it later on, but we didn't have an instant access the way that we do now. That's the only difference. We got the access, but it took time for us to get it. And we would have to actually go and do the research by reading Game Pro magazine, Gamers Republic, fucking, Electronic Gaming Monthly, Nintendo Power, Sega Vision, whatever the case it was, right?
Yeah,
So
a good one.
that's the difference. The difference is we got the access way later and we had to do the research. Now with social media, technology, you have instant access to the bullshit, right? So that's why people think that they all know everything when they really don't. They're just regurgitating because they're all doing the same exact videos based on or content based on what's being said at that moment, right? And they don't make their own assessment because they didn't inform themselves enough or get enough knowledge to be able to make their own assessment from their brain as opposed to just reading something. That's the difference between us and them, right? That's why I can talk and talk and talk, and it just comes straight from the head. But my thoughts are from me, right? From my heart, from what I say, what I believe, my experiences. So again, I don't need no one, or you, someone like you, didn't need no one to tell us anything or to confirm it with a leak or whatever. That's not how we operate, right? That's why I've been saying this since day one, right? When I came in the scene, I just was trying to be myself, just being honest of what I was as a gamer, how I grew up with it, as a culture, how much I loved it, how much it saved me from a lot of things in my life, how I embraced it, and and things of that nature. But the point is, and I do appreciate the sentiment because I know you've always had my back. You've always said that. I can't stand that Ebot always did this before everybody else, yet got slandered for it. They didn't get no support, and everybody else that doesn't give a fuck gets the support, right?
Yeah, that's irritating.
Or everybody that just is repeating or copying now, so to speak, what I've said years ago is now getting all the hundreds and thousands of views and subscriptions and subscribers because they think, oh man, this person really knows this shit. Yeah, they're so informative. I got to go to them, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like Dustin Legary, right?
Yeah. And they're still wrong, by the way.
And he's still wrong, exactly, and he's still wrong in so many ways.
Yeah.
For example, right?
Yeah.
So that's the reason why these games are so expensive. Mocap alone is. I remember when they did the featurette for the first God of War, I think it was, and the guy was talking about that even doing the mocap became super challenging because anytime they did a session, Sony had mandated Santa Monica, right? That whenever they did a session, it was a one-time cut using the equipment.
Yeah.
So whenever they did a mocap session to do cutscenes, if they didn't get it right the first time, they had to cut it out of the game because they weren't allowed to reuse it again because it was too expensive to use that technology. And he said it in the featurette long ago, when their first one was being made. And that was one of the biggest headaches and challenges for them because it was like they were so afraid of bringing up the budget and inflating it and then not being able to finish the game if it went over the budget. And that's how he kind of explained it. So that's the reason why these games are so expensive. And in order to maintain that, you have to have an influx of steady income.
Yeah.
You have to have it. Okay. We understand Microsoft is a $3 trillion company as a whole. And that the Xbox division is worth over $600 billion. At this point, probably 800 or 700 as far as we know. So they don't really have a challenge because they got money, right? But somebody like Sony or Nintendo, that's why you don't see them embracing it. Because they're broke.
Yeah, they can.
They're nowhere near in that level. They cannot do that. But had they listened from the very beginning, when Microsoft came in the scene and said, look, we need to look at this a little differently and try something different to create, continuous income. And all people said was, that's just Microsoft trying to steal more of our money. They're a bunch of rich bums that want to steal from us. They're greedy bastards. Remember? All you heard was people say, they're just being greedy. They just want to steal our money. You remember that? I know I do.
Well,
right?
You see what everybody's doing now, right? They're sharing that Sean Layton video about him.
Right.
Yeah.
They're just trying to steal our money. Fuck that. I don't fucking plan under no company. They don't care about you. Okay, this may be true, but there's companies that survive because they know how to adjust. They know how to create new forms of income when an old way of making it doesn't work anymore. Hence why you still have companies like Apple still around and Microsoft. And by the way, Microsoft did help Apple because they were going bankrupt. They gave them $150 million loan or some shit like that, or $250 million at some point when they fucked up, and then they readjusted and been fine since then. So thank you to Microsoft, Apple still is around. So suck these nuts, right? So because you know how Apple people swear up and down that they're a better company than Microsoft, right? When they don't even realize they're still around because of Microsoft.
That's
And
why.
that's the type of shit that just pisses me off. It's
No,
almost like they were saying, "Oh yeah, but why? But now why should Microsoft people pay Microsoft money for anything?" Look, people have been paying Microsoft money since the beginning of 2013 when they bought Simplicon and bought Havoc,
yeah,
which is the physics engine. Almost 95% of the games in the industry from every company uses that engine,
yeah.
which Microsoft owns. So you've been paying Microsoft since the beginning. When you see it says Havoc in the back, which every PlayStation game has, they've been playing Microsoft. Been. Because Microsoft learned how to invest in the areas where it was going to bring them continuous income.
Well, that's
And
that's
what they did is huh?
that's Microsoft 101. That's
Oh
Microsoft
yeah,
101.
yeah,
Because what you're talking
absolutely.
about with the Apple thing, the most funny thing about that was, of course, the
Dame el
insight.
cargador.
Bill Gates
And the
being,
worst part about it is
yeah,
the only thing is that they took it to another level because what they did is they looked back at what Intellivision or and Sega tried to do many moons ago with the Sega Channel and with the other one I forgot the name of it that was basically streaming services for games where you just paid monthly and they knew how to unify it now with the existing practices and making it a hell of a lot better where it's sustainable as far as a service. Not, I'm not talking about the money coming in. I'm talking about as a service, meaning getting it to work right,
yeah,
where it's comprehensive,
yeah.
where people are not going to encounter any problems. It just works flawlessly, and it does. Right? They did something that was risky, but without taking that risk, they weren't going to get the rewards, and it worked for them because again, even guys like me, I don't remember if you said it at any point because I think you believed in it since day one, but maybe you did. Even guys like me, right, that I'm such a hardcore gamer and love this industry, I even said, damn, how the fuck they gonna make money? Because if the games are so expensive and people don't really buy them flat out, how would they make the money back with a
You mean
service only?
for the streaming?
Right, right. With Game Pass, with Game Pass.
I mean, I figured they could because of the success of Netflix. Because
Right,
my
right.
whole
You looked at it like that, right? But then remember when we had the conversation, I said, yeah, but the thing with Netflix is you're not really buying games, and you know, in the movies are not as expensive, right?
no, but
Um,
the whole
even to me,
the whole purpose of Netflix is the subscription. This is why I still
yeah.
see people that are experts talking about the subscription model is bad. It's like, no, dude, if you have people engaged, people like, so you could sell a game for $70, right? Or you could have a game. So like for games that sell $70, even a game like Boulder's Gate, right? It'll make its money up front like a movie, right? But then
Hmm.
as soon as that the first initial wave of people buy it, then you see this thing that the stuff start to drop,
Whippany
right? So
is
people
that
start,
it's like they're gonna make their money long term
yeah, they're
as
getting.
opposed to short term,
Yeah,
right?
so what they're doing is I'm pretty sure Microsoft looked at it and was like, look, if we sell a game that we own and we make we sell 5 million copies, that's great. But most of, like you talk about with Sony all the time, the majority of the sales from that they put up for their single player games are after the fact it gets
Mhm.
discounted. So you're not getting
Yeah,
that full $70. So all Microsoft looked at with the subscription service is like, look, if we can get a bunch of people in here, right? Subscribe to our stuff like they did with Xbox Live. What it does is it gives us a steady flow of income every month and every quarter. And not
plus,
only that, but they control the money, right? So they're the ones making decisions. This is why like in the middle of November they'll drop a third party AAA game that nobody was expecting because they control that money now. They
right.
learned a lot. Phil learned a lot from Phil
Plus,
was a
plus,
very
you're cutting out the third man, meaning they don't have to pay nobody else out. Like you
well.
said,
That's
they're
what I
getting
mean.
they're getting the bigger chunk of the pie directly to them. Number one, and number two, also keep in mind they probably looked at the numbers as far as okay, so if we sell this is just to add to what you already said.
Yeah.
If
I'm
we
telling you, they look at their numbers all the time. This is the only way. This is the only way it makes sense to me for them to come up with this game plan. because at some point in time you have to stop listening to these so-called.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. The way they probably looked at it too is, okay, if we release Halo today and we get 1 million players day one, right, or the first day, right, and yet we were, and then we, or as opposed us, we release Halo on Game Pass, right? We can get instead of 1 million people, now we can get 5 million people playing it day one,
Mhm.
right? Which that means they'll invest not only in the service, but we'll have the potential of having 5 million people wanting to buy the game after they play it, as opposed to only 1 million.
You could have
Because
a
it,
you could have just 1 million people buy the game or play the game, but the kicker is that they're constantly putting money into the game, right?
right.
Because if Halo is at its the problem with Halo when it launched was it launched as a live service game.
Well, I just
Everything
use
else,
that as an example. I'm not
yeah,
critiquing Halo. I'm just saying I use that as an example, like because it's one
mhm,
of their big flagship big titles. I'm not saying like I didn't mean particularly Halo Infinite, like or if it's been successful or not, because it
oh,
was.
yeah,
It was even like it's like for example, look, remember how everybody swore up and down that Sunset Overdrive didn't do well, right?
yeah.
It costs way cheaper to make than most games, right? But they made more than what they
They went,
spent. So they made profit on it. As opposed to a game like Ratchet and Clank that they spent 81 or 82 million dollars and they were $8 million short of what it was to make some profit. You
well,
see what I'm saying?
the funny thing too is that you could tell Sunset Overdrive was a passion project, right? From
Right.
I
From the
remember when
very
they,
beginning.
yeah, yeah, that's the crazy thing.
From the very beginning. And I said when you look at Insomniac's body of work, when it comes to their other stuff, anything from Resistance, right, to Song of the Deep, right, or
Mhm.
Fuse,
Oh yeah,
or Sunset,
yeah.
right, or Sunset, you can see the creativity and the ideas and the actual talent of the team much, much better, right? That's why when they make the Ratchet and Clank game, they're so good because they can be creative and it's out of the box. It's not a world that anybody else created. They created it. And whatever idea they put in or want to put in makes sense. It works because it's from them themselves. When they're making something like Spider-Man and Wolverine, now they're constrained and restricted because they can put creative gameplay mechanic ideas on how the game is going to play or how they're going to execute certain things within the game, right? Like cinematic cutscenes and things like that. But now that's why you see their games are more cinematic cutscenes and they're more cinematic heavy than the actual creativity of the gameplay. The gameplay doesn't feel too creative because they don't have a lot of wiggle room. Because it's a world that's already existed, that's already established, that it's already done with its limitations and how far you can take it. And they could only just expand on that, but they can't actually change it because if they change it, then it won't be Spider-Man. It won't work. It won't make sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the negative.
And that's the way the constriction and the restrictions is coming in.
Mhm.
And it's already starting to show on Wolverine. Because again, like I said, that is not God of War. And they're probably being mandated by Sony to make it in the same structure as God of War because it's one of their successful hack and slash games. Since Wolverine is a hack and slash style character, they figured we can put them together in that same type of structure and it'll work. But the biggest difference is that Wolverine, one, he has the healing factor, which they need to incorporate. You didn't see that in the gameplay where he heals himself. You never once saw him getting hurt and healing in none of the clips. So I don't even know if they added that. That's number one. Number two, Wolverine is an agile character where he moves fast and quick and assertive, and he could also be stealth. So when you limit it to that type of camera, it's not going to feel like he's agile and fucking shit up and being able to be as agile as he is. It's gonna feel more heavy and feel like you're constricted. Even if they show him doing cool moves while he's fighting, it's just not gonna feel smooth, like and fast, right? Or and flowy, right? It's gonna feel more like heavy and constricted because it's in the same style as God of War. The camera already is stuck behind his shoulder. That's the way they chose it to be, right? Um, and that's already going to be a problem. It's already going to be a red flag. But a lot of people are not going to like that type of style of gameplay. That's why a lot of people don't enjoy the Dark Souls games because by design is you have to die and you have to level up. And the more you level up, then you're able to kill these creatures and characters. Sometimes you can't even fight certain characters. You got to skip them and keep moving and then come back because then they try to incorporate. It's almost like incorporating the Metroidvania structure, but instead of being with the actual level itself and how you open up areas or go back to it and find certain like items in order to open up other new areas, they did it where you got to do that with your character, where you got to unlock things for your character based on level up, based on armory, magic, or a specific sword, let's say, a weapon. And until you don't have that, you can't kill certain bosses or progress forward or kill even sub bosses or little mini characters, within the world. And that just becomes tedious and grindy with a game that's supposed to be fast paced where you can just fuck shit up. And it makes it seem like, oh, it's like an RPG element when it's not really an RPG, right? So again, that's why I said that these companies, you know, lose their magic, and then people want to praise them for the games that are not really showing what they're really capable of. What Sunset showed what they're capable of doing, right? And Sunset shows that, like you said, it's a passionate labor of love and a passion project. And it shows on screen. You can tell. You can see that they just did what they wanted to do. They weren't worried about if they were going to get rejected, canceled, or no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. And even Ted Price said himself that Sony didn't want them to make the game because they just wanted photorealistic games for the entire generation of PS4, and they're still doing it now. You barely see any creative games like Concrete Genie on PlayStation. You see what I'm saying? Or like
You
Medieval.
barely see any multiplayers either.
Right. But that's because they're studios that they have, unfortunately, Reaper. They're all single player companies and developers, right? They're not developers that did, you know, multiplayer stuff in the past or in the history in the past. They're more single player oriented, and that's why they don't know how to handle it. And it takes them so long, and now to the point where Naughty Dog canceled it because even though they won't admit it, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we had it. It was under the bag, but due to certain situations, we can't finish it now." They're not going to admit it because they don't know how to really do multiplayer. Because the multiplayers that they did in the past on Last of Us and Uncharted, they were okay modes, but you can tell that they were very simplistic and limited because they don't have that style of doing games, right? That's why there's certain companies that do it better than others. Like Respawn, they do it very well. They could do a campaign, but they could also do, a multiplayer game like Apex, but then do a campaign like they did in Titanfall. You see what I'm saying? You got
Yeah.
it because they've been doing this since the very beginning, since their existence. They've been doing games that for the with story and games that have multiplayer components. Because before, back in the day, believe it or not, and Sega Forever can definitely confirm this, T, because this was before your time. But back in the day, having multiplayer component in a game, that was just a bonus. That was just to be there to give you something else to do to go back to the game because you couldn't really do that with the story element. Because once you beat the story, and say, "Oh, I beat the story," you go back and play it if it's a fun, good, and good and immersive story. But you're not gonna do it every single day. Oh, let me play the campaign again. Let me play the campaign again. No, you're not gonna do that. You see what I'm saying? Um, that was just a way to keep you occupied. Now it's kind of like vice versa. Now the biggest part of the game has to be the multiplayer, and then the campaign has to be the added bonus because multiplayer has become so popular and so big, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say it because I don't like multiplayer, like I said, like that, but it's the truth, and that's what the Sony PlayStation fan base don't understand. That the whole reason why Sony's PlayStation even does so well is because the people that play it and buy it are mainly casuals, and they're concentrating on Call of Duty or GTA or something like Fortnite, and
Fortnite.
it's because it has a big multiplayer, not only component but fan base, right? Their fan base, they just love playing the multiplayer. They love playing Fortnite because of the multiplayer competitive element. They
That's
love playing Apex.
did
Huh?
you see that? But that's why, like, just the thought of fact that Microsoft owns COD now, so no matter
Yeah,
where
that's what,
they're gonna make
yeah.
money on it.
But
Yeah.
COD became big because of Microsoft to begin with. Anyway, brother,
Oh yeah.
you know that
Oh yeah. That's all I played
because
on.
because Call of Duty blew up on the 360. That's where it blew up. And Call of Duty had existed for a couple of years or a number of years
Mm-hmm.
on the PC first,
PC first.
but it didn't do nothing on PC. Once it came to the 360 console, and I know you PC heads that probably will hear this are going to get mad, but that's not my problem. I don't care. It's the reality. Once it hit the 360 with Xbox Live becoming so big and expanding in that era, that's when it blew up because they had great campaigns and components of multiplayer that were really, really good and well executed. So people not only wanted to play the campaign really, really badly, they would enjoy them, but they would want to play the multiplayer element as well. So some people would play the campaign after they play multiplayer for several weeks. They play multiplayer first and then play the campaign. You see what I'm saying? So again, to achieve that, you need a developer that has that experience and that knows what they're doing. And most of Sony's developers, as we all know, they're just single player developers. They only did single player games. And Naughty Dog being one of their best, what they used to do, Jackson Dexter, which was excellent. You know what I mean? They would do the Crash Bandicoots, which was okay, right? And we used to make fun of that game back in the day because compared to something like the Sonics and the Marios and whatever else was available, so that game was like the worst out of all of them, right? As far as a platformer, you know,
Well,
because it didn't.
it did that 2D 3D thing.
Yeah, yeah, but we used to make fun of it. If you remember, because it didn't play as good. It wasn't as comprehensive and cohesive. The gameplay wasn't tight enough. It didn't feel as smooth. When you in comparison to other stuff that was out, like Rocket Knight, like Raystar, so there were so many platforms back in the day
Yeah, there was a
that
ton of them.
that
The
yeah,
thing that
yeah,
got
yeah. That
but
yeah,
the
the
thing that got me about
platformer.
Crash, they would do the typical Sony thing. Like they would throw a lot of stuff at you. Like switch the angles, drive this vehicle, right? It was basically just like within the game itself, they would try and sell themselves, and I'd be like, wow, dude, they're just trying to hit you over the head with every single thing. But I mean,
Well,
that was
back in the day, in our era, the 2D platformer was like what multiplayer is now, as far as popularity
yeah,
and as far as being how big it was in the gaming space. That was the most played genre. It was the
yes,
fucking 2D platformer, right?
that
Because
was
we
the
had RTSs, we
yeah,
had RPGs, we had beat 'em ups, we had hack and slashes. We had over the top isometric games. It was just the 2D platformer was the king of the hill at that point, right?
Well,
Like multiplayer.
everything back then was so genre specific too. So like if you know how Microsoft sent out that your the end of year review thing that we've been talking your gamer card your gaming report card. Like if we had that back in the '90s, dude, my biggest thing would be platformers and sports and fighting games. Those would be my three biggest genres that I play. You
Right.
know, that's how big
Mhm.
I mean, like you said, platformers are just so huge, and we had so many good ones too.
Spawn la luz un momentito más. Yeah, yeah. Back then, that's what they were. They were the dominant force and the king of the hill. Like I said,
Good
um,
times,
but that's why I said that we would make fun of something like Crash because it wasn't on the same level. You
right?
know what I mean? If anything, I would argue that their best platformer was probably Jackson Daxter because that was a lot of fun and had a lot of creative ideas and the dialogue, the execution, the character design, the compatriotism between him and Daxter, the little ferret looking character was
Mm.
really well done, really well executed, right? So I argue with people that I would argue that that's one of probably Naughty Dog's best work in their whole history as a company or a developer of games. And they'll be like, "You fucking great, so much," because they like all that narrative shit with the Ellie being gay and all that stupid shit. And that's really why they like it because it panders to that community. Um, and now with the Abby, that fucking transsexual, what is it? A tranny, the tranny Abby the tranny in part two. Um, that's why they actually enjoy it because they like that it panders to you know, that type of genre of people that like to play that or that like to live their life that way. Which is okay. That's to each his own. I'm not gonna like that because you're not gonna force me to play something I don't agree with, right?
Well, the numbers show that they actually don't play it.
Right, 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 right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that was you're terrible. You're terrible.
Uh,
You're
Look, even
terrible.
Toolman sent me this thing on Twitter. I wish I could share it. Sorry, I can't. But he was basically saying that profit has dropped 60% year over year. PlayStation is living paycheck by paycheck, and actually shows the number breakdown. It's bad for them. It really is. You know, and these guys just refuse to acknowledge it, and they want to live in this bubble, which is fine. Like the most sage advice that Iraq I ever heard Iraq give, and he's given some great advice, but the best one was like, let them sleep. Let them sleep. And I'm like, yeah, let them sleep. Because when it finally happens, dude, like I said, suicide watch.
Let them stay asleep. That's what he says.
Yeah, let them stay asleep. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was the whole topic of what I was saying came from what you said that you need an influx of income, and
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft got that right now. They got it unlocked. It's doing well because
I think
again, Game Pass is just going to get bigger and bigger. You know, if they even remotely once they put Call of Duty, for example, on Game Pass, it's going to grow even more
mhm.
because people knowing that they can play the game day and day or day one without a forced purchased, right? They're going to gravitate to that. They're going to gravitate to that because
Well, that's
especially with the economy how it is, or especially if they're not sure if they know if they're going to like it, or if they have like Call of Duty exhaust, that they're kind of like burnt out, but they still want to try it anyway. There's so many types of people that are going to go and be like, yeah, fuck that. I'm playing that shit on Game Pass. I want to see what's up.
no, that's why I
And
think.
once they play it, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's why I think when I bought the newest one, and I'm looking at the way the menus are, man, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna build a whole storefront around Call of Duty. So because one of the things could happen is that you play it so much that like, well, I just might as well buy the game and then I don't need the subscription, especially if that's all you're gonna play. So what you want to do is you want to lock them in. And how you're gonna lock them in is you're gonna have multiplayer is gonna be its own thing, right?
Hmm.
And this is my opinion. I could be wrong. T, you can chime in if you think I know you're a big COD fan.
Well, you remember when I said this to you a long time ago?
When Call of Duty goes to Game Pass, it's gonna be paradise on wheels.
But do you think that it's going to be multifaceted? Because that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you just want to play zombies, they're going to be like, I don't know if it's going to be Left 4 Dead quality in a COD. You know what I'm saying? Just like you're going to specifically go in there just to play zombies, and they can keep you in tune just with zombies. Do you see what I mean? They're going to make the game such that it's just each thing is going to be like a game within itself. I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's what I see. I could be wrong.
Well, do you remember my brother Sega, man, or Sega Forever, rather? I'm so sorry. Do you remember, right?
Mhm.
When I think it was when we first had a podcast after we had that first conversation where I was in a family barbecue. You remember
Oh,
when we
yeah.
first spoke, right? We did a podcast for the first time, right? I don't know if you remember. We could go back to it too because I think it's still up on the channel. But where I said to you that what would make a lot of sense would be that anything that's online, right,
Mhm.
with online component, release it strictly online where you can just purchase it or play it online. And
Hello? Eva, you there?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was saying that if you brought out Call of Duty, for example, put the online component strictly where you can buy it and play it only online, right? And sell it that way. And then if it had the campaign, sell the campaign separately, in physically, right? But sell it for a cheaper price, like sell the campaign for 30 and the online for 30 separately. Um, that way you can hit both demographics and that I truly believe it would do well on its own because it's gonna feel like an extension of the game, but for the two different types of players. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember when I mentioned that to you because you're saying now that you feel that it's gonna be like a online hub for that game where everything that's online related it's in the same hub, but it's in different subsets. Where if you like zombies, you go play zombies, or if you like Warzone, you go play the Warzone. Right? That's how you're explaining it, right?
Yeah, because I think back then what we were talking about was the Capcom storefront. Because there was a rumor
Mm-hmm.
that Capcom was going to. Because I remember we were talking about it, and because of course everything when it comes to Capcom, I talk about Sega as a Power Stone. I think that's what kicked off the conversation. We were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
But
what.
you see how what I said that back then is
Yeah.
pretty much what you're saying now, but
Mhm.
you're just saying it as an expansion of what online is. Like have everything online in a hub online, but do it in different subsets. But it's still the basic idea of
Mhm.
what I was
Because I
trying to
think
say back then.
because what Game Pass
Yeah.
will have to work on, and this is something that you can see with Netflix and Disney Plus, but with Netflix has figured out kind of their formula. The thing with Disney Plus is like or Paramount, you see them always most people will purchase a subscription, but they're like okay, they get tired of watching something, or they're like okay, I watch my shows, and then they'll unsubscribe, or they'll wait for the shows to come in, right, and then they'll subscribe for a month and watch everything, and then cancel the
Mm-hmm.
subscription. So I know gamers are different, but I'm saying like I'm pretty sure Microsoft is cognizant of the fact that you want to keep them you want everybody to forget that they're paying a subscription. And Netflix does a great job of doing that. The amount of times I hear people say they're gonna cancel Netflix and then later on they're like, oh yeah, I watched the show. I was like, oh, I thought you canceled your Netflix. He goes, oh well, I decided to keep it. Like with me, like I was gonna cancel my Netflix and then they just inundated their entire service with Korean dramas, right? So then I was like, oh cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept my subscription. Then they started doing more anime, right? And then they just did a deal with Warner Brothers, so all DC's movies. So they're constantly doing that. That's what I think. That's what Microsoft has to find.
They're
Because
constantly trying to give more value for the dollar that you're spending.
yeah, because you want people to because that's money guaranteed every month. And if you have
Yeah.
100 subscribers, dude, that's a lot of money, and you control that money. and you control like we talked about before, man. It's like, and I know you've talked
If
about
you have
this.
a million people and they were paying $1 each, that's $1 million guaranteed every month,
Yeah,
right? So
exactly.
imagine $15 with
Yes.
15 million people every month. You just do the math. The numbers is retarded.
Yeah,
Now we're
and then
talking about almost 300 some million a month.
and for
You know
everybody
what I
out
mean?
there that's sitting there like worried about Square Enix and what they're doing and what they're not going to do, if you have 100 million people on Game Pass, it doesn't matter what Square Enix wants to do or doesn't want to do. They'll have to play.
It's not going to
You
matter. You
can't
know.
be, you won't. It's automatic, dude, because you cannot ignore 100 million. Those are consumers at the end of the day, right? Now, if you're a
Yeah, let me
company,
get it.
yeah. So if you're a company that decides to you want to stay small, you want to be independent, whatever, you do whatever you want to do. But on this level, if you want to be in the big game, dude, you're gonna have to participate. That's just the reality of it. And the way Sony looks right now, dude, I give them a couple more years and they out the door. And
Well, I
so,
mean, they're already far behind as it is,
well, I just think they're gone.
and
I,
and
I, I
then now they really, by them saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to cancel the live as a service games, or at least like half of what we had planned," and then you got them saying things like they're going to increase game prices to like 80, maybe to even to $100, depending on the game. And then the service is still not giving nobody nothing day and day. They're not even putting their games a month after release on the fucking service. Nothing. They're not trying nothing.
yeah, like you said
All those
earlier.
things are red flags.
Mhm.
All those things are red flags, and they seem like they're going to be set up for failure because you're raising price on games where people are going to say, no, that's a no no, right? So
Mhm.
less people are going to buy games. You can't put your games day and day on a service because then you're saying that you're not going to get um, real revenue, even though everybody knows selling your game physically, they get less and less money than it is digitally, right?
Mhm.
Um, then they're like, oh, we're not going to put our games day and day. And then they're saying shit like,
Hey, dear. Mhm.
we're going to double down on on um on the games, like making less games but trying to make them quality. Now you're giving less content to the people that just spend a year,
Keep
and
on
they're
your
just
body.
going to give them five.
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm still body.
Yeah, your body. Should I keep on talking? And
Hey, Dea. Merry Christmas.
yeah, Merry Christmas, Dea. Dea says, "Hey, Hiba." Hiba, yeah, Hiba's microphone was. I don't know, man. Every time he's on a road, that thing. Just for your heads up, dude. I'm like in Hawaii, and T and Hiba are on the East Coast. Dea, I sent you a link on Instagram if you want to jump in. Be interesting to get your thoughts on the hack. And that's what I mean. I don't mess with PC dudes, man. They're on that other level. Yeah, I hope you're having a good Christmas there. And if you're busy, I understand. But I sent you a link. I think I sent a link to everybody because it is a Wrecking Crew podcast. I just have to do it now because of the time. But yeah, you're more than welcome to jump in there. Man, I think Heatbot's having issues with his phone. I hope it didn't die. He's on a roll. But yeah, go ahead, T man. Do you think Microsoft? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I'm just kind of sick and tired of everybody saying Sony's in second place when technically they are in second place, and in first place with 3 trillion is Microsoft.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this Xbox versus Microsoft bullshit. They're
Hmm.
one company. They're under one roof. They
Yeah.
they should be counted as the same goddamn thing. And when you're basically just doing that, that's just like a cop out. I hate that.
Well, I mean, if they did that though, right, they'd have to be honest. And that's
Crap
the,
just did that, and I was really annoyed. I was like, "Yo, what the hell?"
yeah, I know. Crap has his he has his moments.
Nah, like it's just like you can't keep going into this denial phase where you think Xbox and Microsoft aren't related. That just doesn't bode well.
You know, I just it just blows my mind that they just can't you know they just see it that like you're saying they just see it a certain way. Yeah, I sent it on Instagram. Yeah, Tom Mandela says Merry Christmas. Yeah, for that multiplayer, man, that's I can't I can't I can't see Sony. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they're putting in the time and attention it needs, but I can't see it. Hey, what's up, dear?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Good timing. I think we lost Hebot, so you got to pick up the shifts now. So
How long did he buy have it for? 4 hours?
yeah, yeah, he was and he was on a roll. You know, I wanted him on because I was
Yeah,
just so frustrated. There's so
he's
much stuff that's
knowledgeable
going
too.
on.
Yeah.
Well, so
I,
much stuff that's going on online. He's been
I can't.
talking about for years. So
December is usually a slow month for like news and stuff, and I don't know what's going on. It's been crazy this year. Oh man, and Sony, oh my gosh. I mean, they so I don't even know. I've just been passively listening to everything,
mhm,
and
that's a good thing, actually.
honestly, yeah, because so much keeps changing, and
Yes.
this leak, oh my gosh. I mean, um,
Mhm.
first off, nothing really surprises me about the leak. I know that that's not something most people are saying, but I wasn't surprised at how long it's going to take Wolverine to come out. I think they're working Insomniac to the bone, and and I had a good feeling that Insomniac was going to become a Marvel studio. Pretty much, that didn't surprise me
Yeah,
either.
great
Um,
point. That's a running joke online, which I think is absolutely funny.
it's sad, but
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, I, uh, Sony is so many things they're doing wrong that I've always said this, that it was only so far the industry can go to protect them, because you're going to still reap the repercussions of your actions. You can't do things in infinity and not receive something in return from that, good or bad. Okay.
mhm.
So what's happening to Sony was long overdue. It would have happened ages ago had they not been so heavily protected. And this whole thing with the media coming out and saying, "Oh, we're not going to report on this," they're not helping Sony. They never have been, and they never will. All they're doing is protecting the image of Sony. What's been happening, what we see, has always been happening.
Yes.
Okay, so it was just shielded from us. Imagine a person putting a curtain up over your eyes and you can't see what's happening behind. Something's going down, but you can't see it. So
Yeah.
you can't necessarily say, well, this and that is going on, because you can't say that definitively, but something's going on, right? That's how I've always seen Sony. And what's happening now is inevitable. You cannot like how much they were shown to be paying for, what was that, Spider-Man 2, 350 million
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
that game. I'm sorry, but
I heard
people
it
say,
was
oh,
over
I can
400.
400.
Yeah.
Even if that's crazy, T, if it's 400, but I do not see where 350 million went. Is Insomniac like somehow robbing Sony or something? Because I don't see it. Hellblade 2. Look at Hellblade 2. That just came out. That's most likely the final form of Hellblade 2. I think it's going to come out next year, probably earlier, in the earlier part of next year. That's my guess anyway. But what you saw at the Game Awards is probably the final form of Hellblade. Look how good it looks.
Yeah. It looks amazing.
And I'm gonna tell you now, I don't personally believe that Hellblade spent 450 million to 350 million to 400 million dollars to make that game. Even with all the stuff they had to do, they had to expand. They was much smaller. They had to 315 million to man. Oh, that's still too much. That's crazy. I just don't see it. And the game looks like a PS4 game. It does not look like a next gen game to me. It just doesn't. It looks good for what it is, but Sony was doing that in the PS4 era. So it's nothing I saw was telling me, oh, this game is on par with Hellblade 2. If anybody tells you that, they're lying to your face. There's nothing about Spider-Man 2 that's on par with Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 looks like a next gen game. Period. It looks, even though their original game was good looking, if you compare it side by side, you can see the big leap from the original game. You see where the money went, you see where the time went, and the talent. And this is Ninja Theory with the budget. They didn't even have a budget before. So look at what they were able to accomplish with less budget. That's how I know Ninja Theory did not spend that kind of money. Now, where I think, if anything, they spent the money, they had to get a mocap studio and things like that. They couldn't use like makeshift cameras and stuff like they did with the first one. So that's obvious, right? But this is something that Insomniac has always had. They've always had access to Sony's mocap studio because they're a movie studio. The Sony part, the movie part of it. So they've always had that. They didn't have to pay extra for things like that. So where is all this money going to? Into that game? My jaw dropped when I saw that. I couldn't believe it. And so I don't know where all that money was going to. It looks like a PS4 game, a very well made PS4 game, but a PS4 game nonetheless. I'm sorry, it doesn't hold a candle to Hellblade.
Me and Hebot kind of touched on it. Hebot actually,
right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, what did he say? What did he think?
Well, basically, there's also the licensing and stuff like that. Marvel, and I'll give them.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Anytime, it's like Sony's done the same thing. A company's in trouble every time they raise the price on something. Like I looked at my Disney Plus, they raised Disney Plus to for me $14. And then like Netflix is but Netflix actually they're successsul though. But
they are successful. Yeah.
Like Sony right now, right? They want to do what $100 games now.
I heard. I'm like, look, the ponies might want to pay for that. I'm not doing it. I'm not paying that much.
Yo, did you hear there that they're going to make Sony's games $100?
Yeah, that's
wait a minute. You're talking about a normal single player game, no multiplayer.
$100.
Yeah,
they crazy. They out of their mind. They must really think they can sell that and push their product.
Yo.
No, it's the same. It's the same effect that happened when people's cable bills was going up and they didn't realize why, and the reason why is because people were cutting their cable.
Cutting cable and they pushed
exactly. They pushed. So somebody has to cover that loss. Yeah.
Yep. And so that's what's happening. The pony's going to take on the brunt of what the casuals are not buying.
Well, obviously the ponies aren't buying it either. But obviously,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
Sony, yeah, I give Sony 2-3 years, man.
I do too. You know what? I would. It was a time that I thought they had more time than that, but I'm with you on that. I do not think they have long. I don't.
I only see one route for them to survive.
Acquisition. That's it. Somebody else have to get them.
Yeah. Either that or they have to go. What I was saying earlier, what they have to do, acquisition. That's a good. Okay, so there's two. The other one is that they become an entity unto itself, like they used to be. They just crawl back to Japan. And
yeah.
But
they'll do that as a third party. I'm gonna tell you now. They have some of the warning signs of Sega.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Because you know how successful they are, at least according to their numbers. I doubt some of their numbers. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that now.
But because remember, they were supposed to sell the Portal as a console sale. Remember that?
Well, I heard they have 500 billion consoles sold. So.
See, people they forget that they said that leaked, that they were going to count Portals as console sales. So I don't trust anything coming out of Sony.
Oh,
but
Sony's PS5 hit 50 million, but it still hasn't beaten the PS4 record.
That's the point. I don't believe the 50 million number.
Yeah,
I don't.
Me either. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that leak to drop. That leak to actually show how many consoles they have sold. I never believed them. Because
I
it
don't
doesn't.
either.
The numbers don't
I
add up.
just don't believe it. I don't believe that sales number for this reason and this reason alone. We saw they got caught saying they were going to count the portal as console sales, separate console sales. That was exposed. So, and nobody checked them on it. Remember, the media is doing nothing. They're not protecting the
Yeah,
consumer
they're
at all.
protecting
That's how
Sony.
much.
That's what they're doing.
Yes, they're protecting Sony and at their detriment. I've always said Sony has to go through the fire just like Xbox did. They have to go through it. It toughened up the gamer, the fans of Xbox. It toughened up the people. That's why, you never notice, like, for Xbox, all this stuff can seem like doom and gloom, and they just keep running as if nothing has happened. They done got used to this stuff after all that time.
As Optimus Prime said, we're made of sterner stuff.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough people over here. I mean, until I really got deep into Xbox, the fan base is very tough. You guys have been through a lot. Those of you who were there at the very beginning, all the way through. I mean, you've been through a lot. And not too many fan bases would have survived that long. And some lasted a long time, like a crap, all to flounder right at what, 2017, 19 or something. I don't know. It was real close to when Phil was ready to start making his real big moves. And
what cut crap was when Phil called him out.
Is that? I heard about that. That he was upset about games going to PC, right?
Yeah, he put him on blast, and that was Phil putting his foot down, saying to the community, because I know one thing Phil does not like is toxic people. That if you want to see him get mad, if he be toxic, he'll come on, he'll come after you. But that's what it was, and then on top of that, and just I don't know about you, Dave, but when I was growing up, my grandmother always told me, be careful of the company you keep.
Yeah.
Who your friends are, who you hang around with, because they help make you the person you are.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these Xbox dudes at that time, man, they were hanging out with a lot of the Sony guys, and they couldn't handle the heat, and they wanted Xbox to be like how Sony was.
And they still do. Some of them, the pony bots.
The pony bots, yeah, they still here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't want Xbox to be Sony. Not that. I always liked that Xbox has its own identity. I wanted to keep that.
Yeah, I've always said if I want to play PlayStation, I'll go buy a Sony.
Buy a PlayStation. Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I'm waiting for those apology videos, right, from all these guys that told us we needed a Spider-Man. We need our Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
All these dudes that was telling us Microsoft needs to follow the Sony game plan now, all the egg on their face. But I haven't heard anything from these guys. I could name them, but it's Christmas. I'll be nice.
Right, you could look at you. You're such a sweetheart.
When the Blade 2 trailer dropped, some of these guys was like, "Yeah, we told you we needed a Spider-Man," and it's like I was like, number one,
they still don't. They don't need Blade now. I'm gonna tell you why. The only reason why you're getting Blade, I'm gonna tell everybody this now.
Mm-hmm.
You can mark me down for this. You're getting Blade because Arcane Leon wants to do Blade. That's the only reason why you're getting it.
Yeah.
I still don't think Phil likes licenses and stuff. He's had enough of that stuff. He doesn't like them. I think he would much rather put his efforts in money and time into his own IP. Like look at all the money that Sony is putting into Spider-Man, because they have to. They have to keep up a certain quality and do it. But where's Microsoft really spending their money? When you look at a Hellblade 2, it's their own IP, something that's never going to leave them. So I still believe that Phil prefers that. I don't think anything has changed that. But if his studios want to do something like a Blade and I do believe some of those contracts existed, and I don't know about Blade. That's a little shaky, but I would say at least I know Indiana Jones existed before they acquired them. Because that's something that Ty Howard has always wanted to do.
Well, I'll tell you this much, right? I'll tell you this much. The reason why too is you're getting Game Pass. They have Game Pass. Mm-hmm. We have Game Pass, and that's what it is, right? Because they're more apt to do it, because what Phil will do is that's day one Game Pass.
Yeah, exactly. It has to go and get. If you know what, if Marvel would have said it's not going to Game Pass, guess what? Xbox wouldn't have took it.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have took it.
Yeah, Marvel needs to hold on to their asses a little bit, because they one step in the grave as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They floundering. Disney's floundering. So they make these. Again, that's another sign of a company doing badly, is that they make these outrageous demands for the
Yeah,
costs.
yeah,
Sony doesn't have the fluidity like Microsoft does, which is their
exactly.
problem. And they built theirs. They went. That was their game at the beginning of the season, which was the console generation. Right, that was Sony's game plan. This is what we're going to go with. Microsoft
Mhm.
took another. Well, they kind of had to, but they took another route. Right, they found another way.
A different way,
That's,
right?
yeah, and that's paying dividends for them now because they're not beholden. It also helped, like me and T talk about it. Also, it doesn't hurt that Microsoft's worth $3 trillion. I'm
Hmm.
not, so they have the they're a bigger market, and so but with Game Pass, like me and Eva was talking about that just a little bit ago. Is like with Game Pass, you just have so many more options, right? It's less risk, and the
Hmm.
most important thing is you need content, and you just need people subscribed,
That's true. That's true.
and they have quality studios, man. That
And
studio.
that can do it, right? Because from what I heard, Phil turned down Spider Man. It probably was a multitude of reasons, but I think one reason was he didn't have the studios to make that type of game, and he wasn't going to pull 343 or the Coalition or Turn 10 or whoever off of their main IP. He wasn't. So Phil supported his main IP throughout all of it. They weren't letting go of what they had, and that's the one mistake that Sony made. Sony kind of let go. They had what they so-called Halo killers. They had Killzone. They had SOCOM and all these other ones. I think it's another one, Mag or something. I don't know. I can't remember them all. But you know, they let go of these franchises. They didn't stick with them. They didn't put the energy and the money and the time into it. They didn't build a studio up to work these things. But that was a different approach from what Xbox did. They never let Halo go. They never let Gears go. They never let Forza go. They improved on that, and they may not have had a lot, but as far as what they studios were working, they never took their studios off those properties. And what they did do, which is unfortunate, they will hire other people, other studios to do other games, and they was trying to go back into some of their backlog and all, but they had so many unreliable studios, a lot of bad luck. But I think that was one of the smartest moves that Phil ever did, was to continue to work out his own IP. And look at where they are now.
Well, he was
Look at
burned
how
so
well
many
they're doing,
times. I think he was trial by fire because he got burned so many times. Like,
He did,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
But he never removed his studios off of their IP. He
yeah,
never did that.
yeah. I
The
like what he
only
said.
regret they had was what was that? Lionhead Studios, I think it was.
Yeah, that's the.
That's the one regret he said that they had. I think he didn't want to lose them. You know.
Sometimes you can't help it though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that is sad. No, but I mean, he's always stayed the course. Um, and it's funny that how people keep on continuing to doubt him. He's when he tells you something, he's gonna do it.
That's true. Yeah.
It might not be in the time that you like or the way that you like.
Or the way, yeah.
I mean, I found that I'll throw myself under the bus. That's the way I am. I'm like, no, scorch
Mhm.
up these dudes, man. Put an end to these guys. And he's like, no, we just
Yep.
gonna because he has a different perspective and it works, man. It's like I
It
said.
does, yeah. I mean, like I was, and I still stand by a lot of my points as far as what the media was doing when
Hmm.
it came to the video game awards and stuff, and the way that the Xbox developers were being treated and all that stuff. But I will say this: that Phil got his revenge, though. Nobody was talking about those awards. Nobody, and they were all talking about that Blade game, and even in some cases, those what's his name, the one for OD, his game, Kojima, that's his name.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, even if because he got his own fan base, whether we like it or not, he does. And those people who are fans of him were talking about the OD game. It was exciting because it's something new. They don't really know what it is, but they know that all these different directors are going to come on and write for the game and stuff. So they were all excited about that. They don't know what it is. I told you, Kojima, the way he teased stuff, you ain't gonna know until he's ready to let you know. But
Aside from all the haters, like Microsoft came out smelling like roses because they
really,
basically made it a game. They made it a Microsoft showcase,
he
dude.
made it. He turned it. It felt like it. That's all people was talking about. The only mishap was Larian Studios. They were supposed to announce on the stage that, because I didn't know this until after, they were supposed to announce on the stage that Baldur's Gate 3 was dropping right now in Game Pass. They were probably paid to even say that. They forgot entirely. They forgot entirely. Out of all the times they went up there, they didn't do it. So they had to come out and do a tweet on it.
Oh,
That was a mishap.
well, the funny thing about it is, right, is like you see people blaming Jeffy, what's it, Keely, because
Keely.
the
Yeah,
thing that
because
all the good stuff was falling on Microsoft, of course, for the media and the haters, right, that are out there, and then we know who they are already, and they're getting exposed this as we talk, as we speak right now. But I'm laughing because like all the negative really fell on Keely because of the way the award show was and was
it was
not acting.
terrible.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I didn't watch it, but what I heard, that was terrible.
Well, yeah, like it's supposed to be a award show first, so it's funny because all of that stuff fell on him. But then everybody's like, yeah, but that Blade.
Yeah.
That Blade, you're like,
Yeah.
that Blade
Oh
trailer.
man, you should have seen people. I looked at them Blade videos and I was wondering, are people even interested in it? I am. I'm a huge Blade fan. Okay.
Mhm, mhm.
I love Blade, but I'm honest. I didn't like Blade in the beginning. I liked the Wesley Snipes interpretation of Blade. That's the one I like. Okay. But and he ended up influencing the comics later. So, I like that version. I think he did a good thing adding to Blade's the whole world, really, not just him though, the writers too of that first movie with the glyphs and all of that, everything, the world building. I love Blade. I'm a huge
Man,
fan of that world.
I had a biggest crush on in Boucher, right, back then.
Yeah.
But you remember, and she was like from Dead Presidents too.
Oh
So that's
yeah, I
the
remember
reason
that.
I went to
Yeah.
watch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I was younger, I read the comic. I was reading the comic because I couldn't read Blade because back then it was like dabbling, Matter of fact, I
Right.
probably reading
Right.
that. The only reason I was able to read Doctor Strange, it was so fantastical that it didn't seem like it was bad. But
Yeah, he wasn't, yeah, it felt trippy, but it was that one wasn't too bad to read. It was just sometimes out there.
well, Blade was with Blade and like Blade, Ghost Rider. They just had that tinge of
They
Satanism.
did, yeah.
Right? So if my grandmother caught me reading that, she would have whooped me, man. She would have whooped me.
Really?
Yeah, my grandma was hardcore. My
Oh
grandma,
boy.
you put a book on, you put anything on a Bible, you get whooped. Like that type of. She hardcore. I just put yeah, she old school. So
Yeah.
so I never dabbled in it, and in fact, when the movie came out, I forgot. But the reason I went is because Boucher was in there, and because of course, man. This is what irked me about people. They don't realize how big a star Wesley Snipes is.
Yes, he
And,
was, especially back then. Oof.
and Blade was only successful because Wesley. This is what's
That's
irritating me
it.
about people
Yeah.
now. Like, oh, Blade's
Yeah.
so bad. No, it wasn't Blade, dude. It was Wesley Snipes.
It was Wesley Snipes.
It was
Yeah.
him.
But now they almost see that interpretation with Blade as synonymous to the point where Marvel has pretty much adopted it.
Yeah, they have. Well, it's just
Yeah.
the same thing with Samuel Jackson's Nick Fury. That is not the original Nick Fury.
That's
but it
not the
doesn't matter.
original, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter because Samuel Jackson owns that.
He
role.
did a good job. I mean, I didn't think I would like him as Nick Fury, but he did it. I liked him as Nick
Well, the
Fury.
comic book character that they did, it's funny because they're trying to cancel the guy who created it right now. But
Really?
yeah, but he would do his comic books with. I said this before, but he would do the comic books with people he liked to see play the character. So when he did his version of Nick Fury, he wanted Samuel L. Jackson, and so
Oh,
that's
okay.
Samuel Jackson, that character you see in the movies, at least in phases 1, 2, 3, is
Yeah.
the character from the comic book. But it fits him to a T because the guy who created him, is a huge fan of.
Oh, wow. So they took a risk on a man's interpretation of what he would like to see Nick Fury
Oh no,
be.
this dude is the man. He did the New Avengers. He read.
Oh, okay.
He took like old Marvel tropes and it's just like how the MCU did phases 1 through 3. Like for a lot of
Okay.
people who read the comic books, they took a lot of liberty.
Yeah, they did. They was mixing stuff up. That's true.
But they kept the core of what made the characters great. And that's why
They did. Yeah. They did mix up stories though. There was a lot of stories that weren't in order or was in different eras and stuff like that. They did mix it up a lot.
Yeah, and in some instances, as a comic book person, you understand because it just wouldn't work the other way.
No, not American comics. You can't. Yeah,
It would
it's
take
too-
too long. Some of these
too
things.
long. It's been reboots. It's been different interpretations of stuff. Yeah, you just have to pick something and then just say, well, we're gonna go with this.
Yeah, and that's the gist of it. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, but yeah, as far as what I see with Sony, that I agree with you. 3 years tops. I don't see them making it. And these people, I don't know where they get this understanding from. They think, and when I say 3 years tops, I think they're going to go out of they can't afford doing consoles. They can't afford trying to sell this many consoles and signing on all these different third-party deals and stuff like that. They're just not making money. Okay, they're not making money, and they're terrified to do multiplayer games or something. I wouldn't, if we got to do multiplayer games, because they're shutting down studios anyway. They're getting all their studios to let people go. I mean, even Insomniac is about to let what, if they haven't already, 50 to 75 people.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for a lot of industries. This is the reality because it's a perfect storm, right? Economy,
Ooh,
everything that's going
it's
on.
it's bad, man. Because if you look at what's going on with Embracer and Sony, yeah, Microsoft let go of 10,000, but people don't understand this. They was also acquiring 10,000.
Well, they
They
also
let go the exact number they were about to bring in with the ABK deal.
well, you can't get into the things of it, but then if you read into it, right, it's also like some of these people are contractors. Government does this all the time.
Exactly, and they didn't let go no hard hitters. I think they trimmed the fat so they can make room for such a big acquisition, which makes sense.
Well, and some people move on too, right? Some people want to do something different. It's just not, where it is. The reason why Sony's getting hit so hard is because all of this stuff is leaking, right? So
Right,
people are seeing it in real time, and you can't hide
right.
that stuff.
Yep.
Microsoft, where you can see where Microsoft is in trouble is like on the bigger scale, right? It's like their stocks, like that's why again I always say this when there's big announcements, Phil's not on IGN. Phil's like talking
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
MSNBCs and the
Yeah.
CNBC.
He's on the business networks and stuff
Yeah,
like
he's on
that.
the hard hitters.
Yeah.
Wall Street Journal's writing
Yeah.
the article
Yeah.
before
That's
any
true.
of the like we talk about it because we hear the news, but he's not going to be on a podcast until
Mm-hmm.
later because he has to deal with because Microsoft is a huge corporation. And I go back to 2015, Dale, where I talked about this. I watched this interview again. I wish I could say where. I think it was one of the things that was going on in the gaming stuff, tech thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he was getting interviewed, and just
Yeah.
when he talked about stuff, all the stuff he talked about is happening now. And back then, I heard him say it, and a lot of people just dismissed it because it's like, oh, it's just corporate speak and all this kind of stuff. But if I wish I could find that interview. But he talked about the bigger picture. He talked about that our competitor is actually Amazon. He was talking about how he wanted.
Right. Right.
He looked at Sony and Nintendo as a family, and that there was these
He did.
usurpers.
He did because they were in an area of gaming that this is another thing. Sony being so antagonistic against Xbox because look at what Phil was trying to keep E3 going. He was trying to keep everything together, keep the tapestry at least holding on. And Nintendo doesn't care. They just in their area and they don't care about anything else as long as they're doing well in the industry
Yeah,
individually. They do not care about the overall. I don't care what anyone says about it. They don't care. As long as they're making their money, they do not care. So Nintendo was not going to reach over the aisle with Xbox. They wasn't going to do it. And Sony just always saw Xbox as their antagonist. That they always saw them as their enemy that they got to stomp out. And see, this is the problem with Sony. They've always thought they have to just remove people entirely. They don't let a company exist. They can't get rid of Nintendo. That's why Nintendo's still there. But they literally just wipe out their competition.
yeah.
And they went one step too far with I think Phil reached out and tried. I don't know how true this is. Some people said that he was willing to put Game Pass on the PlayStation or something like that. Now, in all fairness, that doesn't make sense to me because PlayStation always had their own service. It really wouldn't make no sense for them to do that. So I know what I hear, but I just don't. They might have said something like that, but that was
I
just
don't know. The thing that drove me nuts about that is because everything is so Xbox focused.
Mhm.
All I would tell people is this: is like, okay, because you guys are so biased against Xbox, this is how you think. But you got to think of it from the other way, which is why would Nintendo and Sony want Game Pass on their console?
They wouldn't. Yeah.
This makes absolutely no sense because everybody says, "Well, Xbox this," and it has nothing to do with Xbox. Why would you put a competitor's thing on your platform that take money away from you?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's stupid. And this is
I
what
don't
drives me.
want Xbox to do it. I don't want to see PS Plus on the Xbox. If
And
I
plus,
want that, I'll go over there and get it.
two very different companies. All three of them are very different companies.
Very
targeting
different.
different
Yep.
demographics.
Yep.
Now, I think Phil was more pleasant back then with these people because remember, Reggie Fils-Aimé was. Oh yeah, I think that's the. Angel, I think that's the. Reggie Fils-Aimé was with Nintendo, and Sean Layton was with PlayStation, so he had
Right.
good relationships with them.
Right.
But once, like, it's funny now. I don't know if you saw it there, but everybody's sharing the video of Sean Layton talking about the unsustainability of AAA, big
Yeah,
AAA
I'm
type.
I'm seeing it everywhere now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened was, I know he had a close relationship to the point where they looked at the industry. They probably looked at it as one solid front because of the console market, right?
Hmm.
But once they got rid of Leighton and then Reggie retired, it was Katie barred the door. And then now Nintendo is just happy to be where they are, and PlayStation is being a prick, right?
Right.
Which
Exactly.
me and T talked about this, and I want your opinion there about the hack, right? Because
Hmm.
and I was of the and I've seen a lot of stuff come out because I know you're a PC person. I've seen a lot of stuff come out about it, but one of the narratives I've seen was that the PC they just pissed off the PC master race. The Sony guys did, so that's why Sony
They
got.
could have, and I wouldn't even put it past. You know what? I will say this. I've been noticing that for some reason, I don't know why they've been
Hey
Hi,
Google,
Google Poll. Hi.
hi Google. Sorry,
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Sorry, dear.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure to say hi to him. You know, I noticed that um I don't know. It seems like from what I noticed with the ponies, I don't know. I just say it's the ponies. I don't really think it's most of the PlayStation players.
That's more than welcome here.
They started really targeting PC and Xbox. Now, Xbox has always been that way, but they weren't gaining anywhere. I mean, Xbox people shut these people down very quickly, and they have they sentries that keep an eye on what the ponies are doing. So as soon as they come out with some messed up narrative, somebody's out there to stamp them down. So they really wasn't getting that far. And with Microsoft doing so well in that area, they were just losing narrative. So they started really directing their vitriol towards the PC gamer, and some of the stuff even going up to some of these PlayStation media people were just going and attacking PC gamers. Now I will say this, you know, PC gamers are not a monolith because people are all over the world who play PC, all over the world. But you can tick off the wrong person, and before you know it, you can't even get into your PC anymore. You can't, and I think that this challenge that I was noticing, not just with the ponies, I'm telling you, it was this one guy that was, I don't know who he is, but he seemed like he was a media guy, and he was at almost like to a point where he was mocking and testing PC gamers, and I'm like, you know, I'm a PC gamer, but I kind of consider myself both. I mean, I have always have a console and I always have a PC,
Right, right.
but I'm like, even I don't want to antagonize a PC gamer because you don't know which one you're talking to out there. Some of
Yeah,
these people will hack you into circles. You
yeah,
know, like you won't even know. You will never be able to get inside your PC again, or if you got a server or something like that. Some of these people are really, really good. You'd have to pay somebody to get yourself back in there, you know. So I'm like, you know, they got to be real careful about like mocking the PC gamer and our experience and stuff. Not that you be afraid of them, but you just got to be careful because some of these people is that you get them mad enough, they will do it. And a lot of them are a lot younger than me and you right now, me, you, and T. They can do it. And I just noticed that the PlayStation guys was following suit with this. They were just antagonizing the PC gamer more and more. And I'm just like, I don't know. I thought it was pretty quiet for a while, but I'm starting to wonder about these hacks because I think that that earlier hack that happened in this year, I don't think that was fully resolved. And I think that this is a part of that hack, that earlier hack. I don't think it was two separate hacks. I get the feeling it's the same hack, the
no,
same people that was behind that.
I do not disagree. I'll say
And
that.
I think that they were wait, and they're trying because what they're doing, I don't even think it's about the money either. I get a feeling that it almost seemed personal, like they're trying to hurt them in the worst way. They go after, like, look at this particular hack. They they go after the one studio everybody says is one of the best. Right now, you already know that Naughty Dog is hurting. They wounded. So going after Naughty Dog is, you know, because I think they had all this information. A hacker, look, this is something that people don't know about hackers. They ain't gonna go in there. Let's say I hack T. I ain't gonna go in there and just hack some pictures of T, you know, probably posing in front of a mirror or something like that. I'm not gonna care just about that. I'm gonna get everything on T, his bank records, everything. I'm gonna get it all. right? I'm gonna use my hack to get the most out of that hack that I can. Okay. That means everything. If I have to wipe it all, I'll get it all. That's how a hacker thinks. I don't believe that first hack happened and that they only had a little bit or you barely heard anything. I think they took everything they wanted. And I think with this portion of this hack, I think this is just a continuation. I do believe it's the same people.
Yeah.
And I think that it almost seemed like, because I'm like, well, why? They only talking about, they said they had the developers' information from what I hear. I don't know everything. I know this information still coming out. Okay. But from what I hear, they have the developers' information and then they target Sony in the worst way. And I mean the worst way. They go after Insomniac, the one studio that's keeping them going. They go after the one game that people are aware of and then expose the others and embarrass them on the world stage. I mean, they're embarrassed by the information that's come, even to the point that they, even in their own words now, nobody can deny this, they're scared of Xbox and Game Pass. They're scared of them.
Oh yeah, I would be too.
So this seems personal to me. Sometimes you can just read something in the actions of something. It doesn't just seem like it's about money to me. And I know that's it. I can't prove it, but this is my feeling. This is where my gut sits.
Well, I saw like people were saying that. So, I think how Sony people are, man. They're so dramatic. But they talk. It's like they just talk so much trash to every single person.
They did.
I mean,
but they were really going after PC though. For some reason, I don't know why so hard.
Well, when
when we had like broken ports and different things, and I'm like, wow.
Oh, Greg Miller did that rant. You remember when Greg Miller did that rant?
Yes.
And went against PC people, and he was mocking them.
Yeah.
Like when I saw him do that, I was like, look, bro, because I'm old school, right? So a lot of the PC elitists, I know they're old school too.
Yep.
And just leave them alone. Like that's what I've learned.
Yeah, just don't. If it's no reason to, don't, because you don't know who you're messing. Some people are really as sweet as a kitten, and but they play on PC, But then you got those ones that they don't. There's people out there. I'm not going to even sugarcoat this. There's people out there that don't like the console area and stuff because they buy into that stuff. I don't, But there's people who don't care. Like they don't hate Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo. They don't care. This is where I game, so that's what I care about, right?
What I find out is as long as you don't, everybody stays in their lane.
Right.
So if you don't give them a reason, is the most
right. Just don't give them a reason. But this year, the PlayStation gamers, like that guy that what'd you say his name was? That might be the one. He
went on that kind of funny. He just did that rant.
That's him. That's him.
Protecting insomnia. Or no, who's the
that's the guy. I don't know if that's his name, but you said he went out there and he was talking out on his show.
Yeah, kind of funny game. So he did I know because I saw that and it was shared, where he talked about he was mocking the PC guys because of the and it was it was a Sony thing, right?
Yeah, it was it was because of broken ports and not just mocking the gaming experience for the PC gamer. Yeah. That was what I thought he crossed the line too far.
So he said he was being funny, but when you listen to that, there's a lot of vitriol.
No, it seemed like he didn't like PC gamers,
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, the PC gamers realized that you sometimes it's like we tell people all the time that there's some people you can mess with, and there's some people that you can't.
You can't mess with, yeah.
Now you've been messing with Xbox guys for the longest time. The problem, of course, being that Xbox doesn't have a fan base like the ponies do. And I mean psychotic and hardcore, right? And we just have our group. But like I said, the thing I've learned about, because when I talk to my friends, right, they talk about stuff or they talk around stuff without incriminating themselves. I guess is the best way to put it. Right. Like if I would pirate something, it's always in these what if these hypothetical. But when you listen to something, it's like my dad. When my dad was younger, he ran with the wrong crowd, so he'd tell me these stories. Like, my dad would be like, back in the day, there's this guy that got taken out to the cane field, got drug around, and you hear enough of those stories, and I'm like, with this guy. You know what I mean? It's just like there's just a little bit too much detail in the story.
Right.
and when I listen to PC, that's what I would get from my friends. Right. And look, they're cool, man. They'd be like, oh, you play on consoles,
Mhm.
You should get a PC. And they talk in those terms, and they're the same guys that play like Warhammer, the board game. Because I was talking
Oh
about,
yeah, Warhammer. Yeah, I was I got to get into that again. I had tried it out when it first came out, but it was kind of broken.
but these guys
So
are like the same guys. Like, oh, you play the video game, you should play the board game with us. They're like that. They're,
oh okay.
they're that level. Right? So I'm like, look,
Mhm.
dude, and they play Dungeon and Dragons, the old school. They're that type
Oh
of.
oh D&D. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
They're old school. They're hardcores.
so
A
as long
lot
as
of D&D people went into gaming, and they went into a lot of. I think they did gravitate to PC gaming because of the role play aspect. Like you can
Mhm.
do a lot of stuff. I've role played in MMOs and all kinds of stuff. You got some communities that's out there that they're very hardcore role players, and they do stuff, and there's rules and everything. I used to be all part of that scene back in the day.
well, that's why I kind of more back then, but it's a lot more cross pollinated now. But that's what would differentiate between me as a nerd and who I would
Hmm.
consider geeks. Geeks are like the Star Trek guys, the
Very,
gaming
very
guys.
deep geeks. Yeah.
Very,
Oh man, it was a role play with Star Trek. It
yeah.
was a role play with them too. Like you really had to know your stuff because they was
Oh yeah.
talking in the lingo and everything.
Yeah, but we have the Star Wars versus Star Trek thing, and you talk to them, and then I just
Mhm.
realized that like we're more about the story and the world building and the fantasy, where the geeks like when they talk about Star Trek, they're like yeah because I
It's
talk
all
to my
about
friend
tech.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'd be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I would say like to my friend, I was like, dude, but warp drive is not possible. But he would be like, no, it is possible, and let me show you how. And then because
I
these are
know.
the engineers, right?
I
So
used to love. I love the geeks though because they make
yeah,
stuff
me too.
fun.
I have
They
no
make it
problem with that.
fun.
Yeah, because it's interesting to me. It's just that my brain doesn't function on that level. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
but they'll break it down to the finite details. I'm like, oh, just give me a good story and an
They do,
enjoyable.
yeah. And it's actually it's very geeky, but it's
Yeah.
also kind of fun to see if you want if you could this really happen, or
Yes.
could we really develop something like this and stuff, you
Well,
know.
these are the guys that push the industry, right? Especially on the
That's true. That's
tech side.
absolutely true.
Yeah.
Like it's people who swear up and down we can do warp drive.
Yeah. I've heard
Yeah.
I've heard what they said. Travel
I've
black
heard some
hole,
theories out there, yeah.
time
So
travel. I mean, it's interesting to
yeah,
see.
yeah.
Just, and the guys that geek is like you just like what was it? Like, my favorite line in Iron Man when Tony Stark was watching the video of his dad on
Hmm.
Iron Man 2, and then he said
Oh,
to him,
I should remember that. I got those things
well, the dad
on
said
my
to him,
list.
well, there's two great lines. I love that whole scene, but two great lines that stuck with me. It was like Tony, because Tony, he was talking to Tony, and he's like, I'm limited. I'm a man limited by my time. So he thought of
Oh,
all these great things, but he knew that he could not do it because the technology wasn't there for him.
just wasn't there yet. Yeah.
And then at the end of the talk, he looks at the camera. He says, he looks at his son, and he says, "But you're the greatest thing I ever created."
Oh.
To kind of close it up. So that's what I think about. I think about people that think in those terms. Like they think of not just outside the box, but future facing type of things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is what Xbox is technically doing right now. I mean, if anything else that they've shown, like you were saying, right? It's just that Xbox is just they're ahead of the game, but they're also pushing it. They're pushing it.
They're pushing it, right. And creating a healthy environment. Because another thing I think Phil is doing
Mhm.
is that he's showing the rest of the industry this is how you survive, because the method you're doing is not going to work.
Yeah.
It's going to collapse the whole thing. So he's showing them like we got the money, we can actually trailblaze this. Look at what we're doing. And I don't think Phil would care one iota if PlayStation copies, which they're gonna have to do. If but it's too late in my opinion. I think they've run out of time.
Well, that's why they were trying to bring them along. Like they built
They
these
were.
lines, and then
They were.
and he
Mhm.
got stabbed in the back. He got stabbed in the back by these dudes. They got
He
stabbed by the
did.
people that he tried to
Yep.
help. Like because he
Yep.
is a good guy. And sometimes you got to learn the hard way. I hate to say that. But
That's
that's the
true.
reality of it.
And,
Because
and- and I would say this too. Can I get this rant out real quick? Because
no, no, go ahead.
it's been sitting in me for like a while since all of this stuff blew up.
Mhm.
Sony PlayStation is not entitled to exist in the gaming industry. I want to say that for all people to hear. Just like Sega left, Atari, there have been many others, okay, that came ahead of them. They're not the industry does not need for them to exist in order for it to be healthy. In my opinion, Sony is here at the leisure of the gaming industry. In other words, they're passing by. They should leave it healthy. They should leave something to, that can propel it in such a way, because no company is going to always stay on top, and not all companies are going to exist. This attitude that I've been seeing in other podcasts and stuff, like somehow Sony has to exist. No, they don't. There will be somebody that takes their place. It always has been.
Yep, exactly.
So I just want to get that out there. Sony is not entitled to, because here's another thing too. Sony is fighting for their first place position. If they simply let that go and do what they have to do to kind of start over and build back up, they may be able to hold on and survive a little. But they're trying to not allow Xbox to get in what they know is inevitable, the first place position as far as between them two. Okay. And they already, it's already been reported. Xbox, we're not talking about Microsoft. Xbox is already making more money, revenue and profit over, they were already doing it over Sony, but I think they even surpassed Nintendo. That's how much money ABK is bringing to them through King and through COD by themselves. We're not talking about WoW. We're not talking about Overwatch. We're not even talking about those others, So, and they're huge. Okay, Remake Station. All right, hi, Remake Station.
Yeah,
Merry
welcome.
Christmas. He said Greg Miller is a turd. He is a super pony. I can believe it. I can believe it. But that guy he's really ruined his reputation too by saying he's not going to even report it. And something too. This has to come out, because the consumer is they're going to be deceived about what's happening with Sony, because people are just painting it as a glowing thing that's happening to them. Oh, they done sold 50 million copies. Again, I question that number. Okay, because again, Sony had already been exposed as being willing to count PS Portal sales, which is that little handheld junk that they got, as a console sale. That was exposed. So I don't trust anything coming out of them. Unless we have a third party confirm that, I don't believe it. Okay? Let's see, Remake Station 5. Oh man, I missed 3 hours. This sucks. By the way,
He's Gogopo.
Oh, Gogopo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm okay. I'm just on my work laptop. Okay. I was gonna say, what did you pee? Okay.
Yeah, Gogopo. Welcome, you hardcore, bro. But thanks for being
hardcore. Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of get some of that stuff. I just wanted to get that stuff off my chest, because this attitude that somehow I want competition for Xbox, but they said they have it. They have it in Apple. They have it in Google. They're not even looking at Sony. So whether Sony stays or not, it's not Microsoft's job to make sure they survive as a company, because all of Sony is hurting. It's not just PlayStation, it's all of Sony.
their whole company.
The whole company. And it's not their responsibility to have to take care of a whole company. Sony as a whole, see, this is the problem. Sony as a whole might not even be around, period. Forget PlayStation.
They have nothing anymore. Like, South Korea dominates electronics.
Right.
Their movie studios are probably about the best thing they have, but that's few and far between.
And they could end up just becoming a movie studio, period, and shed everything else off and sell it. We don't know. We don't know what their future is going to hold. But this attitude of acting like Sony has to survive, since when? Since when? So many companies have come and gone. They can go to, and they will one day. Maybe sooner than we think.
Of anybody that deserves it, it's them, because they've done that to other people.
They have. They put other people prematurely out of business where they could have coexisted. It's okay to fight for first place. I don't think it's anything wrong with that. But it's a whole nother thing when you're in the habit of trying to destroy your competition all the time. Yeah. And that's my biggest problem with Sony.
Yeah, I'll never forgive them for saying that.
Me either.
And it's not just the company, it's the fan base as well, because
everything.
They said that they were going to support. And I was a multi-console person. And
right, I was too, yeah.
The first indicator was when Shenmue hit and nobody bought it. and Sega never. So we're
I
Sega.
bought Shenmue, so
Well,
yeah, I actually bought
on the
that.
level where they needed to be sustainable, because
Right on the level, right? Yeah, I did buy that game. That's how I became a fan of it. I beat that game. I love that game. So, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But
Yeah, you just
what
bringing me
happened?
back to my memories.
Well, the publishing part of it was supposed to be the answer, and then not
Mhm.
only did that fail, but they lost a lot of the talent in the teams, and that's
Right.
why Sega's not the same company that it was
Right.
back.
It's not. And then people think that they need to, no, they're not.
And these guys celebrated that because they're liars, right? And they never cared about Sega anyway. They just wanted Sony to be on top. So this is why I'm enjoying it now, right?
Hmm.
Because Sony can't do that to Microsoft. They just don't have the funding. Because if Microsoft, because there's this, people were saying that it was Microsoft's behind the hack, like they paid somebody or whatever, and like me and T were talking about earlier. I was like, Microsoft doesn't pay anybody. Microsoft could crush them right now if they wanted to.
Right. Exactly.
They're not,
Exactly.
yeah, they don't have to do anything outside of the norm.
Right.
Just by doing business, Microsoft could end them if they wanted to, but they don't. So I
Mhm.
don't believe that Microsoft has anything to do with it. The great thing about it is that Sony can't do to Microsoft what they did to Sega,
That's the thing. Yeah.
and they can't, and they can't dominate, and they shouldn't, because I mean, if you look at the 10 years that we're going through right now, everything's coming back around. In fact, I actually wanted to do a podcast about Xbox, like a redux of 2013, because all of it's
Oh,
coming back
really?
around. Yeah, because everything's coming back around, because the rumor is that Microsoft is looking at purchasing Paramount.
What?
Yeah.
You wait. The Paramount, the same like the Paramount Plus that has Halo on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, T knows. T was
Oh, T, tell me. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, because the Halo system did so well,
Yeah.
and they're coming with season 2 in February.
I'm looking forward to two,
They're
by the
thinking
way.
of actually going for the purchase.
Yeah.
Really? That would be wow. That would be awesome if they themselves control that,
Yeah,
Because I'm saying now,
and then they can make Halo on Paramount without restriction from anything else.
yeah, or anything else. Imagine if they reigned it in house, all the other IP they have. I
Yeah.
would look like children's entertainment. They can have a Crash show. They can have and we know they're not done acquiring, but just from what they have now, they can do a Spiral show. But
Yeah.
they can have children entertainment. They can have adult entertainment.
They have
Oh
Minecraft.
man,
They have
they
Minecraft.
got Minecraft. You're right. They can make a TV series out of Minecraft. As big as that, that's the best-selling game of all time.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
like,
Phil
wow.
also said, well, one of the things I thought was funny, because Phil said, we have so many content, that look forward to shows. I'm like, oh, okay, well, if you have your own TV, if you have your own
Yeah.
studio production.
Wait. Wasn't this the whole TV thing that people hated?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Redux.
So
20.
wait a minute, they okay with it now? Why? Is it because Sony doing it?
Yeah, because number one, in 2013, it was Microsoft, and everybody was just hating
Right.
them. Yeah, but then
Mhm.
everybody's been doing that. Like that's where we're going. That's what
So that's what okay.
Yeah, Microsoft
Oh,
was
man.
very ahead of its time back then, right? When they were looking at the industry.
They were. They always have been, though. To
always
be
have
fair.
Just like Sega. The only problem, Sega was broke.
Sega too. Sega was innovative. This is what I loved about Sega, and it also carried over to their games. They were risky. They would just try something. I loved that Sega from back then.
That's why I love that trailer there at the. I didn't watch
the Game Awards one with the Sega.
Yeah, but I
Did you
watched
see
it on
that?
their channel because Hebot was talking about it. He was so excited.
That's how I found out, because I didn't watch the Game Awards. So when he said that, I sought that out. I was like, no way. I was like a little girl. I was excited about the Blade announcement. I still am. But when I saw that, this is the only reason I didn't bring that up, because I didn't even know it happened. I just knew about the Blade announcement, right? So I go back and I said, oh my gosh, they got all these games coming out. I don't know what happened to Sega. Thank the stars, they started to go back to that backlog. I'm telling you now, I'm already in the mindset. I'm gonna buy all that stuff. I'm gonna buy.
I have my theory. I have my theory. What happened with Sega? They got a mysterious cash injection from somebody. I wonder who it could be.
Don't you get me excited like that. Don't you do
well,
that.
I'm just saying, like we talked about it right before. It's just like I would love for Microsoft to buy everybody, right?
Yeah, but they can't buy everybody.
But you can't buy everybody, and you don't have to, right?
You don't. Yeah, they don't have to. They just need to partner with some of them, I say,
like if I'm using my head over my heart, the next purchase should be EA if they're gonna go for somebody.
EA,
Yeah, because EA owns all the sports.
they're not for sale though.
I don't know. I tell people like even with the Paramount thing, people was like, oh, that sounds ridiculous. I'm like, dude, all I know is they just bought Activision King Blizzard. If you would have told me back in the 360 days that they would buy a brand that big, I would have told you were nuts because I was a huge COD guy. I'm like, dude, nobody can touch COD. That's how I was. I was a little bit of an elitist as a COD player, right? And then
Right.
I got the beanies, I got the shirts, I bought all the special collector's edition, right? I had all that stuff, right? And now look, 2023, and look what's happening.
Yep.
I guess again, never say never. And when you have $3 trillion, just
Yeah,
what
they got to spend that money too. People forget that they need to. They're looking for investments. Hold on for a second. I'm going. Yeah, I was going to say Faded Blaze. Hi, Faded Blaze. Merry Christmas. And I'm going to 438 to read that. He said, "Funny story. IGN. I think he means now starting to post negative Sony news. Are they? Oh boy. Why is that? I'm always questioning that because I don't trust IGN.
Because they don't have Dustin no more. That's why.
Oh my gosh, that's a good point.
See you with the 3-pointer at the buzzer.
I didn't even think about that. Oh man, T's on fire today. Okay, Google Post says, "You hear the rumors Microsoft getting Paramount?" Yeah, we're talking or WB. I didn't look. T's the man. I think he's our media guy. He's the one that I didn't hear about that until just now.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that
Disney Plus, Dea?
I do. In fact, I'm getting ready for that next season of Halo.
Have you watched Percy Jackson?
I liked it the first season. I don't think it was perfect, but it's not what I was envisioning. But this next one, dealing with the fall of Reach, you got me in. That's one of my favorite.
That's the holy grail right there.
Yes.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. No, I'm just joking. I only said that's 100 will pop in. Anytime I'm kind of negative on Halo, 100 is right there. You'd be like, what? Somebody say Halo? No, but what I heard was that MS. The rumor is that because some people weren't big on the Paramount thing, so now the rumor is that Paramount and WB are merging.
What? Wait. Okay,
I think that's what Google's talking about.
They're merging.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It's all rumors.
That sounds. I don't know about that.
Well, just for what this is all coming from the money side. So if you like the Wall Street Journal,
right? Okay.
These dudes are talking about it because
that's a lot more
and they're talking about it in stocks and the boards, and because these guys, because all the funds came, they're losing money now. All the streamers.
Oh, really? So, wait a minute, didn't Warner Brothers just get acquired?
They're working with Discovery. Yeah, so it's Discovery, Warner.
Right, that's it. Yeah. So what's going on?
They can't be nobody can be Netflix, so you have to try and find a way to. Yeah.
I used to have Max. I don't have it no more though.
So now everybody's big on everybody would love the Paramount purchase. So more people are more in tune with the Paramount purchase now. If Paramount and WB merge, because then everybody's thinking about naturally the DC aspect, right? So if Microsoft got both of them, right, then people that love DC superhero games.
If that happens, I'm gonna tell you now. These are the only two words you guys ever have to remember, and everybody in the chat. Game over. It's game over. If they merged, and Microsoft got them, it's game over.
Yeah,
they will have their own superhero catalog, one that they own. It satisfies Phil's lack of dealing with licenses and all this stuff. It would be game over if that happens. Just saying. And all the IP, all the games you can make, all this, just game over.
Oh yeah, see here, Toolman, WB, Discovery, Paramount. Yeah, right, Toolman. Like it'll be all like if they merge, and then now more Xbox guys are like, oh yeah, that'll be great. Because not everybody is big on the Paramount. Like I said, for me, it's more like a never say never. Nothing surprises me with Microsoft at all anymore. And already, I know I think they seriously are looking at what they. Like me and T was talking about this earlier, Dale. I don't know if you noticed, but when you see the trailers now, you're used to seeing that Xbox logo pop up, right? On like a game trailer for Xbox, the logo pops up. But now, if you watch further, the Microsoft logo pops up right after.
I did. You know what? I just noticed that.
Yeah.
It was with it was a commercial. The commercial that they did with that girl and no, it's not that. It's a new one
Mhm.
where you could tell like they're in space or something. It's a bunch of kids and stuff, and they have a promotion where I think it's the chips or something like that. You can get a Game Pass Ultimate account or something like that. I don't know. I don't, but I saw the Microsoft logo at the end.
Yeah, I think they're starting to slowly, because you saw what happened with Activision King Blizzard. We lost my girl, Masterve. Um, she announced on Twitter that she was leaving Activision, and Bobby Kotick turned in his resignation.
No, we losing
Lulu,
Lulu.
yeah, Lulu.
No,
So she's going to go do something else. I was sad. I was
no.
hoping
Why,
she would
why
stay.
did people beg her to stay? I
Well, I
want
think
Lulu to
I think
stay.
it's Microsoft actually putting their foot down. This is the saying, right? I mean, we got to be cognizant of. I'm not going to lose my mind like a sycophant hater. Um, but this is continuing. Microsoft um, is going to make the changes necessary um,
Oh,
to. I mean, I'm more on the leg of Mikey Barra. I think Microsoft is still going to be hands on, but we know Activision, especially, they had issues.
yeah, they did. They
They
did.
did. So I think he's going to be more hands on with that. I'm not worried about other people.
But Lulu,
I know. I wish she would stay.
oh,
We're gonna miss
I
her.
liked her so much. Oh
Plus, I
man,
loved her because she didn't have a filter. Like if we
me
wanted to know anything,
too.
she would just tell you.
I was like, let that woman be a spokesperson. I had fun. Lulu had some of the most fun posts. Oh man, I'm gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss her a
Yeah,
lot.
she's very multifaceted. Like on the other stuff she talks about, like because of her background, right, marketing and stuff like that. So she really had interesting stuff. I actually spent time reading her timeline. But I think one of the things though with her is she's very honest. So that could be you know. But I loved how she put Jim Ryan on blast. That was awesome.
Me
That's how I
too.
found out about her. I didn't know who she was until then. I was like, "Who is this girl?" Then I saw her. I was like, "Whoa, dang, dude! She went in
So
on."
wow. So they lost Lulu, and now. So has he officially stepped down? Bobby Coded.
Oh yeah, resignation
Okay, he's
letter and everything.
gone now. So okay.
Yeah, he went out with on a good note too. He praised Microsoft or Xbox. Thinks the company's being left in good hands. Like he'll go on and do something else. I mean, that
Right.
dude's
Yeah.
so I won't cry too much for him. Or
Right.
I,
Me
I'm
either.
not crying for him at all, honestly. But and it's not because I have anything animosity towards the guys. Like, dude, you're filthy rich. You'll be fine. I wish if I had that money, I wouldn't want anybody to cry for me either. Yeah, so that's what kicked off the whole thing with it. So that. So my point is that already Satya's talked about it, Phil's talked about it, and when they talk about these things, it's on a higher level almost, right?
Hmm.
So that's why for me personally, I would not be surprised. So Faded Blaze, yes, it's true. The last Aquaman movie flopped. Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I'm hearing Mortal Kombat. Oh, it has really bad microtransactions. That's a bad sign when they get real bad like that.
Well, they're all trying to get that money, right? I mean,
Yeah,
again,
it's
that's the
not
great thing
good.
about that leak. They're talking about the actual money that Sony's making on these AAA titles. It's great because
Right,
it's a
right.
bigger picture of why everybody's doing what they're doing. When it comes to their licensing, like a game like Mortal Kombat, people might think of it as just a fighting game, where the guys who own it are looking at it like it could be a live service. I'm not saying it's good or that it might work. It might. I don't know.
Microtransactions they're necessary, but at the same time, they can take it too far. So it depends on how bad it is. Because I don't sometimes I don't care about getting a skin or some kind of expansion or something like that. I'm okay with that stuff. But it's when it's really bad, like when the prices are ridiculous and you just could tell you being nickel and dimed to death, that's when I don't like it.
Yeah, and I think and they have their fan base and stuff like that, right? That
Yeah.
is on the people. I mean, this is where they got to work their magic, and this is why they have the people that work at these companies that do what they do.
Right.
And then it doesn't bother me just because the consumer can decide.
Yeah, they can choose, yeah.
Yeah, because I
But
don't.
again, it can be predatory too, so you got
Oh
to
yeah,
be real careful with
and
it.
for me, like given this is why I love Game Pass. Okay, I know I keep on talking about it, but I'll just be honest with you. realize. This is why I love Game Pass, because Game Pass gives me that extra option, right?
Mhm.
So you can think you can nickel and dime me if I don't like it, and I don't want to invest in your ecosystem. I got other things to do.
Right,
I got
right.
other things I could be playing, and I'm not even. And if I'm being honest, not just gaming. If gaming's doing me wrong, I'll just go watch a K drama. If K dramas are getting formulaic, I'll just go or watch anime.
Yeah,
Animes,
you're like me. I have other hobbies I can do. So
yes,
yeah, yeah,
and that's
yeah,
what these people need to realize. Sony, this is what Sony doesn't realize, but Sony's just so used to um, being the favorite child
yeah,
um,
yeah.
that they've lost all type of they lost all wherewithal of how this industry works and how fluid it is and how it's constantly changing. You know, you
Right.
have the brand name, and kudos to you because that's their biggest power is their brand name.
That it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously that is not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough anymore, and
Yeah.
people, especially in this economy, you see what's happening, right? With a lot of these businesses, they give you the song and dance and how they believe in all these kind of things. Once that money starts drying up, oh, all of
That's
a
it.
sudden,
Yeah.
right? All of a sudden,
Man, you know.
yeah. Well, we wanted to do that luau for you there, Sega Forever. We want to celebrate the culture during a Pacific Islander month, but we're just a little bit short. You know, trying to fly in that taro is way too much money. So maybe if we just, how's about we just put a pineapple on a chicken and stick a cherry on it? That's a teriyaki sauce. Would that be good enough? It's like they started, because and I'm being facetious, but what it does, it shocks you into the realization
Yeah.
of what you need to do. They're surviving now. People are having to
Yeah,
survive.
everybody's falling into survival mode. Absolutely. That's a good term, I say.
And I know people will hate me for this, but please bear with me, you guys. Sometimes you need that. You come out strong.
That's true. That's true. It toughens us up, it gives us the experience we need to weather those other, because it's going to be times like that in the future.
Yeah, like when you
um
go to your doctor and he says, "Hey, your cholesterol is great," and then you can tell him, "Yeah, because I can't buy a $14 combo meal from McDonald's."
yeah, yeah.
Choices were made.
I'm gonna read from Faded Blade at
Yeah. So where are we?
4:49 real quick.
What time
um
is it?
Faded
11.
Blades, it's at 4:49 p.m. there.
Oh wait, can we? Sorry, TNBN. Thank you for being
Oh,
here.
TNBN. Oh, hi, how you doing?
What's up, brother?
I don't who is that? I don't think I've ever
I
seen that
think he's
name.
new. Yeah. So
Oh,
welcome.
okay, welcome.
What was the time you're looking at? 45.
4:49.
4:40.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me drop down. Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, there we
Gotcha.
go. Okay, he said, Faded Blade said, Sony's problem is the lack to adapt to current gaming. Would you mean with the multiplayer aspect of it, or the monetizing? What do you mean by that exactly? Because it's a lot to current gaming. Maybe it's diversifying themselves. I don't know. It's a lot they're not doing. They don't really have a presence in mobile. If they do, I don't know about it. So they need to be getting into mobile. That's a great way to monetize. Faded Blade said multiplayer and subscription services. Yeah, and the sad part is they got into subscription services before Xbox. That's sad. And but Xbox always was strong with multiplayer though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't think they can.
You don't think they can at all?
Well, what
I don't know how true this is. Now was Naughty Dog ever really good, like really good at multiplayer?
I don't know anything that they've done multiplayer, honestly.
Because I was hearing that, and I'm like, if that's the case, why are they struggling so hard to do one multiplayer version of factions? I don't understand that. I don't get it. And these people still regard these studios as the best in the world. I'm like, how? They're just the best at that cinematic type. All of Microsoft studios can do all of the above. They can port to PC, they can do multiplayer, they can do single player, and now they're starting to get into gas. So these studios are so diversified over here.
I'll just say this: it's just like being a comic book fan, right? It's just like make my Marvel was my motto. But since I was a comic book fan, I would read a lot of different things because I love comic books in general.
Right.
The art, the stories, just comic book as a whole, the industry.
Right.
So, but of course, my main thing is Marvel. So I think the problem with that Faded is talking about is that Sony just became this one trick pony.
Right, right.
And then when you look at a game like The Last of Us, I mean, should that even be a multiplayer game? I think from the Sony perspective, they needed multiplayer because that's what everybody was doing, and they want to capitalize
Yeah.
on it using their brand. But I think I'm pretty sure that's and then when what was it? Who's that? Bungie came in, and Bungie was that reason that came that
Yeah, to,
they
to
had.
help teach the studios, yeah,
Oh no, just
how
to
to
tell them
make
it
it.
wasn't possible. Like, why would you? Like, to me, it's just like, why would I want to play a multiplayer version of The Last of Us when Last of Us seems to be a very story-driven, character-driven. Like, how is that going to
Very
translate?
strong narrative. Yeah, you're right.
And I'm not saying it can't be. Okay, let me correct myself here before I
Mhm.
say it. I'm not saying it can't be done, right? But you're gonna need some super talented. You're gonna need like a
People
like,
to make it work. Right.
to
Yeah.
make it work.
Yeah.
You see that. You see that happening. You saw that happen with Halo. Um, if
Yeah, but Halo, in my opinion, works well in that way though. It was like, yeah, it's just that 343 didn't know how to do it. It's like anything. A studio has a learning curve.
I didn't think
Honestly,
it
they
was.
turned around really fast though, to be
Well, I
honest.
didn't think it was bad, but I know it was. It could have been. For this is my personal opinion, because I play service games as well,
Okay.
and I love Halo. So you saw the direction they were going. The way they pulled off that open world version of the game was
Hmm.
amazing to me.
It was, yeah, yeah.
The Halo Infinite was a perfect amalgamation of what was going on with 4 to 5, like how they would
Mhm.
take things and change it, like introduce like the Smash feature. And they always were taking Halo and taking it, and I've never seen them drop the ball
Mhm.
until they did the multiplayer, which was like a live service. And it's
Yeah,
not
the
that it
live
was bad
service,
to
yeah.
me; it's just that it could have been better. It's like Redfall, right?
Yeah, yeah,
It's not that
yeah,
Redfall
that's
is a
fair.
horrible
That's
game.
absolutely fair. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think that we have to like praise absolutely everything. you know, I don't really personally play the gas portion of Halo, so but from what I hear it's good. I mean, the gameplay is fantastic and stuff. I'm hearing it everywhere. So
Well,
they found their cadence, I guess.
from my personal experience, like they introduced like, and I've talked about this before, but they introduced the cat ears,
Yeah,
which
the
I
cat ears.
absolutely hated. Right, I'll be honest with you. I hated that
You
when I
hated
saw
the
that.
cat ears? Wow.
Yeah, I hated the cat ears, right? Because I'm like, what is this?
Wow.
And there's a lot of people that were like me. And what ended up happening is online we were going after the cat ear guys. But then
Oh, you
something
would target
happened.
the cat ear people?
Yeah, yeah. I'm old school Halo guys.
Okay, I see. Yeah, yeah.
So I was a target. I was like, this is ridiculous. I have the Halo armor, and I got cat ears, so I didn't like it, right? So what ends up
It's too
happening is
fantasy
no,
like, I
well,
guess.
so what they're trying to do is they're trying to appeal to a different audience. So what ends up
Oh,
happening, right, is as the game continues to build, right, and then more people start coming in, you see more people with cat ears, so that's just more people to kill, right? So you just go around and tag them. But ended up what happening was I started playing the game, and then people started killing me back that had cat ears, and then
oh,
I was like, okay, wait a minute. And so what happened was there's people that are hardcore Halo people that were buying those cat ears.
oh, okay, okay.
So even though I did not like that, there's other people that liked it. And
Yeah,
so
that
and
did.
so the coup de grace of all of this is that my daughter comes. She goes, "Oh, Dad, I want cat ears." So guess who bought cat ears?
You bought cat ears.
Yeah, from my daughter. I bought it for my daughter.
It was very feminine. I kind of like the cat ears because I
Well, obviously, I will
think
say
they're
this.
cute.
I will say this. Obviously, more than people like my daughter liked it, and this is what reminded me of this was a live service game because this is what live service games do.
Do that's what they do. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So the only thing missing with Halo was that it just didn't offer enough of that to keep you interested.
Keep people interested. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Halo is not going against COD per se. Halo is going against something like Fortnite or Overwatch 2,
Yes, yes.
or the many of other games that kids nowadays play. What are you playing, Angel? What is it? Honkai Real? Huh? Genshin and what?
Honkai Star Rail.
Honkai Star. See, that's how old I am. I don't even know what those are, but my daughter plays them.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what Microsoft realizes, and they have to get there now. In order for them to get there, but like you said, I'm sorry, but like you said, I think they figured that formula out, and they'll get better because it's
They're getting better, yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
They always have great gameplay. Nobody could even
Oh yeah,
question.
yeah.
You
Gameplay
had the
is awesome.
ponies running around trying to gaslight people into thinking the game was bad. It was never bad. The campaign was. I enjoyed the campaign personally. The campaign was fun. I really had a lot of fun, and I played co-op I still have an open co-op game that I have to finish up. It was just other games that got in the way of that.
Yeah,
But
you know, I would actually finish my Halo game if people would play with me that said they were going to play with me. That's sitting over there on the table,
wait
ignoring
a
me.
minute, wait, what are you playing? You playing the gas portion of it?
No, I wanted to play story mode with my kids,
Oh, that's fine. Oh,
but I guess they're beyond me now. They have lives and friends and play Honoka Rail or whatever that thing is. Anyway,
hi, Unlimited.
oh, dude, I sent you a link, Unlimited, if you want to jump in. But I finished up my own job for the week. It's nice to see T-Reap and Dia sharing a Christmas spread. Oh, yeah, let me, I'll post this.
Thank you, Unlimited. You so nice. And I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Everybody in the chat, I really hope you guys have a blessed Christmas. I do.
Don't worry, Unlimited. When you have time, because we'll still be going on Christmas before Christmas. It's the Christmas marathon. I'm just
The
waiting.
marathon is back in full force, and we got plans for the marathon in 2024. We're gonna try to beat our top score.
I know we can. It'll be easy if I can get the right people on the same shift.
Yeah. Well, you need somebody like you're gonna need somebody like who was that was with you forever? Like I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
Realist, that's who it was. Yeah, I was trying to remember who it was because it's always different people. But you know,
Fire Boss,
yeah, he can hang sometimes when he wants to.
You know, because they're so varied in what they do. So,
yeah, they do. They have a good broad. They can talk about almost any subject. It seems.
Yeah, you know, because deep down inside we're old school nerds. You know, we grew up with this stuff.
Yeah,
and you get Fire Boss talking about old Sega, man. You better watch out.
Oh yeah. And Unlimited is right about Hebot too. He said Hebot can Hebot got so much knowledge, it's too much. Like I'll forget what he said when he started because cycle through so much different content,
Well, Unlimited, I actually I made this podcast so that Hebot could jump on because I'm not gonna lie with you guys, man. It irritates me when you see now if you're on social media like I am, you'll see like the narrative is changing. Where people are acknowledging the problems now, and this is stuff that Hebot's talked about. And Hebot, especially
years ago,
he got like personally attacked by these guys. People was doing stuff with taking pictures of his family because back then he didn't know how to lock up his stuff, and so they put him to the and a lot of people backstabbed him.
Yeah, I heard. I think it's who told me that. I just won't mention who told me that, but yeah, somebody told me about how he was treated in the past, and I couldn't believe it.
And a lot of it was just
a nice guy.
Well, it's a lot of hate and envy too, because a lot of these guys actually wanted to put their channels up as well, but they didn't have the they just don't have the knowledge or the scope that Hebot does. But then again, too, Hebot is brutally honest, so that doesn't help. I'm the same way; it doesn't help us.
Yeah, he is.
It doesn't. It's just like we can't lie, so that's why we're not popular.
Hey, Sega, Matt, Sega Forever. I gotta get going. Okay.
All right, dude. No worries. If I'm on, I'll hit you up, dude, directly. I'll message you.
All right. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go to sleep though, so I'm really tired.
Oh yeah, this will be later on, dude, because my back couldn't handle it again.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Merry Christmas, Dave.
You too, T.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, T. All right, brother.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
we won't be on too much longer. The marathon can't kick on forever,
Oh yeah.
It can't kick on forever. I did want to get some things off my chest, so I'm kind of glad I was able to.
Oh no, that's why I do it too, so that people get a chance to I'm all for it, because you can't get this type of conversation.
That's true. That's what I like about yours is it's conversational. It's not a little short sound bite here and there,
Yeah, if you guys want to talk about whatever, man, this is the podcast to do it. So, and it is cool because I wish I knew how to piece it up so I could piece it up for people, but I'm not unlimited. So.
Right. Yeah, Unlimited is so organized. I mean, I even wonder how he finds the time to do it. You can tell. You can tell that he's just as a person, he's very organized.
Yeah, so I appreciate that because we need people. We need someone like Unlimited. We need somebody like you to really fight the good fight, man. So I always appreciate it, man. I try and tune in. I know the time difference for me is hard. Like sometimes I'm listening to you guys and listening to your podcast, but I can't participate because
yeah. I notice sometimes I see you in the chat,
Yeah, I try and chime in, but it's hard sometimes. So.
But I say for this group, everybody cares about everyone else so much that we make time for each other where we can. And you know, your podcast is heavily supported and always talked about, whether you're here or not.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And then the one thing I like to say is just because I can't. One of the reasons why is because there's only a select few of us that'll say the things that other people either they miss it. You know, because like look, even on the Xbox side, there's guys that are doing podcasts. Look, if you just want to be a gaming podcast, then be a gaming podcast. But some of you guys should not be calling you guys Xbox podcast.
Right, yeah.
Because you guys get your same information from the media. That's the problem.
That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah.
And they've been anti Xbox, so you guys really shouldn't listen to these dudes. I mean, so just be a gaming podcast. If you want to talk about everything and you want views, that's nothing wrong with that. But if you put yourself on Xbox, man, you number one, you just make it harder for yourself, right? Because I mean, that could change with all the stuff going on now, right? That could change, but I would highly recommend you guys just go middle of the road, just like how you want.
And you know, I don't understand, like it's some people I like a lot in the Xbox community, but why do they still use Metacritic as a measure or you know, something to dictate when something is good or not? It's not. Is Metacritic is not going to tell you anything about an Xbox game, period. The same people that we've been having problems with all year round are the same people that's sitting behind Metacritic trying to find ways to hurt Xbox and its developers and games. That's now I'm not saying everybody, because I like let's take IGN actually does have some people that are decent, but they don't exist in this country, you know, because like Starfield did receive some pretty high scores from overseas, like in Japan and France and stuff like that.
You know, because we've lost that love of the gaming culture, and it's just like what we talk about there with pop culture, right? Pop culture is thriving overseas because they don't have the same hangups that we have over here.
Yeah, they don't.
And they see it for what it's worth, and they present the product the way that they want to present it. And if you love it, fine. If you don't love it, then you know. And I'm gonna tell you right now, man, South Korea, dude, when it comes to their entertainment industry, I won't even mess with them.
Oh, they're fantastic.
They're awesome, but man, if you're a celebrity there, you gotta watch your P's and Q's.
They're very strict on them. Yeah, you're right about that.
You get canceled. I mean, when they cancel, you're done.
Yeah.
The only saving grace for some of these people is that now the international market is a place for them. So some people can. And it's something that's a lot of people here would think would be stupid. But at the same time, I appreciate that they're like that because it keeps
me too. Because they understand these people are idols, right? Like for instance, you're not going to see a pop star over there, you know, shaking their butt in the camera and all this stuff and behaving like a fool, because they're like, that's going to influence these other kids. And they don't want that. They want their society to be a certain way and to be seen and portrayed a certain way. Right.
And like I've been told over the last 15 years, how dare we tell people how in other countries how to live their life. So I just throw that back at people. They're like, well, Japan needs to be a little bit more open, or
no, it doesn't. If they do it, they're gonna lose too. If they do it, if they adopt our mistake. See, a country can make mistakes. Do not adopt everything they do. And our country is making a ton of them.
And learn from it. That's the thing. We make a lot of mistakes, but we don't learn from it. So that's another. So just keep on, for all you fans out there that are overseas, just keep on doing what you do. I'm enjoying it, dude. I love watching the Mexico stuff.
Yeah.
I love losing to them on Call of Duty. I was like, man, these guys are hardcore.
Oh man, yeah. Do not play against them though. Don't do that. I'm about to address something real quick.
Yeah. Go.
I'm limited at 5:05 p.m.
05. I got you. I just gotta find the 05 part. There it is.
Okay, there we go. He says here, a lot of Xbox gamers want it to be PlayStation 2.0. They want the high review scores, gaudy awards, and praise from the likes of IGN and Kotaku. They want Xbox to get the PS and Nintendo validation. That is true. And I've learned that they're never going to get that from these people. Now, they may one day, Xbox will one day, because these people are going to grow old and eventually get replaced by the next gen people. And these people are going to be a lot friendlier to Xbox, in my opinion. But these people here, no, don't expect anything from them.
Oh, yeah. Do they also want the bad finances? as well as
Mm-hmm.
so.
And then look at how they view everything as if Xbox is trying to harm PlayStation when it's their own stupid decisions that's doing that. If you
So
want to know where that anger is coming from, it's that because they look at it as Xbox is forcing PlayStation to do things it doesn't want to do. They don't want to do day and date. They don't want to do a Game Pass equivalent. They don't want to make multiplayer games. We are not dictating that. The industry is. They
yeah, I don't
either
want.
do it or don't. You
I
know.
don't. Yeah, I don't want Sony to do that either because I want them to go away.
Yeah,
So
they're
yes,
gonna go away because they're gonna go away because they're not gonna survive. To the point now that they're scared to do multiplayer. That
yeah,
wow.
that's their Achilles heel. So they can't twist the narrative when they're wounded like that. That's why I say that I don't want them to do any of that because I just want them to go. And so I support you, Sony fans, 100%. Tell Sony to keep on making AAA bangers,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what the statistics say, the
Spend
industry
500
says.
million. Yeah, keep
Yeah,
doing
keep on doing it. Yeah,
that.
keep on go down the drain with Marvel and Disney Marvel.
I think it's time for
100%.
them to be replaced. I do. I think it's time. I think they don't know what they're doing. The industry has changed and they don't have the time. I've said this many, many times.
Mhm.
Sony doesn't have the time to catch up. Xbox
Oh,
has already left
oh, go
them.
ahead, Dave. I'll be right back. Go, you run it. You
Okay,
run
yeah. Xbox has already left them behind. And let me read this real quick from Faded Blaze. Who wants to make a bet that ABK games coming to Game Pass the first 2 weeks of Jan? That's possible. They've been working on that all this time, so I would assume they could have a batch. The question is, when do they drop COD? That's the question that you want to ask because that's going to be a big deal when they drop all those games in there. And if them games are like 120 FPS and all this other stuff. If they do all of that to it, oh man, that might crash the internet. But that's the question I have. I think it's possible they can drop anything. They can have all the crash games come in the first 2 weeks or something. We don't know. I don't know. But the real question is when are they dropping COD? That's all of those games. And then let me see what Google says here. Half game reviews on the internet now are written by AI, it seems. Really? Oh, wow. You know what? I wouldn't even be surprised. These people don't know how to write no more. Sorry. They don't. They put opinion pieces out there. I went to college for journalism, a little bit of it. One thing we learned is I had creative writing classes and stuff like that. All of this type of writing is very different and you can't crisscross them. It's very strict. And journalism has a lot of rules to them. So, and I just noticed a lot of times these people don't even follow those rules. They have nothing but opinion pieces anymore. Like nothing is objective. They don't approach anything with the idea that they need to see it from both sides and stuff. The old things that I learned, I don't see it practiced anymore. And I don't care what it is. It can be gaming media, the news studios out here. It doesn't matter what it is. The regular like ABC and all this. All of them do it. They all do it now. They've all given up on traditional journalism. I don't know what it is they practice now. I don't know if the rules have changed, but that's just not how I was taught. And they don't practice that anymore.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Where are we?
Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Gotta have my kids. They're leaving, so.
Oh, that's okay.
So are we? We did. You addressed Faded Blaze. I heard you said.
Yep, I did. Yep.
Did you see Google's comment?
Let's see. I can see ABK games on Game Pass sooner than people expect, but first week of 2024 would rock. Yeah, it would. But I'm saying this though. When do they drop COD? That's what everybody's really waiting on. I'm personally waiting on all of it, but I don't play COD, so. But I wouldn't mind trying the zombie mode and stuff like that. That seemed kind of fun to me.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Day I noticed when I bought because I bought the newest one, and so I was telling T this, and we talked about it a little bit. Not on another podcast, but when you start the game off, it looks like it's the way that they did the menuing and stuff like that. It looks like it's going to be like I could see them doing an actual storefront on Game Pass just for COD, where
really? Okay.
multiplayer would be a game in and of itself, The zombies will be a game in and of itself, and then the Warzone will be a game.
The campaigns, yeah.
The campaigns, yeah. So, and the only reason I say that is because you saw what Fortnite did earlier. Like
No, what did
Fortnite has, they have Fortnite Lego, and they have Fortnite Racing, and I think they have like some kind of Fortnite band thing. Like so, Fortnite is within their own ecosystem, in their own game. They're creating like subgenres, subgames.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah,
That's actually quite smart.
and I see Microsoft was kind of, in a way, Microsoft is doing that with Minecraft already.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's a lot of different subgenres already with that.
But to your point,
Dungeon
Google,
mode. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sorry, but to Google, that's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I think. I could see them doing like when you go into Call of Duty, you're gonna go into a storefront where and it'll all be
Like a hub.
like a hub. Thank you. That's what we said. A hub.
Yeah, hub. Yeah.
That's just a shout out to Heba. He's the one that said that. And Heba was talking about this way back when I first met him. And I think we got on that because there was excitement about Capcom, like if Microsoft bought Capcom, like a Capcom store.
Oh man, that would be so wow. That's a good idea.
Because my whole thing with all of this data is because we see this with subscription services, and one of the reasons why Paramount and WB are talking about merging is because you have to sustain. You can say that you have these many subscribers, but you have to keep them. It has to be sustained.
Yeah, you have to keep them. Yeah. It's different things that brought them in, and you have to keep creating content for them. It's an ongoing thing.
Like for me, I don't watch any of those like how to kill a serial killer. Those shows.
I don't look at that either. Yeah.
And then there's a lot of stuff I was looking at Netflix. I was like, well, I think I'll just cancel and then come back later when there's something I watch. And then they started dropping K dramas and animes.
Right.
And I was like, and then I'm there.
Now you hooked. Yeah.
Yeah, for the price I get and all the content I'm getting, and that's what I look at Game Pass. So to take something as massive as COD, because what can happen is, you got COD in Game Pass, but the average COD player, and I was hardcore COD way back in the day as well, is that okay? Yeah, I mean it's in Game Pass, but I could just go buy the game, right? Because I play it so much. Because a lot of people, that's all they play. Now,
that's true. They don't play nothing else. You're right.
Though I do agree with T, like you can get the people that are tired of the yearly installment, right, and they're tired of paying that price. But like
they may want to go back to some old stuff and keep playing COD. They don't ever have to stop, but they don't necessarily have to buy it all the time.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was thinking like with that hub idea. Yeah. Oh man, and it's people who just like certain aspects of that. Like they like I heard people love the zombie mode, but they don't touch nothing else. Like
I'm the same way. I don't play any, and which is people think I'm weird because they know how much I love zombie stuff, and I play Left 4 Dead.
I like that, man. I would try that if I had the game.
I never liked COD zombie mode. Never.
Oh, you don't like it at all? Well, I mean, I don't know what it does. I've never played it. Is it like a horde mode? It seems like it would be similar to that or something.
I guess because I like the story and they would get I didn't like that. I just didn't like the way it played. Like I don't want to. So when I play, I like my zombie games like I like my racing games, arcadey.
Oh, arcadey. Okay.
Yeah. So when I play like zombies, it feels more. It's like
that kind of style, right? Like
I'm like, dude, I don't want to be shooting the zombie. Headshot the zombie. I want him to die. And you can have mutated zombies, but it's like that the difficulty kind. I don't know. It's just something I just wasn't feeling it.
Right.
So I never played the zombies, right? But I would definitely do multiplayer. So.
Okay. And then there's some people who only do campaign. They love the campaign for COD.
Yeah.
So
And it just fits into what Microsoft is doing. They are pushing the industry right now, and it's not that I shouldn't say they are. They're getting on board with it because the industry's been doing this for years. Right?
For a while, yeah.
This is why Sony's suffering right now, and a lot of people don't want to acknowledge this because. Why pay for a game? Like when a person tells me they play Spider-Man, I'm already putting them in a box, not in a bad way, but like of how they play their games.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at it. But T says next year's COD is set for Game Pass day 1, so we shall see. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. Do you know what the next COD is going to be this time? I don't know.
It's supposed to be Iraq. Iraq War.
It's supposed to be what now?
The Iraq War.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? Okay, I thought have they ever done that one before?
No, it'll be new.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, they kind of shied away from certain things, but like they finally did a Vietnam.
Probably it was too close to the events of that time, so they
Yeah,
probably
so,
gave it some time, before they visited it.
yeah, that's why I joined the Navy actually, because that was going on.
Okay, okay.
So I think it's more than enough time where people are.
Yeah, it's enough time now. Yeah,
Yeah, you do have to be sensitive. I
yeah.
think we're good. Yeah, Bobby Kodak's
Bobby
gone.
Kotick is gone on the 29th.
Not
Oh,
20.
he's almost gone then. He's not gone yet, but he's almost gone. Well,
Yeah,
he's gone. I mean, because everybody's pretty. This is the holidays, and nobody's is really working now anyway.
When he dropped that letter, everybody's like, okay,
it was yeah, it was done.
we
Yeah.
know it's coming.
I mean, if Lulu's out, he's definitely out.
Yeah, Lulu's my girl.
I know, I loved her. Yeah, I wish her well though. You never know though; she could end up back.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, okay, well, if they buy like EA, you never
He's
know.
so funny.
Yeah, you never know. With with Microsoft,
You and that EA.
I
I haven't heard too many people ask for EA though. They think a lot of people think they wouldn't be able to get them.
Oh yeah, I think they could. I mean, okay. Well, EA sells. I can totally understand that. But as far as
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Microsoft could. And again, this is my head thinking, right? Because I want Microsoft to dominate.
Because they have sports, and that's a big deal. Because sports do well every year.
And what I want them to do is I want them to take a franchise like Madden, work with EA, and then do to Madden what they're doing with Halo Infinite.
Right, yeah.
Like so, you don't have to buy the yearly.
Yeah.
So like you could do the passes, and all you have to do is upgrade the engine and upgrade the stats.
Yeah.
And then you could start doing it. I'm not promoting gambling, everyone. Please don't jump down my throat. But you could promote a fantasy.
Oh, you talking? Oh, okay, yeah.
A fantasy league with the
Not real gambling, but yeah, just
yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe you can buy a card. Well, if Hunter were here, he'd be laid on the whole structure because he played that poker game and he had it all down, like how he could work around stuff to get that happening. I'm just saying, like EA Madden. I don't even like Madden.
I don't. I'm not. I don't play sports games. So.
Well, I love football. I love playing football games, but I played Tecmo and then NFL 2K, and I even played Sega Sports. I could not stand Madden. I never liked the way that I played, but putting my own bias aside, looking for the greater good. What you could do is you could make that an actual living, breathing
I
video
think
game.
that would work for Matt. Now you said Matt. Well, really, all of them, right? You're saying all of the sports games, right? Okay, yeah.
The only reason I kind of don't know about soccer because I don't know how the licensing and stuff would do with them.
That's different, yeah.
With the NFL, you just have to deal with the NFL.
They may want that to be a yearly thing. They may want that. So.
Maybe, yeah. I think there's more upside, and then you build it into like the Fortnite model, right? And I'm not just talking about skills. I'm talking about seasons and draft.
Right, yeah.
All of that stuff, and then you can incorporate into the actual NFL. I know the NFL was like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great monetary, system. So yeah, nobody would really be against it,
Yeah, and that's
I think
why
it works. I think you're right. It does work because it remarkably worked so far for Forza. Forza had switched that model too.
Yeah, all right. It's like Halo does that too, but they just didn't have all their ducks in a row.
They didn't have and like I said, unlike the rest of the industry, that act like other people released gas games in a perfect state. Not one single company ever did it. Not one. Because it takes time.
Because you're on the pizza side, right there. Yeah.
Yes, and I've never seen one. You name one, I can tell you how I didn't. I've never seen one, not one. So what happened to them happens to all companies.
Xbox tax. I had to throw that in there. I don't have a problem with microtransactions as long as the game is free. Yeah,
game is free.
I agree. Give me the choice.
Yeah. Not all games with microtransactions are free though.
Yeah, exactly. But exactly, you have the choice, dude. And that's your choice, and that's up to look. They make their choice of how they're going to present it to us, and we sit there and I'm like, okay, look, your buffet is pretty good. I just don't like this, and your prime rib could be better, right? So I'm going to go to Denny's, right? So
Denny's.
I see what you're doing. I mean, but that's not my thing, and that's the great thing, right? It's about the choice, right? So that's why I don't jump down everybody's throat when they do microtransactions. Show me what you have. Because at the end of the day, the only person that's going
You
to
don't have to buy any of it, or you can just buy a little bit of it.
Yeah, and I grew up on canned sardines, so you know how that's going to go.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I know how this. I know the value.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I buy sardines now, I think they're expensive because I got to buy them in olive oil.
They are expensive. Yeah. We got some. I keep. Those are good foods I think to have on hand for emergencies and things.
Oh yeah,
like that.
yeah. I feel you. But my body now, and it'll tell me like I can't eat the cheap stuff, and I like the cheap.
Oh
stuff.
no, get a good brand. I do. Yeah.
And my doctor's like, you have to because you can't. If
Because
I don't need anything, go ahead.
Yeah.
If I
Okay,
do,
I read
any
that
type of
already.
Did you read this one? Okay.
Yeah, I read that one.
Ooh, that's a good
Oh,
one.
that's a good one. Yeah. That the money from COD, Minecraft, and Azure services that is looking good right now. Yeah, that's true. You see now in one statement, he shows how Xbox, well, Azure is Microsoft, but he's showing how all these avenues of money is coming in. That's how they've diversified their portfolio. And this isn't just Xbox. We know Minecraft and COD is, but Azure plays a role in all that,
That's why every time I see this.
Hello, Anthony.
Oh, who's that?
Hello, Anthony Chipmunk. He said,
Oh,
just
Anthony.
yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What's up, Anthony? Oh, dude, I'm
Merry
okay.
Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, brother. And then Mr. Kima, welcome. I'm sorry, I'm behind.
Mr. Kima. We've been neglecting you. We're sorry.
We're gonna rip through these real quick, and I know because
yeah. Then we can wrap it up after that. Okay, let's see. Uncharted 2 and 3 multiplayer sucked. Okay, so he must have played those. I did not.
I didn't even know that.
And that's Naughty Dog. So maybe they don't have the greatest record with multiplayer games. I was just asking because some people was acting like they made the multiplayer of the century with the first faction, and I'm like, if it was that good, why has it been so hard for them to do it now?
Oh, that's okay. But thanks for letting me know because I had no idea. That's what I mean, guys. I'm not in tune with everything's.
Right.
In fact, I'd ignore them altogether if they just weren't in our timelines.
Okay, Faded Blaze says ponies are upset because Insomniac got inspired from Hellblade 2. I heard that. I was like, where wouldn't they? Hellblade is the best looking game out there. I don't know any game that looks as good as that. Period. Spider-Man sure didn't. It didn't. That's why I don't understand how they spent that much money on that game. It doesn't even look like they did.
That's so funny. I forgot about that news. Faded Blaze, thanks for reminding us. And you can't do it. Back in the day in the gaming industry, that would be something that people would cheer about, but not now.
Mm-hmm. Now they trashing on Hellblade 2. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, it says Unlimited Production says you can let him talk. And I addressed that. Yeah, he said, he got up way more information. He'll have enough to fill in one of your shows. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, that's why I like having podcasts with him.
Yeah,
it makes it easier for me. That's for sure. But did I miss this? I would join you, but I finished up. Well, I think we could. Yeah.
Yeah, we addressed that.
No, Unlimited. All I have to do is mention something about Nintendo, and you'll be right in here. He'll drop what he does. Like, no, let me get.
Let me tell you about Nintendo.
Let me tell you about Nintendo.
Faded Blaze. Yeah, I addressed him in the comment section, but happy early birthday, Faded Blaze. I hope you have many, many more.
Oh yeah, T did. So where are we? Did I?
Let's see.
Oh man, this was Unlimited.
I didn't see that one. I missed.
His outro's at 2 hours long.
Oh man, Unlimited.
I know. That's why we're gonna wrap it up in 8 minutes. Please.
I'm actually gonna show you how he wraps it up this time, Unlimited. Just watch,
Well, it's only me and Dea this time, so it should be fast.
Yeah, it won't be so tough. Yeah.
Faded Bliss says, thank you. Yeah, dude, enjoy your birthday, buddy. That is true. I'm a very organized person in general.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I just observed that from him. You know,
I wouldn't want to work with you Unlimited. I just put it to you that way. Unlimited would be that guy. Man, where's your ABCDEFG? Ah, man, I sent it on email, man. That's what I did.
Metacritic is trash. Yes, it is because it doesn't work properly, and anything that doesn't work is a waste of time, in my opinion.
And I'll go back to Go because I think we did the other one from another.
Okay.
Half game reviews on the internet now are written by AI.
I
I
did
think
address
AI,
that.
I'm all for that. Yeah, AI can't be as bad as all these reviewers.
You said well, it can be because it depends on who programs it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it can be biased.
Everything
But we can
always
pick up
comes
on the
back to
bias.
the human element,
Yeah, yeah. But we can pick up on the bias.
Yeah, we can.
That's the
Yeah,
easy one. Yeah,
yeah.
because pretty much these reviewers are AI anyway. They
Really,
throw it
yeah.
on. Sony is the greatest. Sony Xbox has no games. Microsoft's going to make it. What was the new thing? They're going to make a new console. Or they started
No,
doing
no,
that.
they're going out of business in 2027. That one's kind of running around in the internet right now.
Well, they did
So
too, right?
so
They
far,
said
they're going to go third party. That's what they're
yeah,
saying.
it
Yeah.
was third party. Then they said, oh yeah, because I saw one guy complaining like we just got the X and the S, and now they're going to get rid of that and do they're going to do another console. I'm like, yeah, they told you that, dude.
Yes, they're
They
not
broke
keeping
that.
the X and S forever. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. When the
If you've been
time
paying
comes,
attention, right? There's the Xbox One, there's the One X, the One S, the Series X, the Series S, and whatever branded. I was like, dude, because it fits their business model.
Well, I did hear this too. Now the narrative is um Xbox is looking to make a new console because they're being outsold 5-1, So that's the new narrative. So you might see that pop up somewhere.
Yeah.
Even though we know that Sony's imploding, okay? You're starting to hear the death throes coming from out of Sony, but it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter. They're selling the consoles, and in some cases, they're counting portals as whole consoles. But it's okay because the Xbox, they're not selling 5-1. They're somehow doomed. So now they're trying to think of coming out with a new console too soon in order to start the generation over. That's the whole narrative now. So
Never mind that. It's funny to me because they're like politicians, right? These guys, they're like, oh yeah, we sold 50 million. I was like, oh, how's that attach ratio? It's like when they tell you like, look how many jobs you have. You're like, dude,
exactly.
yeah, these many
Trying
jobs.
to educate people, and they just, I don't know I don't know why it's so hard for them to understand that. I don't understand why it's so hard. It doesn't make
Oh, yeah,
sense.
it's they don't want to look at it truthfully. Which is, look, dude, it'll just be sweeter. Like I said, I'm petty. It'll just be sweeter for me when all of this falls apart and these guys are going to be there crying, like on a biblical level, right? They have to be like the gnashing and just the wailing and gnashing of teeth type of level, right? Because this is how they choose to be this way. You can't help people that don't want to acknowledge the actual problems that Sony has. I look at it in the sense of because I think to me it could be bad if Sony is selling 50 million or how much 50 million PS5
50 million, yeah.
and their attach rate is so low. It's the only thing that worries me about that is because it doesn't surprise me, but the only thing I always switch gears in is to think about okay, so how many people are actually gamers? Because you're supposed to be the number one console, you're supposed to be the number one brand, you're supposed to be the industry leader. You sold 50 million consoles, but nobody's buying the games.
Nobody's playing them. So where are these people? What are they doing? And casuals, see, this is why I'm not in a rush for Microsoft to chase after casuals, because they only do one thing. They play the same game over and over again, maybe one or two. That's it. I want Microsoft to grow in a healthy way where they actually have people who actually purchase their stuff.
Well, here I'll push back a little bit on that, Dia. Only reason I want the casuals is the casuals are the people that have subscribed to Game Pass and forget about their subscription.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want them. I don't want them chasing after that. It's heavy.
Oh yeah,
I don't think they're sustainable for the health of their overall vision. I think real gamers are. So I want them to actually what I would like to see them to attack and get people while they're young and then turn them into Xbox gamers and have these people stick with them throughout their gaming career, lifetime basically. That's what I would like to see. I think that's the healthy model.
And I think
go ahead.
They recognize that. I think the thing I'll say is Sarah Bond already talked about how surprised they were that people that they subscribe to Game Pass and they buy games. So we have that, and then we can grow that.
Mm-hmm.
But the person that comes over that only plays, so because
I like Madden or COD or something like that, yeah.
You might get the advantage of them being in Game Pass, sitting there one day and like, oh, what is this game? Let me try. Or they see a trailer, or they see something like, or hear something. I was like, oh, it's in the Game Pass. Maybe I'll try it. And then they get addicted, they get hooked to it. that's kind of how you build fan bases, right?
Oh, okay.
That's.
You make good points. I'm not arguing against it. You
Oh, no,
do
no.
make good points. Yeah.
I'm 100% with you. They shouldn't chase. I misunderstood you, so my bad. But I 100% agree with you. They shouldn't chase. Like this is the same problem that Disney's having and Marvel's having, or some of these other
Right.
corporations.
Exactly.
They're chasing a particular fan that doesn't.
Right. And
Yeah.
ignoring the people who actually spend the money
Yeah.
and stuff. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So sorry, that was my bad.
Oh, look at
Did you want to read Unlimited?
Yeah, I'm gonna say hi to Fireballs
Oh,
and
hey.
Realist. Look at that. We missed that.
Oh, you guys is here.
Yeah, they here. Yeah, we was talking about you guys earlier. Happy holidays to you too. Merry Christmas, you guys. And yeah, we can take on Unlimited's next. We're gonna come to your comments there, Realist. I see there.
Yeah, we're going down.
Okay, he says what the gaming media does now is make up their mind on a game and build the narrative around. That is true. Unlimited, he thinks like I do. That's exactly what I believe goes on. They have a narrative they formulate, and then that's going to be. Doesn't matter if the game is released or not. Once it's released, that narrative gets sent out into the ether. That's what it feels like to me.
I mean, I'll be honest. Unlimited, I'll go a step further and say it's because of their ideology in a sense, because this is all they know. A lot of these guys that write, I said this earlier in the podcast. A lot of these guys who do gaming now, that write in the media and that are actually in the industry, grew up in PlayStation. So that's all. Right, and that's sad too because it's an echo chamber. That's what's killing.
It is, yeah.
And they need to step out of that. Like for a person like me, that's been, I don't want to date anybody else on the podcast, but I'll date myself. But like a person like me that's been there from the beginning, I'm cognizant of that. Like even with my kids, like you see my daughter, I ask her what she's playing. I give her a hard time about the game she plays, but that's all in fun, right?
Right.
I would never I wouldn't tell her, no, don't play that. You have to play Xbox. That's
stupid. She has to form her own gaming identity.
And she won't listen to me anyway. So that's. In fact, I hate to say this, but it's because of her. It helps me keep in tune with what's going on now.
Right, yeah.
So it's interesting because I like, what game was she? She played We Happy Few, and she got me addicted to the soundtrack.
Yeah, you did say that. She actually likes it. So she likes what team is that? Is
We Happy Few.
Who did that?
It's the one Microsoft owns. I forgot the name of it.
Compulsion. That's who it was. Yeah.
Oh, they're doing the South of Midnight.
Yes, they are. Yep. She might like that game. Who knows?
Oh, she's already on board because when she's found out Compulsion. Oh yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool. So she's a Compulsion fan. That is so awesome.
She'll be a fan of anything that gives her what she likes, which at its core, that's what we all should be.
That's what, yeah, right.
Yeah, this is why I love watching my kids because they don't have the hang-ups I do. Like my son's playing on his PC. Like I knew my son was a PC. Like he plays PC. He doesn't play on consoles. He started on consoles. Like, oh no, Dad, I want to play PC. My friends are there. I'm going to build one. He built it himself. He has it in his room. He got all the lights, and I have to buy
you never know though. He could end up coming back to some of that someday. He may end up having a handheld or some. That's the thing. Gaming is versatile, so it doesn't really matter where you play.
I think he likes the ability to mod and.
That's what I like PC gaming for. Is modding.
Like typical PC guys like to touch like how people say like if you want the best thing. So he knows all that stuff. So I don't even. I don't go in there like a prick and be like I'm like not a Sony guy. Going there, you have to to like bust his PC and make him play on Xbox. Yeah,
that's what I like Xbox too. Is they let you mod.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't do that on Sony. I never did. I never noticed it. If it was there, I didn't notice it.
Plus he's tuned in to everything because you can run everything on your PC. You can play a game. You got music going on. You got
you can do different stuff. Yeah.
He's like this. Yeah. That's why he gets in trouble with me when I tell him why you need to take out the trash.
Yeah.
You're running 5 million things at one time. You have no problem with that. You can't remember to take out the trash.
Yeah.
Get your ass up, grab that trash. Well, we're gonna have furniture be moving pretty soon. Because when I was growing up, you knew to do it. Like,
you couldn't be gaming at all until those chores was done. Shoot. We didn't have gaming like they do today, though.
We didn't have anything. Maybe that's why it's easier for us. But I mean,
the arcade was my gaming place for a while. Even after people was getting home consoles, I was still going to arcades. I loved arcades.
Me too. But as God is my witness,
about the atmosphere,
As God is my witness, man. I think I just, God forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think my parents would just do stuff just to wait for me to mess up. Like they didn't have gym memberships, or they couldn't order Starbucks and get a latte. It was all about us and all up in our business, what we was and wasn't doing, or what we was and
That's
wasn't going
true.
to do.
That's true.
You get licking sometimes, you get cracks, right? And they'd be like, "Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, that's for later." You know, but you thought about it. You know, it was like that. They had that type of energy, man. That old school. I'm sorry, we can keep on. This is why, despite Starfield having 13 million players, the narrative is Starfield is dying, and nobody's playing it. Yeah.
And you know what's so sad, Unlimited, about this statement you just made?
Oh, sorry.
Can you take it back there for a second?
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. I got too trigger.
Is that I'm subscribed to this one guy, but for something completely different, has nothing to do with gaming. And this guy did a recent video on how and I was like, this didn't make any sense to me because I know about Xbox games and stuff, right? This guy's article that he was reading, I don't know whose article, well, it could have been an IGN article and stuff. I just glanced at it. But it said that modders have decided they don't want to mod for Starfield because they feel the game is boring. And I'm like,
oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, first off, I pay very close attention to what's going on with Xbox. I'm like, first off, we already know that Ty Howard said they're making the tool set for the modders. So any mods that anybody's doing now anyway are unofficial mods. They're going to release that next year, probably alongside with the DLC. But they're making the tool. Think of it like a Forge or something. They're making that. They're working on that now. That's going to be released next year. So it's not even official what they're going to be able to do when they mod the game. Number one, that's assuming this article is even real. Okay. But this guy took it as real because it came from the gaming journalist. So he believes that Starfield is a dead game, that it's boring, and that there is no interest for him. So much so that this guy has been buying into all these narratives from the very beginning that he chose to play. What's the other game from Hello Games? No Man's Sky.
Yeah, No Man's Sky. Yeah.
He said they've done it better. I'm like, how can you make a judgment on a game you've never played? And he clearly hasn't talked to anybody who has. But I'm not putting people down for their opinion. That's him. That's his channel. He's not even a gaming channel, but he does occasionally bring up something if it's newsworthy. And the news he normally does is slow. He normally talks about stuff about Disney and stuff like that, right? And how they're collapsing and stuff like that. But occasionally the game stuff comes out, right? So he's completely convinced just by watching journalists, gaming journalists, not the business ones, the gamers, like IGNs and stuff, Kotakus and stuff, that Starfield is a boring game, a dead game, and that nobody liked it, and that and probably read into it as well. It didn't win any awards, it didn't even get nominated and all that because it's a bad game. He probably believes that narrative. This is why I don't like the gaming journalists and everything that Unlimited has said, with the narrative and all that stuff, how they did that. Yes, they did that. And yes, I don't think that hardcore gamers fell for all of it, but these casuals did. Some of them probably have and won't look at Starfield as a great game, as it is. It's a good game. And because of all of those things compounded, Starfield wasn't recognized by the gaming media. The media attacked Starfield week after week after week, probably still doing it. They were ticked off that this game did not come to PlayStation. And so they are going to lay into this game. Think of it like a person being whipped and their body is all sore. They just looking like raw meat at this point, and they're still hitting it. This is what they've done. But I just wanted to get that out to show an example of everything he said there is true. Doesn't matter how many players they had or anything. The game is dead as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, they'll be singing a different tune next year.
I hope so, because the game deserves better. It does.
Yeah. I mean, they get in that Xbox tax big time, but the great thing about being filthy rich like Microsoft is taxes don't really bug you. Yeah. I try to tell people all the time. It's like even like here where I live, like, we gotta tax this, tax that. I was like, these people could just move.
Yeah.
When you have money, you're not
Yeah,
people.
you just pick up and go.
Yeah,
You're
it's just
not
awesome
bound to
kids.
anything. You have freedom.
Yeah, that's why some of these people are all like, this is why the people in Mexico are mad when all the
Hmm.
people with money moved to Mexico. And it was funny. I was watching this video where the people were complaining because it was like, yeah, I went into the restaurant and all these people are speaking English because
Yeah,
that's all.
it's a lot. It's a lot of people down there. I've seen videos of that. Yeah, people
Yeah,
retire down there and everything.
yeah. Well, they're working too, right? They don't have to. They can work mobily, and so they'll
Yeah.
work from there and still get the pay that they would that how many $200,000 a year they make.
Yeah.
And they go to Mexico, and it's great for them, right? But then of course the after effect. Well, we won't get into all that. But anyway, Xbox tax is real.
Yep.
Microsoft's filthy rich as well. So,
Yeah.
I'm seeing it with Suicide Squad. That game is going to get 6 and 7 review scores, not because the game is bad, but the gaming media decided not to like it.
So why did they decide not to like this game? What
That's
was it this time?
it's not Marvel.
Oh, I see. They back at my Marvel. Okay, because I'm like they did it with Gotham Knights too, and I actually bought Gotham Knights just based on what Unlimited described the game. I said that kind of sound like my kind of game, so I bought it, and it's a great game. I don't see no problems with it. So
I
okay.
do, the one thing I because I'm more of a melee style, um,
Hmm.
but they brought it on as soon as I played it. I was like, oh my gosh, dude, this game is amazing. And I know
Yeah.
Unlimited.
Yeah.
And I'm not doubting you Unlimited and stuff like that, but it also matters that you play. You get a hands on with it, so I trusted your opinion on it. I just didn't
I
realize how
did
much I
too.
would like
Yeah.
because I
I actually
started.
bought that game because I was like, I might as well get it. I don't care. I'll take a risk on it. It was already marked down anyway, so and I ended up liking it. So I
Yeah,
mean, this was before it came to Game Pass. So you know.
well, yeah, on Game Pass, the only problem I had was my daughter's like, Dad, why are you playing that way? I'm like, why do you care? My daughter because she's a DC fan. She said, Dad, why are you playing that way? I was like, why do you care? I'm like, leave me alone, little girl. Isn't there some Japanese mobile game you're supposed to be playing right now?
Japanese mobile game.
Be gone. Be gone. You're new to this comic book stuff, little girl. That's what I tell you. You're new to this. Your daddy's been doing this for over almost 49 years. Okay, so they need the narrative to be Insomniac are the only ones making. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting. I never considered it from that angle.
Yeah,
Yes, right. As we're seeing, Insomniac is probably the most protected studio in existence.
oh, yeah.
They need people to believe that only good superhero games come from them. This is probably why Eidos, in my personal opinion, Guardians of the Galaxy is on par, if not beyond that. It's a great game. I own that one as well. And Eidos Montreal made that. And it wasn't no Insomniac. It was different. They captured the essence of the characters really well. I thought they did a great job with it.
I feel like we're conspiracy theorists piecing all this stuff together. So like,
That's true, but why? Because it doesn't make sense inside of that. Like,
oh, no,
if
yeah.
people like superhero games, why is it that this game is not even out yet, but they're already attacking it? That's usually a warning sign. So I mean, I can buy that Insomniac needs to be seen, because I mean, look at what lengths they're going to try to paint a picture about Sony. They would definitely do that for Insomniac,
That's a great
So,
take. I'm all in
yeah.
on that. I believe it. Yeah, I'll be like the Question from the DC universe. I love that character.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think Unlimited nailed it. It's between Marvel is their big cash cow, I guess, for Sony, and then also Insomniac. So those can be the two things that's driving it.
Yeah, well said. I didn't even think about it that way. I'll be
Yeah,
honest. Okay, you should do a video on them
yeah,
breaking that down because I think a lot of people need to hear that for real. I didn't even think about it. Joe, that I didn't even connect those dots.
yeah.
Lulu Chang Mercive has that fire. A lot of Xbox brass like to keep things to their chest publicly. Lulu exposed your mind in public. Laughing my ass off. I'm going to miss her. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah, she's very
Absolutely.
direct. Yeah, I love people like that. And then not so much. I don't know though. I think and they already have Aaron, but I could see her like rebounding and coming like you're saying earlier. Yeah,
She could always end up in a different area at Microsoft at some point. You never know.
I love to picture her, Sarah, and I forgot the name of the other two ladies, but they're up in the organization for Xbox. And they took this great picture, and you can tell like it was natural that they were having it on the
Yeah.
cameras. And I was like, dude, what a power block that is right there.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
I mean, for all the stuff that gets talked about, like strong women in industry, and I'm like, here you go.
Yep, there you go. And that happened naturally. It wasn't forced.
Yeah, yeah, it was all organic, man. These
Yeah.
they have bona fides because when I look at people, I have a habit of doing that. Like I go back and look at them. That's why I love Sarah. Dude, Sarah is the real deal.
Yeah.
She's
You
just
know what's sad though is that nobody has publicly acknowledged her position when nobody in the game industry is like she don't even exist, you know.
well, you know what's the great thing about that though is when she's running the whole show, then she's gonna be looking at him like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember me? You didn't, the person you didn't
They
send
can
that.
ignore forever. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna. You can't stop her because she doesn't. She won't. I'm telling you right now. She has that spirit. You can just see it. It just beams out of her.
Yeah.
The only person that'll stop her is herself. Maybe she has a change in life or she wants to do something else.
Right, yeah.
But
That'd be different though. Yeah.
I could see her. She gonna inherit Phil's position
I think so too. Yeah.
because they need to maintain that consistency. And I think, and I just my
Yeah, they
personal
don't want to do what happened over there at Sony and Jim Ryan, and then all of a sudden we see like Phil come out with a white T-shirt sign and stuff.
Yeah.
We don't want that. We want things to be handed down correctly,
I think it'll be a good transitional, a great step, and then this is just my honest opinion, you guys, man. They agree with me, but I love Phil, man. Don't get me wrong, I love Phil, but I think she's gonna bring a different perspective and energy.
And it's good because companies have to grow just like everything else.
It's like when I look at my kids, I realize with my kids, and they're at that age now. I'm like, I'm happy to pass the torch on to them. I'm like, yeah, my daughter wants to get involved in on all this. She does comics and anime and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, you want to carry the torch here? Here you go. And more power to you guys, man. I'm old. I'm not the demographic anymore, and I got the good times. Dude, you know what I bought there? I don't know if you like the show. It's called Family Matters. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, I watched that way back in.
Yeah, back on that the ABC that ABC right? That block, that Friday night block. And so they had it on sale on Xbox. Had it for 50% off all 9 seasons.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I bought it. I was like so happy. I was waiting for I'm waiting for all these different shows to go on sale, and for me to pick up digitally. Yeah, so I got the whole 9 seasons because I watched that. We watched that. Me and my friends watched that show from the first episode all the way to the last episode.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that was a good show. It takes me back.
It's funny hearing all the as they've gotten older and like Jaleel White will talk about, and then I forgot the girl's name that played.
Yeah, I forgot her name too, but I know you talking about the actress that played off him.
Yeah,
you talking about her? Yeah, I forget her name though. Yeah,
Kelly, is it Williams? Kelly Williams or Denise Williams? Something like that.
It's something. Yeah, I can't remember. I would have to look it up.
Because the popular person on the show, aside from the dad who was in Die Hard.
Yeah, he was funny. Yeah.
And then, of course, Thelma Hopkins, right, for Give Me a Break, and Orlando and Dawn. So she was a known character. It was McCray, right? What's his name, man? McCray, I think his name was, because he was in this movie called Big Shots.
Oh,
and
okay.
So, but it was weird as time went on that the lineup would change. I mean, the popularity of the lineup would change. They were all popular, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, so, it shifted. Yeah, right.
But the great thing about it is some of those stories. Yeah, some of those stories that came off from the back, which is kind of, some of it are spicy, right? In the sense of like there was some dramas,
right?
But overall, yeah, I like that. So anyway, I bought it. It's
that's
I'm watching
awesome.
It with my kids.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I told my kids, you guys stuff sucks. So watch Daddy stuff. And they're like, oh, Dad, this is actually.
They'll like it. They'll like it.
Yeah, they do. Like there's some stuff we watched and my kids are like, oh, Dad, why can't we have shows like this? I was like, I don't know. Why can't you guys have shows like this? As I look at them, I would think your generation.
Right. Let them think about that,
Yeah, so hopefully. But yeah, thanks, Anthony. Sorry this is so late, but I think we're caught up.
Yeah, we gotta address realist comments and then we can wrap it up.
Okay, am I missing? I thought we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy holiday, Fireballs.
Yep, we said that. And then
realist.
Of course, he says casuals move the needle. That's true. They do. But I just don't want Xbox to only look at casuals as the only means that they have to grow. But in my opinion, the sustainable method is to get them while they're young. You said that yourself, realist. That they a publisher, or, game developer, they have to get these people while they're young. Have them have their favorite games while they're young. We have ours. The ones we kind of grew up with. They got to have theirs, and you want some of those to be Xbox titles. Maybe some young people can start liking Halo, or Gears, or now with all these other titles and stuff, is a lot of new IP as well as old. We don't know all the stuff that Xbox is making, but maybe Fable might be somebody's new RPG, something that's really fun and different. We don't know. I don't know how the new Fable is other than what we've seen, but we don't know. And I would like to see Xbox titles become some of their early favorites, and then they'll stick within the ecosystem and care about the brand as they get older. That's what I think is the healthiest way to grow a fan base.
100%. Then we can have an Xbox Defense Force.
Yep, exactly. We send them out in the wilds. They be our little army and stuff. We be all like old and 90 and stuff. Watching those.
Then we have some of these like pony bots coming to us. Hey, you should go get your boys, come get your crews. I was like, nah, they fine. Nah, I'll say this, realist. One thing I do like about casuals is when the stars are aligned and everything's perfect, it's the enthusiasm that they generate and the buzz that they generate when done properly. Right. I will say this first. I'll use myself as an example. That was one of the great things about the first Avengers movie, to be a part of that, because I'm already in the comic book fandom and around the nerds like myself. But when you have people like when I go to work and they're like, "Hey, did you see that Avengers movie?" Those guys, that type of
that's fun. Yeah. And even if they casuals, you're right. You can have a lot of fun talking about characters you like and the experiences you had, and So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So it's that energy that they can bring, and I think that's something that Xbox needs. That'll definitely be used to combat all the hate that's out there towards Xbox, and you see how fast. Because just be honest with you, I mean, you see that kind of happening now. But if we ever get to that level, these guys will switch so fast.
That's the thing. They will sway with the wind. So
Like they'll like you go looking for their old videos or how they talked about Xbox is gonna die and all this kind of stuff, and all it'll be like Xbox dominates. Game Pass. I knew Game Pass would be successful like that. You see them in those videos.
That's how those people were. I knew it. I always saw it. Yeah, right.
Just like that's what's happening to Greg Miller, because he's like, we want to keep the standard and all. And
it's too late. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. It's already too. You can't put that genie back in the bottle. Xbox is free. They the genie. Okay?
And that's not even, that wasn't even Xbox guys. We didn't even have a chance. I mean, I was getting queued up to jump in.
Really?
There was people jumping all over him. People in
there. It wasn't Xbox guys though. Who was it?
Oh, we jumped in, but from the jump, it was guys like that are influencers, people that were like
really.
PC guys are brutal. I mean, I'm telling you, when he did that PC video, he opened a whole can of worms. That's a Pandora's box.
You done made an enemy of the PC gamer. Heaven help him.
That's his own fault for opening his mouth. Man.
It is his fault.
This is when you think you're untouchable. You see this all the time in sports, especially in fight, like boxing or UFC, right? This dude has been so untouchable for so long, or girl has been so untouchable for so long, and they get their noggin rocked, because sometimes in fighting, it's not so much that you're the better one. Maybe sometimes it just boils up that you have a bad matchup. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't match up well with a person. That doesn't say that you might be even better than them on paper. Like Sony might have all the bona fides to make it like some would consider it to makes them the number one position. But when you start breaking it down, right, that doesn't matter. Xbox is a bad match for them.
Right. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. It's like when my the Warriors here, well, not my the Warriors went to play Georgia, and we had this outstanding offense, and we went to the Sugar Bowl, and we got our ass beat badly because Georgia just has quickness and speed, something that we have.
Exactly. Right.
And on paper, everybody was breaking it down on paper. I was like, oh well. But if you look at Hawaii, they put up like 700 yards, and they put up this 100 yards. The receivers are all 300 yarders. I was like, yeah, well, you need to catch the ball first. When you snap the ball and you're getting sacked, that doesn't really.
Yeah, right.
And that's what Georgia was built to do. Georgia was just built. They're just a different beast, man. It's the SEC.
right.
That's what I was trying to tell people here, man. Look, I love Hawaii. I love my sports team. But when I saw we was going against Georgia, I was like, damn.
It was over. Yeah. Yeah.
Because reality kicks in, and hopefully one day for all you Sony ponies, as we're gonna wrap it up, but all you Sony ponies, just look. If you want to avoid Judgment Day level,
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
oh man, if you don't want to be that person, right? Um,
I mean, it's happening though. I done heard that J-Tech done bought him an Xbox Series X now, so
yeah, but
they're starting, they're cracking. I've just been seeing the Sony community. Just I've never seen them in this state. I thought I had said that before, but this is way beyond something. And now they're actually sounding like us, and I say, okay, it's starting to hit now. It's starting.
Okay, I'll still give a caveat just for the simple fact that because I see here some of these dudes is like, well, how could I pass up a $350? That's a horrible Xbox.
Wait a minute though. Didn't they sell it like several times in the past? I done heard that over and over again. I just sold my Xbox. They just showing pictures all over. So how many times are they going to buy and then resell Xboxes?
I'm just saying, like, they just can't. I would give them more credit if they would just come out with that video and say, you know what, I did this. I want to do that. I want to play Xbox, right? And a couple people have done that. Like some of the guys that now are like our staunchest, like on Twitter and social media, right? Our staunchest defenders for Xbox were people that wanted to play Starfield. They were PlayStation all the way, but they had to play Starfield. They did that, and they got destroyed by their own fans.
Wow.
I forgot the name of that one guy, Foxy Gaming. Like,
oh, him, yeah, I heard about that.
And then a couple of Peter Oval. There's a couple other guys, and they were like, dude, I can't. And then they were like, they like had a moment of clarity. They literally said that I've always thought like the Xbox guys were the worst fan base. I've always supported Sony. You guys have always supported.
They have. I don't know what Xbox guy. I'm not one of them, but I don't know an Xbox guy who doesn't have a PlayStation. I don't know. I don't know too many of them. So
most of us do.
Yeah,
I'm like you. I don't. Yeah.
I don't. I've had PlayStation before. I said I wasn't getting one this time, and I meant it. I'm not getting one. So
I was so disappointed with the 3 because the one thing I was using it for was my media hub, and it was and they just kept on
saying that's what it became, like just a device to play.
And I was fine with that because that's what I feel. That's to me, it was fine because I'm like, okay, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like I'll play some of their games. Like they had this really cool game, which is an amalgamation of like a sim, and then they would tower defense, and it had a cool story. And that was the last great game that I played from them. But for the most part, it's like to watch my Blu-rays, right?
Mm-hmm. That's it. Yeah, it just basically acts as a hub for other stuff.
Yeah, that's all I would use it for. But it worked for me because it
did. It met my need at the time. Yeah. Fireboss also said he doesn't have one. I'm surprised. I thought Fireboss had one.
Oh no, Fireboss don't.
I thought you had one, Fireboss. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. People could do what they. I understand. There's certain games that might be over there that you want. But
Fireboss
normally I would be a all around person. I would have like all the consoles and stuff like that. But I just don't. I didn't like. I had enough of Sony. I just did, and I was like, I'm getting the Xbox. I had announced that. And I said, yeah, I'm getting Xbox, no PlayStation. End of story. And that's what I did. I said, no place, and there's not a PlayStation in here. It's not. They haven't given me no reason to get one.
Yeah, me either. Really said it's their job to convert casuals to hardcore. Yeah, I agree.
That's true.
That's why true. A lot of you guys scratching your head wondering how Marvel could be so hard to be where they're at. Still, this is why. This is the statement right here. 100%.
It's the casuals. Yeah.
They'll come and they converted hardcore people. But now the funny thing about Marvel right now is they have a 10-year lifespan, and they've created a fan base within the Marvel Cinematic Universe that are not happy. So good luck with that.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Good luck with that, Marvel DC. Sorry for you. That's how it's gonna be. Yep, Fireboss, true. Now look at them. They were slinging all that foot.
Look at how they says that. Look at how organized they were slinging all that FUD on the Xbox One. That's true. That's true. They were brutal, man, during Xbox One. Brutal.
Oh yeah. So Fireboss, I'll tell you this. Like I told Heba, I'll do another podcast. Not today, But I wanna go back. I want to revisit 2013 because to me right now,
Fireboss, you need to be on that show.
yeah,
You know you need to be there.
because right now what Xbox is doing is exactly what they're doing, especially if they buy Paramount. And I'm all in, dude. I'm all in. This is why I bought my Xbox One because I wanted all the stuff people were hating on it. This is what I wanted from the Xbox One.
And it's happening. Everything is coming back to fruition
Yeah.
right now. Everything they said back then. So
Yeah. Coming back around because they were ahead of the curve.
yeah.
But the thing about it was, it's just like, I came off the 360, and that's what my 360 was. Most of the people on my 360 played Left 4 Dead, COD, or watched Netflix.
Yeah.
Right? And messed around with avatars. That was the majority of the people on my list, and this is how I knew gaming had changed.
Yeah.
Right? The half my list were girls, because a lot of girls played Left 4 Dead, and a lot of them would friend me because I was
I was one of them. Yeah.
But what I would do, the way I played there, right, is I kind of like the medic role. So if I had a life pack, I would actually save you, no matter. I don't care who you were. Like if you're hurting, I'll save you. But then, of course, on Left 4 Dead, you would play with people, and some people want to share the packs. Right?
Yeah.
Or some people would run off by themselves. So within
them people, man. Yeah, the moment they go down, they die because nobody gets nobody. That's an unspoken rule. You do not do that in a Left 4 Dead game.
And that's the power of gamers, because let us monitor our own communities.
Yes, we will. And trust me, them griefers that be running off acting like they playing a single player game. One time that happened, and we actually caught up to his first person, was still like laying down there hoping somebody get him up. We just kept going.
Yeah, and then
they kept going. They just slowly died. That's how they spent their whole game, just laying down there. So,
well, at least you didn't kick them off. And there was a code of conduct to kick people off as well, because that got a little bit carried away. And then what happened was, like, it's just the way the game is and how people play it. There was like a little bit of unwritten, like you said, unwritten.
It's an unspoken rule. Yeah.
Why you would kick a person off.
Yeah. Usually other people will tell you that's a big no-no. It's certain things you just don't do.
And some of you guys like to scream racism now. You guys would not have liked it back in the day. I'm just telling you right now.
That's
you better
true.
get some thick skin, because back then there was some messed up people online, even after the ban hammer.
Yep.
So, thicken up those skins a little bit. Right? You guys live in good times. I'm just gonna say that. You crocodile tears for me. I've been more than enough time to call it pineapple. That's just the way it is. You know what I do? I just continue playing up. That's all you do.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. And then eventually, right? The funny part is, if you're good enough at the game, right, they actually need your help.
That is true. I mean, I've been judged before for being a girl, and by the way, I can't play first-person shooters. Oh, can't I? Oh, okay.
What do you do? What do you do when that?
Man, I show them that they actually are worse players than I am. So
yes. but there's a little word I love to use. It's called karma, right? So then we all on mic, and then I come and say, pineapple, huh? Man, I bet you really could use this med kit right now. Oh, come on. I was just joking, man. I was just joking. Dude. I love Hawaii. I've been there. My dad was stationed there. But that was the beauty of the community. In a way, I mean, I know it's not for everybody, but after a while, then sometimes these guys become your friends. Right?
They actually do, and you learn that they're just acting a certain way because they're just acting. A lot of times, I've even found people who use slurs. And then they just get angry and they use slurs. They actually don't think like that. So it's like it's always dimensions and levels to things that it's easy to make early judgments on stuff, and then you end up getting to know the person. You're like, well, I didn't really mean to do that. I've had people apologize and and say, I didn't really mean this. I had a bad day. I was really upset at this, or I whatever, some kind of past experience, and then they turn out to not be so bad. So
I use that example because that dude was stationed there. He was picked on because he's a white guy. He was stationed here in Hawaii. And this is back in the day. Fireboss can attest to this, but back in the day, if you're a certain race in Hawaii, you weren't. You got picked on.
Right.
So it's a certain tone of skin that's on the lighter shade of brown.
Right, yeah.
So for that, like, one of the guys he's stationed here. I live here now, and I was talking to him, and he was saying, he was afraid of going to a certain part of the island because it's still kind of like that. Well, back then, and I just was honest with him there. I looked at him, I was like, look, dude, nobody cares about your skin color.
Nobody cares about that. Yeah.
But you're an a-hole.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
like I'm your friend, but I grew up in the mainland, so I'm used to
Mhm.
different types of people and stuff. So I told him, look, dude, I mean, I'll just be honest with you, man. You just say really off stuff, and it's and
Mhm.
everybody, and it's not just like the people here. It's just you just rub people the wrong way. And he
Right.
was kind of looked at me
Sometimes you
like,
just have a bad
yeah,
personality. It's got nothing else to do with it.
yeah. That's all it boils down to. I was like, dude, I understand like that's a thing here, like where it was. It's not like that anymore.
Right.
And one of the reasons why is because the culture's changed so much,
The
right?
culture's changed. Yeah, a lot of people are different. So.
And I told him, but I was like, dude, but you're still a prick. Change that about yourself, and I think you'll have it. Because there's people at the command that didn't like this guy. Just
Right.
because the way he was, the way he conducted himself, the way he talked, he was just very abrupt and rude.
Mhm.
Just not cognizant of anything. Anyway, and they regret selling their Xboxes. Yeah, yep, they do.
Was
But
it
I don't
Honest
know.
Gamer? Hello, Honest Gamer. I don't
Yeah,
think we officially welcome Honest Gamer.
no, we did not. My bad.
Okay, we apologize for that.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas to you.
yeah. Merry Christmas. Welcome.
And he said and they regret selling their Xbox. See this, I'm not even convinced that they are doing that because I've seen some people like
Oh, for real.
go back and forth talking about I said, wait a minute, the last time I counted, you sold your Xbox. So you at some point between that period and now you bought it again and now you reselling it, like get out of here.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, I just think they be, they photograph themselves and say, you don't have to show me. Just sell the thing. I don't care about that. Like one time I got into a little bicker with somebody. It's not even an argument. I call it a bicker, Like,
Right, right,
and
right.
I'm like, I said, man, this kid writing out something on there. And I said, I just put in, I said, look, nobody here cares about if you're going to sell your Xbox. Sell the darn thing and be done with it. And please do not rebuy it. And he didn't respond for a while, and then he came back and did some Xbox this and that and all. I said, I'm done with that. Nobody cares that you selling your darn Xbox. He up there trying to send a link to show how he put it on Twitter, him showing like exchanging the money and getting some money for it, whatever. I'm like, I don't care. Nobody cares if you're selling your Xbox, okay?
That's
So
funny.
yeah, it's like, why you got to tell everybody about? Why you got to have a banner over your head saying that you sold the Xbox?
There's only one person I will say that's true to that. That's my boy Jago Gini.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he sells his Xbox, but he buys it right back, and he says it, but he keeps the receipt. So shout out to my
Really?
boy Jago.
Why is he doing it? Is it a pony reason or what is it?
Oh no, he's an Xbox guy,
Oh,
but
he's
he
an
does.
he is an
Yeah.
Xbox. Okay, I was gonna say.
But he's also like sometimes he's not happy, so he'll sell it and then he'll buy it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one thing I always respect about him is he's honest, right?
Right.
And he has more of a history at E-Rock. E-Rock can talk about it a little bit more. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, but I mean, and another thing, I mean, he's a pop culture guy, so I talk to him all the time, or used to.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's got stuff going on, but as long as you're honest, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, look, if you want to buy a PlayStation, go buy a PlayStation.
Just buy a PlayStation. Yeah, I don't care. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would normally have everything. I didn't. Nintendo is just pretty much their tech was just so behind. I just because I wanted originally to get it to have something portable. Then when the Steam Deck came out, I said, I don't need you anymore, Nintendo. Look, I don't need you. I don't need to deal with your old hardware and all that. You need to start competing for people in this area now because you have competition. And regardless of what people think about those games, there's going to be a demographic that grows out of that, and they're going to have to fight to hold on to them people. So that means get your tech working better and stuff. Where did you see what Mortal Kombat looked like on the Switch? It made me laugh so hard I thought I was going to lose a lung. It was hilarious. I believe that they even managed to put that on that Switch. It was so funny. I wish I had that picture. I should put the picture in my icon here. It was so funny. I was like,
Yeah.
what am I looking at? Oh my god! The fact that I gotta commend them for even putting that game on there, but I don't want to deal with that. So, when we were starting to get all these other handhelds, I'm like, now I have options. I don't have to go to you if I don't want to, unless I want your games. And you have to do more than just games to get me over there. That's me. Maybe that's not other people, but that's me. It's not enough. I don't want to have some slow hardware. I don't want to deal with that, especially since, this may sound elitist, but I'm used to working on a PC and gaming on a PC. I'm used to having the high-end consoles like an Xbox Series X. I don't want to go to a slow Switch that barely is kicking it along. And so I just don't want to. I don't want to look at Mortal Kombat looking like that face look like that stuff. Look, I don't want to play like that. Okay, so Nintendo needs to earn me. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say. They need to earn me. I'm not running to you. You do what you have to get my business. That's where I stand on that. As far as PlayStation, I was sick of their hardware. They don't have good hardware. I don't care what anybody says about that. They don't have good hardware. Their stuff dies out quick and everything. And oh, hold on for a second.
Oh, good. No, that's not elitist. Yeah, dude, that's personal choice. The thing that gets me about people converting their stuff to Switch, knowing the limitations. Like, why don't you do something different instead of having like the full-fledged Mortal Kombat game? Like Capcom did this back in the day. They had a Street Fighter version. They had a Pocket Fighter, right? And so they took that concept and then they made it. They microsized it. Oh no, no worries. So what I was saying there is that I was surprised Mortal Kombat didn't think outside the box a little bit and make a version that would fit their audience over a Switch.
Yeah,
like I think that's what Microsoft is going to do with COD. They're not going to give you that COD experience,
right? Because they're going to be putting it on the tent. But please, for the love of all that's holy, please do not do what they did with Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think they know better.
Oh.
You ever played Pocket Fighter from Capcom?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm surprised Mortal Kombat didn't go along that.
They should have went that route because it was hilarious.
I'll look at it after the podcast.
Yeah. Yeah. If you haven't seen any pictures of that, you need to. You know.
I give them kudos for even trying.
But hey, you know they're miracle workers. I'll just say that. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. Honest gamer. Okay. Honestly, I own all consoles. Most of the PS fanboy play Twitter more than that's true, honest game. That is so true. And that's good you own, because real gamers are going to have at least more than one platform, most of them, if they can afford it. Now, I know sometimes people can't and they have to make a choice. But most gamers are going to play on other stuff. You know, they're just going to. So,
you know, it's funny. When I was a multi-console owner, and I think because the consoles were very different, distinct back then, right? So
they were strongly different. Yeah,
Sega definitely because of their arcade to console.
Yeah, very arcade, which is what I loved about them. Yeah.
Nintendo was all about their brand games, their exclusives for me. And then they did a lot of exclusive titles that were outside the box at that time that I loved. And then for PlayStation, it was the JRPGs and what else? Like the platformers, because they had a bunch of platformers.
They did have a lot of platformers, yeah.
So I would rotate my taste amongst the three. PlayStation was probably the more casual of the three that I had. And what they always had though is they always had a lot of different content at the time. Yeah,
it was a lot of variety.
Even though I would play my Sega the most. Right? Because I loved the games, and of course, like Sega had a more arcadey.
That's what I loved about them. That and they took risk. They did. They did things different from everybody. I loved how Sega did stuff. That's why I miss them. You know, I really miss them. That innovative nature, the risk taking. I don't think they take risk anymore. Now they're doing something different now, but you know.
Well, that was born off of their the talent that they had, and a lot of those guys who did the home console, started working on the home console, started off, they all did the arcade stuff. Yu Suzuki, all those guys, right? AMD, all the different teams that were forged out of there. So it was a transition. It was cool that they could smoothly transition from arcade to console, and then it allowed them to do things on console that they couldn't do at the arcade. So I think it was just a great time for them in general.
Man, yeah, it was. Yeah.
So, I mean, for me personally, that transition, but man, like I said, that trailer is so coming back.
No, I know.
When they released that, all the possibilities. That's why that was filling my brain.
Yes. I'm excited for Sega. I am, and I'm happy that Xbox made a partnership with them because it means that it's a good chance that we won't be forgotten. And
well, I still think they're gonna.
You still think so?
Oh yeah, I still think.
Oh, okay.
I just think they're just letting they're just getting their stuff in a row. I think the Activision
Well, they
is
have to. ABK. I mean, think about it. Bobby still isn't fully out yet. He's almost out. So they still have some ways to go to kind of work with the ABK stuff. They can't just rush it. I think I'm okay with them taking a step back and dealing with what they have right now because
right.
that was a big shakeup they just did. So.
Well, I think it's more along the lines of what happened was I don't think Microsoft thought it was going to take as long as it did.
It
They,
didn't. Yeah,
yeah,
I agree with that. I'm sorry because Phil spoke on that
yeah.
with the Game Pass games. I think
And given the climate of everything right now, I think that put a little wrench in it. That's the only
it
thing.
did. Yeah, and look at Lena Khan. That idiot is still coming after them now over OpenAI, which they did nothing illegal there. They didn't even. They don't even have OpenAI. Basically, all the people left.
These guys in charge right now, they're anti-consumer and anti-capitalist. So of course, it doesn't
Mhm.
surprise me at all. That's why I try to tell people about this who were on the positive side of it and thought it was going to end. I'm like, no, dude, this is
Mhm.
you're dealing with politics now. That's a whole other beast.
That's all it is. I mean, Lena Khan is a disaster. I hope she's gone soon. I really do. I don't like her, and I don't think she's healthy for the economy at all. She's not even looking at the fact that all these other countries and stuff have let like Sony become a monopoly and all that, and she seems to have no problem with that because it's not Microsoft. Just get that stupid woman out of here. And all these people, oh, she's so intelligent, she's so this and that. No, she isn't. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's agenda driven, and people can make an agenda make them stupid. That's when I say that. I'm not saying she can't learn anything. She's stupid because of the agenda.
Well,
To
I
get
think
off the agenda. And that's why I know she's not really there for the economy or the health of the country. She's just there for her own personal reasons
well
or
she
whatever her beliefs are. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no no. I will say she is intelligent, and that's the problem. She's one of those things where people say she's too smart for her own good. Because what it is that they get this type of ideology and education, and they think they know better than everybody else.
She's indoctrinated. That's a
Yeah,
difference from being intelligent.
yeah.
A lot of times these kids go into the colleges and get indoctrinated, and what they learn is actually not good. Okay. Not
Well,
all the
she,
information that's out there is good information.
well, the thing is
And
like, this is why college is so bad right now because she knows how to dot those I's and cross those T's. And
mhm.
if you look at like people that get accepted into college, right, they can do those. Like you have to be smart in a sense, right? But like you're saying, I agree. When once you go in,
You
I
get
think you get
indoctrinated.
indoctrinated.
Yeah.
But that's the reason. That's what my grandmother would tell me all the time. She would tell that to me all the time about people. Is that you can be intelligent, but that doesn't make you wise. Like,
Is exactly. I
and
mean, in my opinion, I have not seen how intelligent she is. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Okay. I'm just saying that she's making so many dumb decisions. I think she's intelligent in that she can learn things well. Yes, I'm not taking that from her.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that I'm not seeing that she picked up anything good, how to really think critically. She's on autopilot from the indoctrination. That's all I see. She's
Yeah,
going on script. She's not considering anything outside of that. She doesn't even have a straight thought of her own. She's just on autopilot. That's I've watched Lena Khan once this whole thing started, and I can see it. I've seen it in other people. That's just my
Mhm.
opinion. Okay, I'm not saying that yours is wrong. It's my opinion. I think she's indoctrinated. I think her potential is there, but you're never going to see it until she breaks out of that mode of thinking. And there's a lot of people like that in politics. That's why our country is going down the drain right now. They don't know how to run an economy. They don't know how to create an environment where jobs can really thrive. They don't know how to do. If they do and they're sabotaging the country, then they're operating off of that agenda. If they don't and they're trying but they're screwing up, then they don't know what they're doing. They didn't have a good education to start with. But either way, it's not good for the country. So yeah, I didn't want to drag politics into it, but that's just what I see in Lena Khan, and that has nothing to do with anything that Microsoft has done. Microsoft is not a perfect company. It's okay to scrutinize large companies, but what she's doing has gotten to be abusive, and that's what I don't like about her.
yeah. I mean, at our core, there's like all the people in the current administration and in government service, especially the ones that make these decisions. Honestly, they're just they're anti-capitalist,
They
anti-business,
are. I mean, they
anti-American.
got their wealth though. Keep that in mind. They got their wealth.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
now they don't want us, the people that come behind them, the people who are trying to raise out of their level, where if you're in poverty or if you're just middle classes, they don't want you to raise out though.
Right, right.
They got theirs, because think about it. How many politicians went into politics and then they came out millionaires? Think about that. If
Yeah,
you don't know
yeah,
about that, please look it up.
yeah. I've been screaming that on dude.
Hmm.
I've lost so many people because of my politics on Twitter, which is
Same,
fine.
people
Yeah.
don't like me either because of it. Because I got, I my family, man, I've had, my family. The difference is my family is not stupid enough to disown each other because we have different views and stuff. But
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Family's
yeah,
fun.
my family and
Mine's
I used to go back and forth. Me and my dad in particular, we go back and forth. I said, not the last thing I said to my father. I said, look, Dad, look, I said we black, right? He said, yeah.
so yeah, how that conversation started.
And then I had to just lay that as a caveat, and then I said, you're okay with illegals coming over here, right? Now I said not legal immigration. I said illegals. He said, well, he wanted to be compassionate and all this. I said, okay, whose jobs do you think they're competing with?
Hmm.
And he thought about it. He was like, well, they can create more jobs. I said if they could do that, they would have been done did that. They're not. We're losing jobs. Look at NAFTA. Look at how our jobs are going overseas. That's not happening. You know it, and I know it. So I told him. I said, now go back to the original. I said, think about it now. Blacks are kind of, not all. I don't want to act like everybody's the same. Everybody's not the same. Even I'm not poor. Okay, I'm not one of those people who's poor. Okay, I'm middle class. All right.
Right,
So,
right.
all right. So I told him, I said, all right, Dad. I said, so these people come in, they can't speak the language. They can't, basically they got to get handouts. Who do you think that comes from? Taxpayers. I just started answering for him. Then I said, also, I said they're gonna do laborers jobs. They're gonna do they're gonna start off with the lower end jobs, and in some cases, just for them to survive, they're gonna have to put them in higher jobs than that. Probably even subsidize some of these companies to take these people. Whose jobs do you think they're taking there? And then he started thinking about this because nobody had got him to think like that. He was just going off of the narrative. This is why I hate the narrative.
Mhm.
And I was like, this is if you want to know, because I've voted for everything. I'm an independent, but
Yeah,
I've voted for
kind of
everything.
figured.
I've voted Democrat, I've voted Republican, I've tried them all. Because I always give people a chance. They say they're gonna do something.
Mhm.
I'll take them on their word until they don't. Okay. And now I don't like either party. Okay. So I realize none of them are good. Okay. That's my opinion. But I told him, I said, if as long as blacks are voting a monolith of Democrats and they don't demand something, they're not doing anything in your favor. The whole illegal immigration thing, they'll tell you that's good. They'll play on your compassion, but it's not healthy for you, your future generations, or anything. We've been here just as long as any other group of people, which is true. We've been here long for hundreds of years in America. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever a group of people who haven't even come the legal way. If they came legally, I wouldn't care. But they didn't come legally. They can come in and get jobs and get free education and all this stuff that we still have to pay for. Because think about it, blacks, I've had people in my family that fought in the Korean War and they fought in wars and died. We shed blood here, just like every other group. And I said, that's not fair and it's not right. And it's not fair to the legal immigrants. And so, when I told him all that, he started thinking about things in a different way. And I realized that the problem is, people can't just listen to what politicians say. They have to think about how does this play out practically in the real world. And once you do that and you remove all the feelings in it, because a lot of times Democrats is all about feelings and Republicans are they try to be too logical, thinking about everything's about the numbers and everything. It's an amalgam of that. It's not one side over another. I found anyway. So some things you do need to think about the human element, and then other things, no, you need to look at hard facts. It takes both. But that's what I had to tell him in order for him to think about, there's more to things to just, oh, well, we got to be nice to people. The same thing with this whole Ukraine war. You got to be nice to people. But if we start sending soldiers over there and people start coming back in body bags, it becomes beyond that. We can't answer everything. It's not a black and white answer to things, you know. And I like to think about things to deeper or on a deeper level than just what surface stuff that people put out there as a narrative. Hi, Hebot. I'm glad you coming because I have to step out.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was doing my forms, listening
You know,
to
yeah,
listening to
yeah.
Daya's
How
radical
you doing, Hebot?
radical
I want
rant.
Hey, damn.
I want
No, I mean,
a Merry
it's good.
Christmas.
How are you, Merry Christmas? No, it's good conversation. And again, that's why I say, or I said before, whether people may agree with his unorthodox approach, Donald Trump was the best option for this country.
He
And
was that. Yeah,
and people may not agree with that because they are in their feelings there.
that's right. There you
You
go.
said something that made perfect sense about the devaluation of the economy through jobs, right?
Right,
Because they give it to the right to the people that come in immigration wise, right?
right,
And the problem is if I have a company and I have to pay a person that knows his value, knows his title, knows his position, the value that he's worth, which would be, let's say, $35 an hour, right?
mm-hmm,
And then in come here this immigrant person that has not only language barrier, right? Doesn't
right,
know his value or his worth of cost of what his value of work is because all his life he lived in a country where he bust his ass, basically burnt off his skin, and
right,
made $3 or $2 an hour.
right,
Okay,
right. Yeah,
they don't know their value and their worth of their what they do, and I could pay him only $7 an hour. Why
yeah.
the fuck would I give you the job versus that immigrant? Get
And
what I'm saying?
we all know that an American can't live like that.
No,
It's
you can't.
impossible
You
for an
can't.
American to
Absolutely
live like
not.
that.
And
So
that is why I said that because what Trump wants to do is no, he wants to help people, yes, but he
yeah, he
says, but we
wanted
can't let them take advantage of us. There's
exactly.
a difference with helping and taking advantage. He wants them to do it the legal way, where they gotta bust their ass, pay taxes, and work their way up like everybody
Exactly.
else that was in this country first had
Yes,
to
and that
do.
includes
You
everybody,
see what I'm saying?
legal immigrants and people like me, you, and Sega, who's been here
Mhm.
forever, who have invested in this country,
Well,
whether
that's
through
what I'm
blood,
saying.
tears, you know what I'm saying? That we have a right. We should come
Look,
first.
how does it make sense, Adea? How does it make sense, right? And I'll go against the grind all the time because of this. Because I got mad at hate for saying I
Right,
support Trump, right?
right.
Because people think that I'm just supporting him for the sake of oh, because he's a racist, but yet it's never been proof that he's a racist.
He's
There's
not.
thousands and thousands of millions of proof that he's not
I
racist.
looked this
Donald
up, and
Trump
I
is the
already
only president
the
in the
black
United
community
States that
used to
made
love
sure
Donald Trump.
all, listen, he was the only president in the United States that made sure all black colleges were funded for
Yes,
years
he
as
did.
opposed to
The
making them come
HBCUs,
every
exactly.
year begging for money, right?
The
For example,
HBCUs, yeah.
right?
And oh, by
He
the
was
way, they
the
took that. As soon as Biden got in there, they took that away. It's gone
right.
again.
He was the
Yeah,
only one that made sure that he created our own pipeline to provide our own oil to make sure that we didn't have to depend on
mhm,
these third world countries that are a bunch of criminals and terrorists and that like to blackmail us for our money, but then
exactly.
don't want to help us and backstab us in our back,
Why?
right?
Why should a country that can make its own energy sit up there and
Yeah,
pay
we
for
don't need that.
it?
We can make
It
a look at
doesn't make
how
no
Elon
sense.
Musk said that all we need is what, like 190 acres of solar
That's
panel, and that will create enough energy for everybody, the entire United States of America.
we got a man like Elon Musk on our side. This guy is fanatic, okay? This guy wants to put people on Mars, so you can imagine the kind of tech and stuff he's trying to come up
The
with.
thing
And
is,
we should utilize
he's very
that.
ambitious, but he's intelligent, right?
He is intelligent, yeah,
And
he
people
is.
look at what they're doing as, oh, they just want to take control. Look, how are you not going to trust a person in office that didn't take 1 cent of
Yeah, that's
money?
true.
Not
That's
1 cent.
yeah.
In fact, what he did was he made sure that he put all that money back into the system
He
to
did,
give
yeah.
it to the people that need it, right?
Yeah,
And that's why we were able to get those stimulus checks when everything
yeah,
happened
everybody, yeah, yeah,
with COVID. That's how we got the stimulus checks and got the help that we got,
yeah. I
right?
forgot all
And
about
as soon as he got out, what happened? All the prices went up, not
where
only for
everything
food,
went up. You
not
have
only for
no idea how
food,
hard it is
not
now.
only for gas, everything. Meanwhile, they're sending $96 billion to the Ukraine so they can fight a war that has nothing to do with us.
That's right.
When
And
we're
you
the
know what?
ones that provided we're the ones that provided them with the weapons to begin with.
Yeah,
You see
we
what I'm trying
did.
to say?
Yeah, we did.
So,
Yeah.
so again, right? Sometimes you have to think with your brains and not your heart.
Not your heart. Yeah.
You have to understand that it's not about your emotions, right? That don't mean that I agree with how he may do things
You
as
don't
far as
have
his
to agree
approach, right? As far as his
100% with
as
anybody,
far as his
right?
as
Yeah.
far as his approach, right? But you got to
Right.
also understand that he's a businessman.
Yeah,
He's not a
that's what I
politician.
did.
So he
Yeah.
thinks like a businessman. He's a shark. You see what I'm trying to say? He
Yeah. Yeah.
acts like a shark. And that's why he had
He's
everybody
from New
unchecked.
York,
You
isn't
didn't,
he? He's
huh?
from New York, right? He was doing
Absolutely.
business in New York.
He
Yeah,
owns
that's
businesses
right. Yeah.
everywhere. But why
Yeah.
you think nobody was trying to mess with him? Because he told them, oh, you remember, you mess with us. We'll have no problem showing you our power. 1, 2, 3. And
Yeah.
that's why everybody was at peace. Nobody was. Now
Oh
everybody is
yeah.
saying, "Oh, making fun of this country.
That's
We're a bunch
true.
of weaklings. That the men
He
are a
was
bunch
well
of
on his way to
fags."
making peace with North Korea because he had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, with everybody. Everybody was
Yeah.
at peace, whether it was Germany,
Yeah.
Russia, Korea, because he is a man that does is not afraid to show. Listen, we'll respect you, but if you disrespect us, we do what
Yeah.
we got to do.
Yeah.
You're not going to run
Even
us over.
recently
That's
he
not how
shot
that
for
works.
China to try, yeah, you're right. You're right.
You
Yeah.
know. And again, like I said,
I forgot
people
about that.
just think about their feelings and they didn't think about what was best for the country
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
far as the economy, right? Like Biden, people don't even realize Biden, his history.
Oh
He
God.
was friends and was part of the friendship with the people from the Ku Klux Klan.
Yes, he was. And I
Okay.
tried to tell people that they would not
and
listen to
and,
me.
and, and, and you're gonna say that he doesn't have,
Yes,
listen,
they
who
were.
gets in front of a stage and in a camera and says to the black community or the
I
African
know.
American community,
I
because I'm
know.
not trying to offend nobody, right? And
Don't
says,
don't worry
you're
about
not
it.
black if you don't vote for me.
Yeah, he said
See, how
I said,
fucking dare
what?
you? How dare you make
Yeah.
that type of, like, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Like, what? Motherfucker, you crazy? Like, and then they let him get away with it. Like, it's all right. Had Donald Trump said that shit, forget about it. They
I
want
know.
to kill the man.
This is the problem
They
that
want
I
to hang. They would want to hang the man. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
And the problem is that the nation, right? Our nation, unfortunately, the biggest problem is they're misinformed about the
Yeah,
man's
there you
history and
go.
past and all
Yeah,
that. If you go back,
yeah.
even in the 80s when he had an interview with Oprah, he was talking about what he would do with the country. He's saying the exact same thing he said then is what he did when he was president. He's never changed his messaging or his
Nope.
attitude.
Nope.
Everything,
Nope.
ever since then. On top of that, right? On top of that, he kept his promise on everything he said he wanted to do.
Yeah,
You
he
see what I'm
did.
saying?
Until he ran out of time, obviously. But
Right,
yeah,
until
he
he ran out
did.
of time. Because the
Yeah.
only real mistake he did was not do any acts verse about the COVID quicker because he was listening to Fauci.
He didn't know nothing. I can
He
tell
was
you now,
listening to Fauci.
Trump didn't know
Eh,
nothing about medical anything. He was
Well, that's
listening
what I'm
to
saying. But he
Fauci.
was
Yeah.
listening to Fauci, so he
Yeah.
told him,
He didn't
"Let's
know
do
nothing.
it on a state by state basis. Basically,
Yeah.
whoever's the governor or the mayor of the states or the cities, based on the cases that were building up, you
Yeah.
make the decision that was suitable for your state or your country or
And
your
that makes
city."
sense from a business perspective, but that's
Right.
where I think he made his
That's what he was.
mistake.
Plus, he was trying to not take. Okay, he was trying to empower the people that were actually
The
running the state, so
states.
that he showed
Yeah.
them respect.
Yeah.
Basically, listen, you got to make that decision because it's your responsibility. And
That
based on
was
your
a nice way
numbers
of
and
doing
based on your cases, I'm pretty sure you'll make the right decision. He was
it. That
showing them the
was a nice
respect
way of
and not
mentioning
trying to
it.
empower them. You get what I'm trying to say?
We got a crazy governor here in Michigan. That woman was so nuts. She wouldn't let nobody buy no seeds because like I was
Mhm.
getting ready to garden and stuff. She wouldn't let nobody. People wanted to do jobs at their house since they was like
Well, look at the
in that
crazy ass.
house, right? She wouldn't let nobody buy no paint to
Yeah, yeah.
paint
Well,
their
look at the
homes and
other
stuff.
crazy, whatever her name is, the one
Crazy.
from what's her name? The one from the California,
Uh,
the one that's running over there. She's taking all the money. She's worth over 124 million dollars, And yet she hasn't invested no money into the city. The city's going down the drain. People walking around naked, doing drugs,
What?
taking shits right in Beverly
Whoa.
Hills. Like, it's
Okay.
crazy.
Wow.
What's her
That,
fucking name then? Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy
That
Pelosi.
fucking
Oh, okay,
Loki.
okay, okay. Yeah,
That
yeah.
loca. That crazy loca. She's nuts.
And that's why that became a disaster for some of us, not everybody, but
Look,
man,
look.
Michigan under that woman, man, I was like, what the shit? She thinks she a dictator or something? What the heck has gotten into her?
Look.
Why can't a person purchase seeds? You already in the shop. She had places like Home Depot taping off areas so you wouldn't go and pick up a can of paint and stuff like that.
Right.
The woman was out of her mind, you know.
Listen, there. I grew up my entire life, right? And that's what I tell people. I can speak from proof because I've lived it my entire life, right? In the projects, right? I grew up and was raised in the projects, right?
Okay.
I raised my children that are in college, graduated, and are now doing their own thing, successful, right? But I never let the system bring me down. My success and you're not going to dictate who I am because of where I lived, right?
Exactly.
And I've always told people it's how you act and how you carry yourself, how you're going to reach success, right? And a lot of my success have came and gone, but due to circumstance, right? Economically, right? For example, not because I don't have the will or the intellect to do it, but the biggest problem, and I've told people time and time again, that we have in our society, right? Especially in urban neighborhoods, like the projects, the ghetto, what they would consider, what we call the ghetto, right? Right? The streets, the hood, right?
Right.
Is that there's too much black on black crime and too much Hispanic on Hispanic crime.
True.
We are hurting ourselves.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And then the problem is we don't want to admit to this, that we're hurting ourselves, and want to get mad at the white man, the Jewish man, the Indian man. No. We're the ones that are acting foolish. Because I've seen it. Listen, just a week ago, okay? My daughter was coming home from from school. 3:45 in the afternoon. Car pulls up. Black guy gets out the car, shooting at another black guy in the middle of all these kids coming home from school.
Right.
And we're in 2023, Daya.
I know. Yeah.
This hood shit got to stop.
It does.
And the only people that have the power to stop it is us. The ones who lived it, the one who's been there, the one who knows what it's about, what the hood is really about. We got to stop playing the blame game. We got to take responsibilities within ourselves and say, we want to clean up this fucking shit. Because if we don't do it, no one's going to do it for us.
The problem is, like, I can't say, like, I grew up a little different than, like, and I didn't grow up exactly like that. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Right? That's fine. But you know that a lot of the people in your culture, right? Your heritage, a lot of African Americans are in that position.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
so I know where you're speaking from. It's coming from the heart. I get it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Because I was, I wasn't in all of that, but I understand
but you seen
exactly what's going on, right?
Yeah,
so
you know exactly what's going on. You've seen it.
The problem is, though, they claim that they want to lift, they want people to lift them up, but then when you try to do that and you tell them how it works for you, they don't want to listen.
Yes.
All of a sudden,
they take it offensive, or they tell you, "Oh, don't tell me how to do shit. Don't tell me how to run my life. Don't tell me how to do." No, I'm giving you an advice.
Exactly.
I'm just giving you an advice.
I'm not like and that's another thing. I want blacks to be individualized in Hispanics.
That's right.
All people, whether they're Hawaiian or whatever, none of us need to stay stereotyped into one.
That's right. 100% agree. That's right.
I don't like a lot of the same similar things that say some people in the hood do, but I don't say that as long as it's positive, I don't have no problem with that. They like it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Dan, tell me this, my love. Tell me this. How does it make fucking sense that a person can come from Mexico, Santo Domingo, and even China, for example, and immediately a year or two later have their own business when they have language barrier? They can't even speak the language. They don't know the ethics of business, right?
Right.
How it runs in America, right? But yet they open up business, but yet people like us, the Hispanics, the African Americans that have been here since the beginning of time,
Very
we can
big.
never get loans from the bank till we open up business and do our shit unless we establish credit. Why?
I don't
Why?
know. That's a good question.
That don't make no fucking sense. That's
It
the
doesn't.
first red flag.
Yeah.
Because the excuse is, oh, they're bringing their culture from other countries into this country. Yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't help us to bring culture from other countries when we can't even embrace our own
Exactly.
cultural beliefs in this country,
Exactly.
right? And
Yeah.
what we grew up in, how we did things. So why the fuck do I care what China does, what Mexico does, or what Santo Domingo does? If we can't even embrace what we've been doing for years,
Right.
you understand what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
number one. Then the other red flag is every single person that's been in politics, that's been in the high position like the presidency, that tried to help the minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
Abraham Lincoln. What happened to Abraham Lincoln? He
Killed.
got off, right?
Yeah.
He got off. And what did they do
JFK
to
was
Abraham
another
Lincoln,
one.
Dea? What did they
JFK
do to
was
him?
another. I'm sorry.
What did they do to him? What pictures on the penny of the United States?
Abraham Lincoln.
Absolutely. And what he's facing the opposite direction of all the other white men, right? Plus,
I
the
never
color of the
noticed
penny
that.
is copper, right?
Yes, copper. Yeah.
Which is a significance of color because he helped the people of color. He went against them. That is why he's the less valued cent in the America because he tried to help. And what happened? They offed him off. What happened with JFK? He was a Democrat, right? But he didn't believe
Yep.
in the bullshit of not being equal rights. And what happened to him? He got off. And
Got
nobody still
killed.
knows to this day what really happened
What
to him.
happened to him? Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And now Donald Trump, well, he tried to help us, for example. And what they try to say, oh, that he was trying to cause incite war in the White House when he clearly did a video and put it up and said, don't
Don't
fall
do
for
it.
it.
Yeah,
Go
I saw
home
it. Yeah,
peacefully. And what happened? Social media took it down immediately so people could think otherwise.
right.
Right? When the man never incited shit, and then you come to find out that it was people that are part of the group that were working with the fucking
It
Black
was the
Lives Matter
FBI.
movement
Yeah.
that were doing things for the wrong reason. And they literally let them in. They were went in peacefully.
Yep.
The cops let them in.
Yep.
And the ones that were trying to get in there abruptly were part of the Black Lives Matter movement, right? Because the Black Lives Matter movement that started was originally supposed to be helping the urban urban cities, right? Particularly the black communities, right? And it was founded by 3 gay women. And instead of them doing that, they allocated all that money to help gay communities
I
and
heard that.
services,
I
right?
heard they
And
funneled that.
then what did they do? They raised almost $100 million. You know, we had the worst riots in history during that whole bullshit that happened. And what happened? Not one fucking cent went to the black community that they needed help. Huh?
But you
They
know
needed
what?
fucking help, and they didn't set a dime.
You know what?
But you
He
gonna,
did, though? Everything
yeah.
you saying is correct. Anybody who's listening to this can look this stuff up themselves. The problem
Yes.
is that people, people need to stop judging people based on skin color and assuming
It's terrible. It's terrible.
they're not
terrible.
your friend if they're black. They're not your friend if they're Hispanic or whatever.
That's right.
You want to toss in there.
That's right. 100%.
For their own character, for who they are and what they say. You have to test that. You don't.
That's a fact.
Believe whatever a person says, and that's something I had to learn a long time ago.
Well, Dea, look.
Like that, and I got burned for that. And
that's a fact.
That's a dangerous way of thinking. You can't do
That's a fact. That is a fact. Dea, look. My best friends, Sega Forever, he's Hawaiian. Sega Man, black. E-Rock, black. Truckmaster, black. Right. You yourself, I believe you're African American as well, black, right?
I'm black.
And you and others think, and I'm 100, for example, right? No legal even, right?
Yeah.
I have been treated better than my own race by other nationalities that are considered friends and family. Me, through my whole lifetime experience, right? Even in my own neighborhood, with my own people, all they want to do is backstab because they act jealous instead of acting happy for the people progressing and doing well.
somewhere, right? Yeah,
Because that's the other problem. When you see someone
that is
else do
another
well,
problem.
you're supposed to wish them well and want to reach what they've been able to reach so that we can all get out of this bad situation.
Yeah,
Instead, they start hating, talking shit,
yeah,
acting jealous. Like that's not the Christian thing to do.
it's
Then you want
not.
to go
Yeah.
Sundays to church and act like you're a full-blown Christian.
I know.
Like, what
Oh,
the
don't let
fuck
me
is
get
wrong
on
with you?
in on that. Yeah, you don't want me to go
Then
down
you know
that.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
That hypocrisy that comes right from the church.
yeah,
Right from the
yeah.
church.
It
Now, I'm
does.
not
Yeah.
saying everybody, but you know what
No,
I'm
no, I
talking
know
about.
what
The
you're saying.
usual suspects, right?
I
The-
know the state of every yeah.
yeah,
Trust
yeah.
me.
You know what I'm talking about. The usual suspects.
Yeah, yeah,
How can you call yourself a Christian and be so hypocritical and then not
yeah,
act upon it?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
The most
And those are
unloving
the things
person
that
you ever
drive me
met.
crazy because all the stuff that needs to be known is all public record. All you
Yep.
have to do is look it up. Look, for example, what's her name? Uh, that girl. Oh my God, she's amazing. What's her name? Candace Owens, right?
Oh,
Candace Owens did an amazing documentary about the whole thing that happened with George Floyd and how they used that and weaponized that to fool the people and the public, right?
right, right,
And how fucked up they went about it and what they did to make it seem like it was something else than what it actually was, right?
right.
And nobody wants to talk about it. But if you go see it, you'll learn so much. And she does it with proof and evidence, not just her
Right.
talking out of her
Not just
ass.
words, right? Exactly.
She shows the proof there and the evidence, which no one can argue with evidence, proof, facts. You can't argue numbers or paperwork that shows the proof. You can't. The same way that it was done when they did the Sound of Freedom with the human trafficking
Oh
in this
yeah,
country, in the problem. That movie
yeah,
is fucking amazing. Yet
yeah,
nobody wants to pick it up. Amazon doesn't want to stream
yeah.
it.
They
Netflix don't
boycott
want to
it.
stream it. What does that tell you? Those are red flags. That means someone is involved on the inside that don't want it to get exposure, or if not, you get in trouble.
Yeah,
You see
especially
what I'm trying to say?
about
All
child
those shits are red
trafficking.
flags.
Yeah,
Okay, the system was designed to keep the rich rich and the poor poor. That's it. It's that simple. And the only way we can combat that is by us being smarter than them and
and
working
coming
on their
together.
level
Yeah,
and
it's
beating
more of us
their
than it is of
system
them. Yeah,
by doing better within ourselves. See what
yeah,
I'm saying? And until we don't do that and get our emotions out of the way and stop worrying about this black and white bullshit or any
yeah.
other race
Or
and
anything.
worry about, you know what? Let's stand tall together. Let's help each other. It ain't going to
Exactly.
stop there. It's not going to stop. We got to stop the foolery. It's our responsibility. We have to do it. And that's the problem. Because I lost so many people that talk to me on this social platform. And, Sega Forever is my witness. Just
Yeah,
because I try to speak out on it and try to tell people, look, just go look up this, that, and you'll see that Donald Trump meant well. You may not
yeah,
agree with all the things of how he does things, because, again, he's not a real politician. He's a
right.
businessman.
He's very.
So you can't take what he does personally. You got to
He's
look at it with
very.
open eyes.
He acts like a New Yorker. Okay, I'll just put
Right,
it that
right.
way.
He
You
acts
want
like a
him to be
businessman.
polite, you know. I'm telling you, I've never met a New Yorker who talk like that. I
I'm
just
telling you,
haven't.
but it gets me mad because they're so misinformed and say stupid shit. And all I heard was, he was a fucking racist. Don't talk to him. He's a
Yeah,
goddamn
that's what
racist.
they do. I've
I'm
been
like,
called a
dude,
racist. I've been called
I
every
was
way.
raised.
I've been
I
called.
was born and raised and lived in the projects. I still live in the projects. Okay,
Okay.
actually in the process of actually moving out for the first time ever,
Oh
ever.
wow. Wow.
Okay,
Awesome.
and you're gonna tell because my kids found success and now I'm on my way out. You get what I'm
Wow.
trying to say?
Right. Right.
One second, hold that thought. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Sega, are you still there?
Oh
Sega?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I
So
wasn't sure if you were still there.
yeah, so welcome to the Wrecking Crew podcast. Probably the last
Yes.
episode.
Yeah, he said I did, man. I didn't know. I didn't. He must have been listening to us because he came straight in and was talking about that. So
Well, he messaged me. You know what I was doing? I was going through my I mean, we're doing a podcast, but I had to go look for my paperwork. So I wasn't on screen. So I guess he was sitting there. He messaged me on the phone. Hey, I'm on the state. I didn't know he came back in.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know how long he was there. So I was like, oh, sorry, bro.
Oh
So then
yeah,
that's why I added him. I'm actually in my email looking for something.
Okay.
So, yeah, because I got VA business to handle as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I am going to have to go. I don't know how long he's going to take, but
yeah,
I'm kind of glad we had that conversation too. Is see, this is why I like this group and everybody, because you know how he was saying he was ostracized and stuff. That's happened to me.
oh yeah,
I don't think the way people think I should think or say the things that they think I should say, but I've always been resistant against that because I'm very independent minded. I like to think, I like my own thoughts, and I like to, not to say I'm ever right about everything, but I like to, I like my own thoughts, and I like to work through them and to, have critical thinking and, really look at subjects and think about it. The stuff I talk about with you guys with gaming, I don't know as much as you guys do. Some of you guys look up articles and all that. I don't do that. I assess information,
yeah,
and I
no,
take that information and formulate different theories, basically. So, that's why I always say people don't have to take anything I say at all. But I look at some stuff I look into, but most of the time I'm not like sitting there in front of a computer breaking down everything. I don't do that. Sometimes I have to familiarize myself on something if I'm being asked about it, but it's rare. A lot of times I formulate opinions based on my knowledge of things, past knowledge, experience,
mm-hmm.
um, things that hi Zinc, things that
Oh,
I've
hey Zink, what's up?
heard from people I feel is credible, or something that I have read or listened to or whatever. So that's what I do, and I'm honest about that though. I don't try to gaslight people like I know everything. I don't. But I somehow I'm able to hold my own when I talk to you guys, because I do hold you guys to high regard, and
Oh,
and a lot of people have come and said, "Man, you brought out really good points here or there," and that's just me thinking about how I would logically take things, or how I would respond to something, or how I try to put myself in the shoes of sometimes Sony or sometimes Xbox. The
right,
only time I get emotional is that time with that whole thing, with that whole God of the Year thing. That thing really got me upset. It
right, right.
really did. I'm alive, Zing. I know we were supposed to play this week. I was very, very sick. I'm still recovering, and you may be able to hear it in me. Sometimes I have to pause because I have to cough. So I'll definitely pick up the game I had, because I actually downloaded Gears. I think it was Gears 5. I think that's the one you told me to get. And I was already starting to try to get familiar with the controls and stuff, and then I got sick. So I haven't played that much. I was just doing a little bit of the tutorial. It was a guide that you have to learn how to hide behind walls and things like that. I was just getting started with that when I got sick. Um so yeah, I just wanted to let you know that, and we are still going to play. I am still trying to get better. And so, but I figured maybe we'll have to just wait until after the holidays though, because I can only do so much at a time. And we'll pick up on that. We'll have to schedule with Sega Man, I think.
Yes, yeah, he'd be waiting.
Yep. But I really was gonna do that this month until I got sick. I'm still recovering from it. That was that cold. Oh my! I don't even think it was a cold. I think that was the flu. I was knocked out for just a week. It was like, man, I had no energy, and I'm still slowly getting that back. It
Yeah, a
was
lot of people.
terrible.
Yeah, a lot of people's been sick.
Yeah, I don't know what this was. This one came out of the blue for me. I was perfectly fine. One day, 100% energy, everything. Next day, I'm having chills. I was like, oh man.
Given all the
So,
stuff you and Heba was talking about, it could. I'm surprised we didn't get locked down. But
oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. He was going there. But sometimes we got to hear this stuff. It's a fact. I mean, people need to hear it, because we got to
well,
break out of these horrible cycles we're in.
I'll tell you this much, dude. I mean, it's just like I agree with you. I think one of the best quotes I've seen over the last couple years, about 3 or 4 years ago, was the the most threatened minority in the country is the individual.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, because
Yeah, that mind, that group think. Oh,
yeah,
I hate that.
groupthink is deadly, and the fact that people you can agree with people
Hello.
and disagree with people. Hey, what's up, Heba?
Hey.
You can agree and disagree with people, but the thing with group is you can't afford to step off basically the reservation. Where I use myself as off the homestead because we have homestead here.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you come in.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh,
But once
sorry, sorry. I didn't mean to.
no,
I
that's
didn't mean
cool.
to just leave like that. I just had to do something real quick. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, so when you do that, right? That's when you find out, like you guys were talking about earlier, man. The interesting thing for me is that I mean I fit right in with that. I mean I've had that happen to me. It doesn't bother me because number one, Christian, right? Two, nerd. Three, geek. Played video games, collected comic books. Right? Everything I do has always been counterculture. Everything
Yeah,
has always been
counterculture, right?
When you need me to take it, mommy.
yeah. So it's always been like yeah. So I've never
Pick her up and
I
take her
guess
to
the
bed.
problem, that's what I have now. Like when I look at things that are going on, I'm kind of like, yeah, dude. I mean, you can come at me all you want. It's not gonna. I already know how I think, what I feel. I already have my own principles that I follow.
No, you
I
can't
don't
catch
need
it.
anybody else to dictate to me what I do or
Hmm.
what I don't do, right? And especially now that I'm older, like
Mm-hmm.
like when I was younger, man, my grandmother like she would tell me a lot of stuff I wouldn't understand. As I've gotten older and as life has gone on, then of course, even as old as 40, I was like, oh wow, I understand what she meant. And so that's ingrained with me.
Absolutely.
I've never had an issue telling people how I feel or what I believe. So
Me
Well,
either.
don't get me wrong. You know, Sega man. I've always said it, and Day, I want you to know. You could like whatever you want. You could live your life however you want, as long I my judgment of people is how they treat me. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
If you
He
treat me,
hold that thought. I'm gonna have to leave now. I have to go. So I wanted to just before I leave, I wanted to say, um,
Mhm.
Merry Christmas to you. And I want to say I'm very happy that your children are doing so well. That was a blessing to hear that.
Oh yeah, oh
And
yeah,
that they're helping you because I got to do the same with my dad. My dad has been sick lately, and
yes.
I'm working to try to get my dad so I can take care of him. That's been
It's been
uh,
a journey, there. It's been a
it's
journey.
it's kind of
Yeah.
rough, man. But you get it, and I know Zink gets it because he takes care of his mom. So
Oh yes, he does.
yeah,
Oh yes,
it's
he does.
I just want what I want to say before I leave is and to you Sega Forever. I consider it a blessing to know all of you guys and
Oh,
even our
same.
chat. And I always feel that it's the people that God placed in my life is always for a purpose. And I
Right,
always gain
Mm.
something from the relationships that I have with people. And
right,
so I just
right,
want to leave this to you in case I don't see you before the New Year's. I just wanted to say this
right,
that
right.
I
No, for
appreciate
sure, for sure.
I appreciate everything that you guys
Well,
say and do.
I,
And thank you for treating me with respect, even though it's an industry that doesn't always do that with women. I have stories I could tell you.
right,
Oh
But
right.
yeah,
No, no.
yeah. We
I
old
just
school.
wanted
Yeah,
to just say
We
that.
old school. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Our whole listen. We were raised that if you don't treat women right, then you ain't shit. Right?
Right,
Period.
right,
It's just
right.
how it is.
Exactly.
That's
In our
that's my
generation.
mentality. Plus,
Right.
understand this, Dea. The best thing that happened to us this year was including you in our circle.
Oh,
Okay,
thank
because we needed a woman's perspective, but we also needed someone that was genuine and knew what she was talking about, and it came from the heart. That it wasn't, you're not a woman that's there, and we know this, to show off your breastises. In other words, for
you. No.
example, get what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
And plus your generosity, your kindness, your kindness, your approach to each and every one of us individually, how you talk to us, how you address us, completely shows that you're nothing but a class act.
Thank
Okay?
you.
So for us at the Exile, here with Sega Forever, when you guys do these wonderful marathons that go 7 hours, right?
Yeah.
There, all we get to know is more of you, who you are, and embrace your generosity, like I said, and in your knowledge. And to be honest, I think even if you decided to move away, right, for this point, for a hypothetical, our
Mhm.
circle will never be the same without you, right?
Oh,
And this is from the heart. I'm pretty sure the boys feel the same. I'm pretty sure Sega Forever feels the same. They can speak with their own words. I'm pretty sure. But I'm speaking from behalf of them as knowing them and as being part of this circle the longest with all these guys. Because I was the reason why all these guys unified. I
Right.
introduced all of them, right?
Yeah.
Because I believed in them and I had the same opinion and character, now an acknowledgement of each of them individually, and I knew these guys were worth the time of day, right?
Right.
Because
Right.
in this industry, as you said, and in the YouTube scene and social media in general, it's very hard to find sincere and good people. It's
Very
hard.
right. And it's
It's
hard to
very
connect
hard.
with the right people. And I definitely think I found my group, and that's why I wanted to leave you guys with. And I appreciate your kind words, Hebot. Sega forever. I appreciate all you guys, Unlimited,
Yep, yep.
Google and Zinc and
Mhm.
everyone in their Fireballs, all you guys. I really appreciate you all. I want you all
Mhm.
to have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas and New Year's, and
Same to
appreciate
you, love.
the people
Mhm.
that you have in your life, because I've had those close calls where my parents have almost left me, and I'm fighting for them. So just appreciate the people you have, because we just don't know when it's our time to go and
Oh,
be with.
they. Let me tell you something, John, honey. I had both. Unfortunately, my mom and my stepdad die in my arms in the same bathroom in the same apartment, just
Wow.
in different times in my life. The first time I was 13. The second time I was 29. Something that nobody really knows, but I'm saying it out loud here because I'm sharing with family. You guys are family, right? So
Right.
I know firsthand. I'm telling you, you're absolutely 1,000% correct. Life is too short,
It
and the
is.
loved ones that we have, if we don't embrace them now, we're gonna regret it
You're gonna
later.
regret
You know,
that. Exactly.
everything else is too superficial.
Yep.
Even with family members that you may not get along with 100%, it's too superficial to let it get in the way and waste time because we're here today, but we might not be here tomorrow. I
Any one
know
of
that
us
firsthand. Like I
can
said,
disappear. Any one of
like
us.
I
Even
said,
so. Yeah.
it's
That's why
hard.
it's
You
very
know what it
difficult.
feels like to have the last memory of both your parents being dead in your arms? That's the memory I got to live with until I die.
Wow.
And that's
Wow.
why I try to tell my kids, that's why I love you guys unconditionally. And you guys question what I say. And what I say may seem like I'm trying to be controlling or like I'm not being fair sometimes, but trust me, it comes from a good place from the heart because I want what's best for you guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
Iman's not a dumb monster like people think. But again, I don't need to explain myself to nobody. I'm sharing
Right.
with you guys because you guys are family. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Right.
Sega Forever can attest to this because he's been speaking to me since 2013. E-Rock as well, 100, all these guys. And they know firsthand how many people have turned their back on me over something stupid and
Right.
small and superficial here
Right.
on the YouTube scene, which
Right.
I wish didn't happen, but it did, you know?
Right. Well, no, you have us, and I'm gonna go ahead and
Mhm.
head off, and I'll
Take care,
probably
love,
try to
and
continue on. I'll definitely
be
listen
safe.
on later. You take
Be
care of
safe because this
yourself.
is the most dangerous time to be outside. You know how it
It
is.
is. It absolutely is, and I'll definitely, and Unlimited, you guys, if you all want to, I hope that we
That's
can
it.
all do a New Year's kind of
See,
show where we could talk about more positive things, and we can
what's
talk
up?
about the future
It's
Xbox and stuff. I love that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good 2024 day. So, yeah,
I
I just want to
agree.
say Merry Christmas as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas
Always
and
a pleasure having you.
blessings to all your families. Okay. You take
Amen.
care,
same
guys.
to you, love.
Okay.
Enjoy.
What's up, bro?
Hey, bro.
I know.
My
I
God,
figured your phone.
you
I
are
figured your,
you are definitely the undisputed king and champion of marathon podcasting.
dude. I can't go.
Holy shit!
Dude, I can't
You're
go
going
anywhere.
6 hours deep, my brother.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere. I'm sitting in this chair for because of my back. Yeah, so it's still. I can't. There's nowhere I can go, man. I can't because I have my therapy yesterday. So I'm basically.
Right,
Yeah, that dude, man. That's like.
right. I gotta apologize to you for leaving because then I could at least took over as the host for a little bit and give you a break.
Oh no, no, dude. I can't. Yeah, because I just gotta keep on turning. That's it. That's all I can do.
Right, right. It's like me. Yeah, I tell people because I have the arthritis in my spine.
Yeah.
And then I got my nerves that are pinched in my neck, the neuropathy in my legs,
Yes.
and the arthritis in my ankles.
Yeah.
So I can't lay down for a long time. I can't sit for
Yeah.
a long time. I can't be on my side for a long time. I can't stand up for a long time. So I got to do everything in intervals. So
Yeah.
if I'm a couple hours maybe standing or an hour and a half, then I got to go lay down. Then I got to go sit. I'm always moving. Like ants in my pants, so to speak.
Yeah, because
You
it's
know,
not comfortable. Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
easy. No, it's rough. Rough. Nobody understands until they have the actual symptoms that they know what it feels like. But you
Yeah.
can't really describe it. It's so painful. But you know, it is what it is. We got to keep going strong. We're men. We got to take it, you know, and keep on going because that's our job. That's what we put here for. Put on this earth for.
I don't know.
We're better trash. You know what I'm saying? Think of it. Better trash. We're garbage. They don't need it. They don't need us.
Yeah, this new generation ain't so. I don't know if they're gonna be able to handle.
My God, if you're gonna depend on this generation looking forward, I feel so sorry for you guys. Oh my gosh. We're so screwed, it's not even funny.
Yeah, dude. I worry about my kids. Honestly, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because your kids are in the right direction, you raise them the right way, and for the
Oh,
most part, they're gonna have the right fundamentals, but they're very few and far between in this big whirlpool and pond full of so many fishes. You get what I'm saying?
oh yeah, that's right. They're gonna have to live through all of this stuff. So I'm like, okay. Well,
It's crazy. Unlimited, look, he put a passage up there, unlimited. What do you say? I can't see it.
it says love is not letting your loved ones live recklessly, doing anything without any guidance or respect. The world
What
lies
happened?
to us saying, "Oh,
Wait. Let me put this on. Hold on, because I can't hear you because of my fucking car. It's so low. Hold on. Let me put it this way. Hold on. Give me a second, brother. And then can you, can you talk real quick?
yeah." Can you hear me? How am I
Yeah.
coming
Now
through?
read it out. Now I can hear you. Read it out to me.
Yeah, he said, "Love is not letting your loved ones live recklessly, doing anything without any guidance or respect. The world lies to us saying love means letting people do anything without
Mm-hmm.
consequence." Yeah,
Well put. Absolutely. 100%.
I do agree.
100%. 100%.
Remake Station 5. Yeah, 23 feet. Yeah, hope yeah, we should do that.
Limited really got his head in the right place. Like for being a younger guy, like um, you know, it's proud to see people like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm. No, yeah.
They're being younger but still having enough knowledge to differentiate right from wrong, having open minds, be critical thinkers, all that stuff. You need more of that.
The only time I see people that aren't critically thinking or don't think it's like they usually are well off.
What was that?
I'll
What
be
he said?
honest. Most of the
Read
time
it
I see
louder.
people. Yeah, most of the time that I see people that are very nonchalant about stuff is they
Yeah.
normally have good lives.
About the what lives?
They have good lives.
Oh yeah. Or they never had to work to build themselves up to be where they are successfully. They kind of inherited it, so they're never going to really know by default, right? Those are the people that always have so much to say. It's like okay, I love it when I see people that don't have no kids,
Mm-hmm.
that they want to talk like they know how it is to raise a kid. And they'll be like, oh yeah, this is how you're supposed to raise a kid. You didn't do a good enough job. And they have no kids. They have no idea what it is to raise a kid, right? That shit makes me laugh. That shit's hysterical. I'm like, until you don't have a child and know what it is to be a parent in real life, a real parent, right? To a blood child, right? Because sometimes you can be a parent by being a step parent, but it's still not the same thing, right? Not 100%. It's very close, but not 100%. You can't talk about parenting or what it is to raise a child because it's different for everyone with all the different types of characterizations that children have, upbringing, your area where you live, your economical situation. You get what I'm saying, my brother?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot
So,
of
so for me, when I hear people say that, it's so much. It's Comedy Central #1 for me. Like when I see the people, that's why I was dying laughing when I saw that tweet when people were like, "God of War made me a better father." I was like, "Are you what? Are you crazy? Like, are you serious right now? What the fuck? If you're entrusting your upbringing of how to raise your kids based on a video game, you know there's a problem. There's a big problem. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's the generation you live in now.
Retarded. I heard like a rooster in the background.
Yeah, that's how it is here, man. We got wild roosters.
Let me ask you something. What time is it for you? Because you started at around 2, right?
No, about 6. No,
No, I'm
7.
talking about my time. My time.
Oh yeah, around 2, because it's 2 o'clock where I'm at right now.
Yeah, yeah. So you started around 7 o'clock your time,
Yeah,
7 in the morning, right? AM.
yeah,
Wow, you are definitely the king of kings
yeah. But I probably won't be able to do another one for a while.
for a while, right? So you're letting it all out. You're putting it all
Um,
on the table. God damn
like I
it.
said, like I'm pretty much on this chair just because it's good for my back. Um,
Right.
it has a lumbar support, and that's where my pain is right now. Just right on my lower back.
Yeah.
So I can't
Yeah.
even sit on the couch. I've laid down too much because I have to sleep. Yeah. So I was sleeping, and so I've laid down as much as I can because even if I prop
Right.
my legs up, it still hurts. So I gotta sit.
Right. Right.
So where I'm sitting right now, dude, basically the lumbar is just pushing right. And so basically, it's like somebody's like taking their knuckles and just driving it into my the back, but it feels good. It takes the pressure, like the pain, it numbs the pain.
Yeah. To alleviate it.
Yeah,
Right.
and then I get up and
Or
walk.
if not, to hold it at bay.
Yeah, I mean it just takes time.
Hmm.
Because the guys now they really put me through the ringer yesterday. I didn't think they were gonna do that. But I got this dude yesterday because the doctor I see normally had to leave, and so I got this other guy, man. He was telling me, look, just let me do this. It's gonna be painful, but you're gonna feel better. Because the other thing would be just to come more regularly, but then that's hard too to get appointments. So I just had
Yeah.
him. Yeah, he basically just broke my back down.
Mm. I need therapy 3 times a week
Yeah, that's what
for
I'm trying to avoid.
for the spine,
Yeah,
but my insurance does not want to pay at
yeah,
all.
yeah. The VA does mine. The problem with it is that you have to get it approved. So when I lost my VA doctor, and then the console got canceled, and I have to resubmit everything, and so months
Damn.
had passed by, and so I wasn't getting the therapy. So I went back
Right.
last week, and then they gave me the therapy. I thought I was okay, but basically when I came back this week, they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to." The guy's like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Hmm.
So that's what they did, man. So yesterday I came home and the funny thing is when I left I felt good. I was like, okay, maybe this won't be so bad. But when I was driving home, man, my back started tightening. I could tell.
Wow.
So by the time I got home, I got to walk up the stairs. That was hard, and I went straight to my
Right.
room, man, and I just fell asleep. So
Right. 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 And
because it
so
alleviates all that. You know how it is, dude. You don't even feel the pain sometimes until they start working on you, right? And so
well,
I knew I was in trouble. So
right. Yeah, I be getting pain a lot in my kidney that goes all the way to my back or my liver. But I have fatty liver, right? So
yeah, dude, that's
if I
stupid.
eat something that's salty, then because you gotta eliminate the salt. And I haven't eaten like salt in a while,
Hmm.
I'll start feeling pain. Or if I sit in a certain position for too long, like my threshold on the bed is probably maybe 3 hours. So once I finish the 3 hours, it's to the point where I'm like, oh no, if I stay on the bed, I'm just gonna start feeling excruciating pain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because I need one of those beds that have the ability of getting soft or hard or moving up down like the hospital beds. I need a
yeah.
bed like that, but I can't afford it. Not the size that I need for my house. Too much. You
Oh, those
understand?
things are expensive. Everything's expensive now, dude. So
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And
that's
my
how I
wife
am.
also needs that type of adjustment because my wife got multiple sclerosis on her neck.
Oh wow.
Right? That's where it started. So it hasn't spread, thank God. But if it gets worse, it'll be where she can't move correctly with her legs, her arms, possibly maybe even having to use a wheelchair. So it's not easy, man. People don't understand it. Like, they don't get it, man. Hey,
Yeah.
did you guys see? I see Unlimited um text. He says Starfield, Hogwarts Legacy, Hi-Fi Rush, Midnight Sun, RoboCop, Rogue City, Ravenlock, Red Falls, Forza, Atlas Fallen, After Us, AEW, Fight Forever. Here are many, all my 10 favorite games of 2023. Right? But what I was going to bring up because I saw him say Hogwarts Legacy. Did you see the Hogwarts Legacy? And this was thanks to Sega, man. He, he, pointed it out. Is the number one selling game on the Switch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a
You see
popular
how
game.
funny that is? It not only was the number one selling game of all year, right?
Mhm.
It's the number one selling game on the Switch, even, right? Even before Mario, Wonder, and the Zelda, the number one, right? Yeah, it was. Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't eligible or a good enough candidate for honorable mentions or anything for Game of the Year or any other awards in the awards. That's how you know that that shit is BS. And these guys are playing a broken version of the game because it's due to the limitations of the Switch, right? Or the parameters of the Switch. So that shit is just mind-boggling to me. It's so crazy, so unbelievable. You
I
know,
mean, I'm not surprised. You know,
not surprising. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not surprising, but it's incredible how they didn't even try to acknowledge it, but yet it's still doing well even before the end of the year on the platform that it just released on.
the politics on that was way too heavy. That's why I didn't want to touch it.
Thank you.
I mean, that's even outside of gaming. Has nothing to do with the, like how the Xbox tax is a real thing.
Oh yeah, for sure,
But that
for
thing just
sure.
boils down to plain simple politics.
Right, right. Oh no, no, it's not. It's not no Xbox Act. This is unbelievable. Uh,
That's what Unlimited put about what you're saying about the dad.
yeah, he said the IGN article was the one about God of War making them a better yeah. Shit's embarrassing, but they prioritizing praising Sony are their own on their own dignity. Right, right. It's crazy.
That's why when all of this thing falls apart, these guys are just going to absolutely lose their mind.
They're gonna fold over. Right, right. They won't know how to approach it.
Nope. The reactions will be awesome. Remake station. Oh, I had cervical surgery almost 2 years ago. It was all because I broke my back. Yeah. Do as much therapy as you can. Do a lot of preventative care, as much as you can, because when you get older, that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Cervical.
It all stems from my knees as well. That's why I'm having all these problems.
Is it cervical? Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, brother, take care of yourself, man.
It was all because of breaking my back.
But
Wow, you broke your back? How in the world you did that? Remake
like you
station.
said, their pain is the worst. Yeah, brother, I know. I'm dealing with
It's
that now.
horrendous. Yeah, yeah, we know. How did you manage to break your back, if you don't mind me asking? That's crazy. Thank God you're not paralyzed.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You know the sad thing about that with the nerve stuff, like that's still new. Like the medicine.
Yeah, they don't have enough information to know how to actually fight it and make it feel better for people. Yeah, you're right.
So I've gone the route of like doing stuff for myself and on my own, especially when it comes to dieting. So I found out about inflammation and stuff you can or cannot do to make the symptoms better or worse. I try to live by that model. But yeah, I feel for you, remake man. It's not easy.
Yeah.
That's why I was just rich. I wish I was just rich. I could just stay home, play Game Pass, and switch positions.
Yeah,
Hogwarts
yeah.
Legacy is still the best-selling game of 2023, beating Call of
It's
Duty
almost
in 15 years.
that's a huge a huge peak. Absolutely. Yeah, for real. And now it's selling number one on Switch. That shit is just comical because they swear by the Bible that only Nintendo games do well. So if that game's selling well, where it's in number one spot, that tells you that if you give them enough content you know, from other well-renowned developers and games, that the Nintendo community will also embrace those games, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Like, imagine when they had the ability to play, the Call of Duty from this point forward, since Phil did that deal with them, right? Call of Duty will do well on the Switch also, I bet. I'm pretty sure. As much as they say, oh no, they only play the Mario, the Zeldas. I'm pretty sure it'll do well on the Switch as well. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, it's funny though that everything for all these consoles that supposedly the AAA bangers are the main thing, like their first person.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all fake. That's why that leak is so good, man. That leak just proves everything that these guys have just been lying this whole time. Yeah, and of course you see the media still. The media is the funny part. I just love it, man. Because in 2024, man, all of this stuff continues to fall apart, and then Xbox.
Yeah, and 2024 was the year of the revelation, or like Iraq called it, the paradigm shift. Like 2023 was the absolute pivotal point of paradigm shift, where so much dirt and so much things came to fruition, clarity, and got out there to the public, where now people will be like, we can't even argue this. There's no way to discuss and argue this because everything came out. Look at how I just said earlier, how the Sunset information came out, where I said that when the Sony first acquired them, I was telling people they still can't make the game because they don't own it full outright. They own the IP, but not full outright because they don't have the publishing rights. And they were like, yeah, you crazy, you stupid. Sunset Overdrive will be coming. Sunset Overdrive 2 will be coming to PlayStation. And I had this argument with a couple of people. I was like, no, it's not. Unless they make an arrangement and in doing so, it's not going to be able to, because publishing rights are very important. And without them, you can't do nothing. That's why Remedy made the deal with them, the publishing rights of Alan Wake. And you saw not until they did that, they weren't able to make Alan Wake 2. You see what I'm saying?
I wonder why they didn't have them put it in Game Pass.
Huh?
I wonder why they didn't have them put it in Game Pass.
You said you wonder, you wonder why? What?
I wonder why Microsoft didn't have Remedy put Alan Wake 2 into Game Pass day one.
I mean, they probably couldn't, because remember, Remedy is still technically owned. Not technically, they're owned by they're owned by what you call it, by Take Two, I think. Take Two Interactive now, but they're a public trade company now. So they're owned by multiple people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I didn't think that would stop them though.
Huh?
I wouldn't think that would stop them.
So they have to make a deal where it's going to appeal to not just one owner, but all the owners. So they probably was way too expensive. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, like
so if one side want to be greedier than the other, they still can't do anything. You saw it.
I figured they would use the leverage. With leverage.
Oh, you talking about with the IP?
Yeah.
When like we're giving them the publishing rights back. Yeah, you're right. It should have been like, okay, we'll give you the publishing rights back, but once you make that game, you got to make it exclusive to Game Pass, even though you could put it on PlayStation. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that should have been an ultimatum.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not questioning what they're doing. I mean,
right.
I'm already. I have a hard time playing the games I have now, so I'll get to that eventually. But it'd be nice to have it in Game Pass for people to try.
Right.
But I mean, maybe they believe in the power of the brand, and that's good too. You know, that a developer is confident.
Give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll read Unlimited. Hogwarts Legacy and Xbox success proves the gaming media doesn't have the impact on gamers they think they do. Yeah, I agree with you, Unlimited. It's a big echo chamber on social media. A lot of people say a lot of stuff, right? And of course, we all know that they lie. So the Game Awards is going to lie in January and say it was the most watched gaming award show with 150 million views, yet those same alleged viewers don't result in any sales or anything meaningful. Yeah, I agree, right? For people that will sit there and say that engagement doesn't matter, yet they'll use these type of numbers, right? Which, look, dude, I'm like you, dude. I find it skeptical anytime these guys start throwing around big numbers, right? Like the 50 million thing with PlayStation 5. I don't believe it at all. I want to see that. I want to see those receipts. And I'm even further confident that it's not true, and that one day that leak will finally hit. That'll proved Sony doesn't sell that much consoles. I was working a contract when I was moving. Oh, so that's how you happened. Yeah, I thought so. That might be the case. That's what happened to my cousin. He's working. Well, I mean, he was on a scaffold and he fell and broke his back. Yeah, bro. Hey, take care of yourself, man, for real. And I was stupid. Thought I could do it for almost a whole year, and then I started getting numbers, and they're like, yeah. Once that stuff starts to kick in, brother, it's because the problems I've had, and I'm not nowhere near as bad as he bought, but they can only tell you so much, and you can do so much. So it's going to be a lot of self care. I definitely am more of a proponent of preventive care for people in these kind of situations, especially. So yeah, I had spinal fusion, then got back into console war. I was out for so he had just spinal fusion, then came back into the console war. Yeah, there you go. That's a true soldier right there, man. I was out of work for a while. Yeah, dude. I mean, if I had a chance to retire, man, I'm serious about that. I was thinking about that. It was one day I was taking my kid to her class, to drive her to her class, and then I was like, you know what, dude, I could do this, man. I could just like hang out, do. I wouldn't mind. And then I have Game Pass, and of course, I go to the gym. I could go to more appointments, take better care of myself. There's a lot of stuff I get to do stuff around the house. I'm not just saying playing games all day. But I mean, we have so much content on Game Pass. It's hard to keep up with everything. It really is. And some of these games are time sucks, man. Like Warhammer, dude. I put in a lot of time on Warhammer. I think I'm over like 230 hours because I constantly play that game because I love it so much. I'm thinking about jumping on Vermintide, dude. They're supposed to have updates that I want to check out. But yeah, dude. I mean, yeah. Just take care of yourself, brother. I think we're about the same age, so maybe I'm preaching to the choir here. But when you get older, it doesn't get any better. So, to be fair, only Nintendo games really did do well. They didn't buy Bayonetta 2 and 3 or Marvel 3 or Astro Train, and those games look way more fun than Mario's other Pokemon. Oh, yeah. I mean, they have their brand favorites, that's the one thing about Nintendo, bro. They have their built-in fan base. They have their built-in audience that'll buy their stuff. Right? Then they have the kid market, which is always a plus. I'm pretty sure they'll be good. They'll be successful. I don't know if they're going to push the entry forward ever again. I doubt that, but still, that's not their goal. Unlimited production, those VGA numbers are BS. They pump that up over counted viewers like more than 3 to 4 times. Yeah, agree, Google. I agree 100%. There's some trickery going on there. The tricksy these guys. Those VGA numbers are similar to Sony channel stuffing console sales. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. If something leaks where they show that the numbers are half, dude, I'd be cracking up, dude. And you'll see the pony. You see the Sony Defense Force. The Sony Defense Force will mobilize, man, so quickly. The media will start covering for them. Media's trash, dude. I just saw a tweet from Destin where he's talking about. I want to talk about the people being hurt by the league, and all people talk about is Xbox tax. I'm like, yeah, dude, you got Xbox tax right on live TV or on the internet live, and you still trying not to defend. I'm like, no, dude, you're just like everybody else, bro. And so on his Twitter, I just put Xbox tax as well. Dude, if you're not going to acknowledge when something's slapping you in front of face, then there's nothing I can do for you, except remind you. Sony saying it's 50 million consoles sold to customers, not just shipped, yet zero of their bangers sold more than 5 million units. On PS5 only, games like God of War with 11 million mostly sold on PS4. Yeah. And then if you break down those numbers further, it's like you guys talk about all the time, right? Unlimited. Yeah, I have no faith in anything that Sony says, especially now. They sold 50 million consoles, but now they got to raise game prices to 100 million. That's an indicator that their games aren't selling. Not on the level. That's why they do remakes. My personal opinion, why they do remakes, because they believe their own hype, thinking that because there are. I mean, in a way, there are. I'm not saying they sell as much consoles as they say they do, but on anybody who's looking at the numbers can just deduce that it's like, okay, it's probably why they rehash it, because they're not making the money back on the initial sales, man. Which is what it all boils down to. This is why, to me, Xbox has it set up perfectly, dude, with their ecosystem. Because you're being constantly in the ecosystem, whether you buy a game when it's brand new or later on down the road, right? They got you in the ecosystem. Right? You're participating on purchases, and not just you. How many other millions of people are doing it as well? Because of course, I can sit there and buy a game for a deal and feel like I'm getting a deal. And what Microsoft is doing is they're getting a sale, and they're getting sales based on what everybody else is paying for as well, because they feel like they're getting a deal, and that adds up over time. Naturally, the best way to get your money, especially with the Sony model, is to get that money up front day one. But again, this is why Xbox has Game Pass, or this is why they bought AKB and all these other things, right? So they can they control their own destiny because they're controlling their own pocketbooks, which is very good. It's a very Microsoft thing to do. In fact, thinking about it, I wonder what took them so long to even come up with this. If it ever came out Sony lied about sales, they better start paying lawyers because investors are going to be out for blood. Yeah, yeah. I already think it's over for them, but if that comes out, dude, they'll be done. And the governments will get involved because they don't have anything else better to do with their time. But in that case, protecting consumers and stuff like that, that would be a warranted action. That would actually be a warranted investigation. But I'm wondering if they would ignore it. Yeah, I agree. Eliminate. Good point. Cool. That Japanese investor was pissed at Sony because they were lying to boost their stock and get away. Yeah, yeah, that was interesting. The analysts, yeah, they came up with all those numbers. And people were like, "Oh, it's probably some whatever." Like, it's like, no, it's dudes from Japan, and that shut people up real quick. Yeah, well, I know Hebot's gone. I think you have to step away, but yeah, I can wrap it up, man. Like unlimited, that was funny. I think you scared Day off, bro. You're saying, man, your outro is 2 hours. A day is like, okay, I gotta go. No, but yeah, respect to Dea, man. Tell her thanks for. I mean, Dea, if you hear this part of this podcast, man, thank you for being on. Always a pleasure to have you on the podcast. I always love your perspective and your delivery as well. The wealth of knowledge you have. It's always good. You give me a different perspective on things. Definitely did this show. Also, want to shout out Ebot. I think he stepped away. He might be busy, guys, but it's been like 6.5 hours. I'm gonna try and go do some stretching for my back. So I don't want to sit on this chair forever, even though it feels good for my lower back. Um, yeah, I got to go out there and get some stretching and some, story of my life right now. For everybody that joined in the chat, man, and of course T Reaper. Sorry, T. Thank you for being here, man. T is usually quiet, but man, when he drops pearls of wisdom, that's why I love having him on the show. Because he always has to say something that I'll be honest with you, man, that makes you think, or it can just be straight up funny. But Tool Man, of course, man, love and respect to man. He's always usually the first one in here. Goal, you as well. Had Dea that was in the chat, but she jumped into the podcast. Respect to her. I don't want to forget anybody. Remake Station 5. Welcome. Also, Faded Blaze was in here. Thanks, brother. Always a pleasure to have you here. And Unlimited, of course. I know you couldn't join today, Unlimited, but thank you for being in the chat. Always appreciate your perspective and your commentary, bro. Love your videos as well. Check out Unlimited's podcast, man. We got to get him over. He's getting more. I think the last podcast, bro, you had like 57 viewers at one time. I jumped in, but then I lost connection because I was on the move. But when I was in there, I was listening a little bit. I had to listen later, but I saw that you had 57 viewers, man, when I jumped in. So that's good. Anthony Chipmunk, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas, brother. Love this dude. Love you, bro. Cheers. Realist and Fireballs, dude. We're gonna do the podcast. Let me know if he is available. We're gonna do the podcast on Xbox 2013 and 2023, the Redux, because I want to talk about that, get everybody's perspective about how everybody's feeling about. We're basically coming. It swung 2023 swung back around in 2013, and I'm loving every minute of it because these dudes need to be held accountable. Honest Gamer, bro, thank you for being. Invader Gaming as well, bro. Thank you for coming in. Other Zinc, glad you made it, man. I know you're busy, bro, but appreciate you stopping by just for a bit when you can. But let me know, the Other Zinc, if you want to be on the podcast. I even sent a link to E-Rock today. I wasn't sure how busy he was. But yeah, guys, let me wrap it up now. Get on out of here. I gotta go. Actually, probably gotta go get something to eat. I gotta take my medicine. So that's how it is, man. It's a constant. Love and respect to my brother Hebot as well. Shout out to you, Hibot, as well, man. Thanks for fighting the good fight. Thank you for being there when this community was up in an upheaval. A lot of guys have come and gone, man. You've already stayed here and fought the good battle, man. It's great to call you a friend. More importantly, a brother. And thank you for all the stuff that you've done for me over the years. And I really appreciate it, dude. I'll always have you back. And dude, you got to bring your podcast back, man. You got to start giving me perspective. Because a lot of these guys are trying to run away with it, man. But you're the only one that I know of that faced the hate that you did and still stay strong. So much respect to you, bro. Yeah, but anyway, man. Xbox All In channel. We'll take it forever. We out.